my computer, so I'm just gonna go right here and see how that works, because I saw other people doing it, but can you guys see my screen?
Oh, you're trying to share it out?
Yeah,
So
so
open your presentation and then make sure you can see your Zoom window, hit the green share screen button. And if the presentation's open, there you go. You got it.
okay.
Good to go. Give it a second to come
Okay.
up.
Now, where do I see it on my end here? Okay, you are screen sharing. Okay, that's all.
Yep. And if that thing's in the way, you can move it out of your way too. I would
Okay.
recommend don't go into slide view, the slideshow. Go up to where it says view at the top and click on that, and then go to reading view, and then you can do that.
In the top of the, okay, so view.
Reading view, it's the reading view, and then there's two buttons at the bottom. We can see a beautiful presentation after that.
Okay.
The reading view, it's the fourth one, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one over from where it is normal. Just click on reading view. Nope, down. And to the up, to your left, to the left.
To the left.
Right there. Back one, notes, reading view.
Oh, right there. Okay.
There we go. Click that.
Okay, thank you so
Then
much.
the controls, you'll see, I know what that is.
I don't know what that's saying.
I don't know what that is. Just say no.
Okay.
And then the controls are at the bottom. The little arrows go back and forth. Okay.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. I was trying to get Colonel Alexander to do that, but unfortunately he couldn't see the word view up there. So, and I can't get to it any other way. So sorry.
Okay. So, all right. Thank you guys for being patient with me. So we are here talking about all things mystical, the aliens, ancient time people, elves, Bigfoot, Yeti, UFOs, magical gifts and mysteries. I'm going to take right now, I'm just going to take a moment for us to just take 1 or 2, 3 collective breaths together. Just kind of calm down the energy. Breathe in. Peace. Breathe in.
Advance, just at the very bottom, there's the two little arrows on the bottom right.
Right here, right?
Yeah, just click one.
Okay.
I should take you to the next slide.
Okay. Okay. So, slide. There we go. So all things mystical. So I'm Yasmin, a gifted galactic goddess. I have experience with serving as a medium between the physical, spiritual, and ethereal worlds. I'm also an advocate, activist, and survivor of sex trafficking, human trafficking. So I've had a lot of experience with that. And I'm going to focus on tonight the spiritual guidance that I get and just give you guys facts about what I've experienced with this. So, magical gifts and gifted people. One thing I truly believe in is psychic abilities. Psychic abilities are something that I have had all of my life. I've always been very intuitive and very in tune to things beyond the physical world. And now I'm in a space where it's funny, someone mentioned something about how they got their gifts. I've always had psychic abilities, but they got really enhanced back in 2015, 2017, when I suffered a head injury. So I had a brain contusion and a concussion and 2 brain contusions. And after then, I started to really see, hear, sense, feel things that people weren't necessarily aware of in the physical world. So it definitely heightened my sixth sense. And I saw something yesterday on Instagram that was a joke, and it was like, don't you know, once people get hit on the head, they get special abilities? Have you read a comic book? So I thought that was pretty funny. So I'm going to be talking about psychic abilities, shamans, mediumship, and aliens. Next slide. So psychic abilities. What are the main psychic abilities? I put these under magical gifts because I'm going to say this too. I think we all have a sixth sense or psychic ability. Some people just have more developed, and some people have tapped into it more than others. So that's one thing I've experienced. And when I say psychic abilities, I'm talking about the clairs, but also I heard people mentioning today talking about telepathy. These are things that I think are very, 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 very real. An example of that would be if you were thinking about a person and you were going to go call them and they called you first, you guys were talking telepathically. And there's been a lot of different things out recent years where people have talked about telepathic abilities. So as far as the normal psychic abilities, when they talk about the clairs, they have clairvoyant, clairaudient, claircognizant, clairsentient as the main ones. There's some other ones that I didn't include in this slide that I'll get into. But basically, clairvoyant, it means you have visions, you see visions. So for me personally, that's been one of the stronger ones that I've had. As far as seeing visions of things beyond this realm, visions of things in the past, the possible future, and visions of things that are not fully visible by the human eye. Clairaudient is hearing. That's when you hear certain things. So it could be voices, sounds, music, just a lot of different things that have you the ability to hear voices. And knowing is claircognizance. This is also one that I'm very, very good with, because sometimes I just know things and I don't know how I know. It's usually a download. One of the things I think about psychic ability is the ability to download information directly from the universe, and tapping into that information. And clairsentient is feeling. So you could feel the emotions, you could sense or feel different things that's going on. I have numerous examples of me, and when I really started to hone in on my gifts, the things that I experienced. And I will say, because I am born in America and in part of the Western world, my gifts were seen as basically disabilities. Like they think that you're having psychotic breaks when really you're just having psychic downloads. So right here, claircognizant. What is claircognizant? It's knowing. Knowing as a clear feeling, and it involves just knowing information you couldn't possibly know normally. So an example of this would be, sometimes I meet somebody and I just know things about them. I usually get this information when I channel. I get information from their spirit guides, their loved ones, their angels, and their ancestors. And so I would just know things about people that they're like, how did you even know that? And it's hard to explain. One of the things I will say too about psychic abilities and connecting with angels and ancestors and God, my higher power, it really, really feels like you're putting pieces of a puzzle together. So sometimes things will happen and I won't understand until later, until I meet somebody who has that ability or they're on that wavelength. Clairsentient is feeling, right? The psychic ability for a person to acquire knowledge by feeling. So I do have a business that I do spiritual guidance, mediumship, and psychic investigations. So sometimes when I'm just feeling, one thing I will say that I'm a very strong believer is in the power of love, and love never dies. So when we lose a loved one that we care about, just because they've left a physical vessel doesn't mean that that love isn't still there. So that's the bond that I channel. So I will feel the love of, I'll say, oh, like a love of a mother here. And then perhaps they'll tell me something that I wouldn't know to validate their presence, including when we get into seeing visions. So sometimes I'll have visions of someone, if I'm channeling their mother, I'll have visions of like where they were born, significant events in their childhood, and different things like that. And with that also, it says here the supernatural ability to perceive events in the future or beyond normal sensory as a clairvoyant. Um, and I don't know if you guys heard of him before, probably Eckhart Tolle, but he has a book talking about the power of now and becoming supernatural. Those are real things that I've experienced without reading the book, just actually being able to tap into certain frequencies and energies and seeing things before they happen. or seeing things from the past. And that also includes my ability to have what I call shamanism. So we'll get into that too. But also when we talk about hearing, so it says the field of parapsychology, clairaudience means clear hearing. So it's an extrasensory perception where a person requires paranormal auditory means. So sometimes I'll be talking to someone and giving them a reading, and then I'll hear a certain song start playing in my head, or I'll hear a whistle or some type of tune or something that was significant to that person. So I would say, hey, this is the song that's coming up right there. And they would validate, yes, this is something that my mom or my grandma used to sing to me all the time. And so with having these clairs, it's definitely makes living in the physical world kind of challenging sometimes to be able to stay focused and stay grounded. So what I practice doing is just imagining like my core, my spirit, my energy grounded into the earth, grounded in the present. Because one thing I can tell you about predicting the future is always changing based on the things that we do in the present, from my personal experience. So there's this app, I don't know if you guys seen it before, but it's called the Are You a Psychic app. It's available in the Play Store, and they have different deck selections. So if you guys learned about the Zener, here, let me put this out the way a little bit so you can see. There we go. So back, it says right here, as far as the Zener deck, it was developed by psychologist Carl Zener at Duke University in 1932, and is basically where they do formal ESP training and testing. One thing I'm very, very, very much aware of, and I'm a real believer in, is psychic abilities and psychic testing and the government's involvement in doing that over centuries. So this particular test right here shows different shapes, and you have to basically try to figure out what's on the other side of the card. So I have this deck here and the elements. The elements is asking you, do you have a strong connection to the earth energies? And it asks you to use your ability to connect to the earth. So there's also a few other ones here. Let me go here. So for colors, if you're visualizing symbols in the mind eye can be challenging, they have a colors deck. When I do that one, I usually ask to see, because there's different colors in the rainbow and there's different colors of our chakras, correct? If you don't know what chakras are, they're basically energy vortexes that we have from the root, the sacral, the solar plexus, the heart, the throat. Sorry, I need some water. The throat, the third eye chakra, and then your crown chakra. So when I would practice honing in my abilities with this one, I would use the colors deck and I'd ask them to let me feel in my physical vessel what area for the chakra. I mentioned earlier too, we talk about numbers. One thing that magical abilities or something, numbers actually also correlate to letters in the alphabet as well. So when you think about it, there's 26 letters in our alphabet, and from A to Z, and each one of those are assigned a number. So that's another way that I'll be able to talk to spirit or be able to channel by using numbers. And I do that a lot because there's numbers everywhere, right? So I'll get a number in my head and I'll write it down and I'll correlate it to something, and it'll spell a name like John or something. And then I'll ask my client, well, who was John? And they say, oh, that's my brother who passed away. And the more we get into it, the more like the dots get connected. Now, I know we also talked about remote viewing, and remote viewing is a very real thing as well. So this deck right here, it says want to progress towards remote viewing training, or perhaps looking for a challenge. So it uses different landmarks around the globe for you to be able to visualize in your mind's eye what that is. Now, I will say too, with remote viewing, I know someone mentioned it as could be something that we wouldn't want to tap into. I also believe it's about setting your intention. So when I do these things, I set my intention for the highest and greatest good for the planet and everybody on it. So if I'm remote viewing something, excuse me, if I'm remote viewing something, it's because I'm trying to locate someone or something, and I'm just trying to help with the situation. So I often do this test, and I had left it alone for a while, but as you see here, so here it explains the different scores that you get. So it says right here, the official test odds correctly identifying the number of cards are 1 in 5, which is about 20%. So anything higher than that is significant. So it says 0 to 5, this is an expected result according to chance. 6 to 10, this result is higher than can be attributed to chance. While it is not uncommon to score in that range every now and then, consistently scoring more than 5 is a strong evidence of intuitive abilities. And then it says right here, from 11 to 15. 11 to 15, this score is higher than can be, this score is considered an exceptional result and a strong indicator of intuitive ability. The chances of scoring more than 11 is very, very slim. And then 16 to 25, the score is higher than has been officially documented in the last 30 years, and it's almost impossible to attain with intuitive abilities. So I had left this app alone before because I already knew that I had psychic abilities, but just a couple of days ago, I went there and I was doing both the Zener deck, and the Earth deck, because I just felt like a really strong energy of something going on with the planet. And as you can see, I scored a 12, which was above average. And it says right here, when it talks about the test guidance, it says on the 34 tests, I'm most accurate with the Zener deck. And so that's a deck that the government has officially used for ESP training. ESP is extrasensual perception training. And then I put myself right there on the global leaderboard as well. And I love the app because it really challenges you to kind of quiet your mind and focus on honing in on your abilities. So, okay. That was a presentation about psychic abilities. One thing I'll also too say with that is that we have to be very mindful when we're tapping into, oh, that's synchronistic, when we're tapping into our psychic abilities, because you are susceptible to what I feel are psychic attacks. And that's basically when someone is sending you negative thoughts, negative energies, negative whatever, and you got to really try to transmute that into something positive. With my personal experience, I have after I got my gifts, I started sensing, seeing, hearing, and feeling things that people weren't, to the point where I ended up getting in the hospital and they diagnosed me with bipolar schizophrenia, major depression, and complex PTSD. And I would tell them, I'm not bipolar, I'm not schizophrenic, I'm psychic, I'm a medium, I'm a shaman. I'm picking up on things that you aren't tapped into right now. I'm not saying that they don't have the ability to access that, because they can, but you have to have an open mind to be able to even have these type of things come to you. If you don't believe in it, then you're probably not going to be able to hone your gift. So one of the things that I also did was oracle card reading. I shared earlier today when Catherine was on, and she was asking who tapped into dragon frequencies, and I was explaining that that was something that I've done, and I had dragon oracle deck, and I had pulled one for the recent past, and it was the rainbow dragon. That was actually a dragon that she said that she actually walks with all the time, and that brings a leap of joy that opens new doors. Have trust, rediscover wisdom, expect miracles, and accept opportunities. So that was for our recent past collectively, and moving forward for the collective, I pulled the orange dragon, which is bringing soul families and communities together, spread belonging, warmth, and oneness, bringing people everywhere together. When my auntie met me, the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, Yasmin, you're the one. You're connected to everything." Now that sounds great, right? When you're connected to everything, that means you can find a connection. There is no degrees of separation. But with that also comes challenges, because I'm very, 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 very aware of the higher vibrational energies that are on the frequency of the planet, and very, very aware of the lower vibrational frequencies. So this Mystical Shaman Oracle guidebook deck is something that I use frequently. And it says, what is a shaman? So a shaman is a person, this is the definition that I got from online. It says having access to influence in the world of good and evil spirits, typically such as a trance ritual or practice divination and healing. And as you can see, side this card right here, number 38, is the mystical shaman. I actually turned 38 this year, and soon as 2023 hit, there was just so many synchronicities and things. I would be able to walk into a space and view what happened in that space prior to me even being incarnated on this planet. So I know that sounds like a fairy tale, but it's really not. There's a lot of schools and a lot of shamans who really have the ability to convene with older spirits, energies that were here in the ancient time people. Um, One of the things too about we talked about here. So this right here is basically from the guidebook, and it's talking about the essence. So it says the symbol of a myth maker or storyteller is neither made nor defined by the story. Instead, it absorbs, evolves through it, and receives all aspects of it. So I feel like that's what I've been doing. I've been evolving constantly, and trying to bring in higher timeline manifestations, because right now I feel like there's kind of like a split going on, and I'm trying to focus on the higher timeline, which is what we want moving forward for the future of humanity. We're not just talking about like the races. And as I was saying to her, I feel like we pulled this bringing people together because we need to collectively come together in oneness and unity moving forward for the sake of humanity. One of the other things we talked about is magic. So magical people, right? That's also something that's in this guidebook as well. And when I was 33, that was a few years ago, I really started to realize that the world is a magical place. Like there's so many different things that happen that you can't really explain. I will say that they have the term as Black girl magic. I believe that is a term because we are magical beings. And with that too, what that means is like being able to tap into our ancestral magic and the things that we had before we were taken into slavery and lived in that type of lifestyle. If you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to raise your hands and chime in. I can only see, let me see if I can make it a little larger. Okay, cool. Pull this up there. All right, so the other thing we talk about is mediumship, right? When we think of magical abilities, I think mediumship is a magical ability. Now, all psychics are psychics, right? They don't all have the ability for mediumships, but all mediums are psychics. So, according to this right here, oh, I put the little thing in there. A medium is a person who convenes with the spiritual world, which could include spirits, deities, angels, and other entities, through different things like sounds, code, speech, insights, private seances, demonstrations. And so there's no specific way to disprove the existence of mediumship. So when I found out that I was a medium was when I was little. I was able to sense and see and hear people in my family who weren't there anymore. And my mom thought that something was wrong with that. And I just explained to her, like, oh no, this person is saying she's your grandmother. And I would be able to like point out a picture. So the way my mediumship works is it's kind of like all of them. So spiritual, physical, energy, and channeling. So I'm always picking up on different frequencies from the spirit world. And I think now where we're at in the collective, like the spiritual and the physical, the veil between the two is so thin because I'm always constantly getting downloads and connecting to different forms of mediumship that even to this day blow my mind. And I'm like, wow, did that really happen? And it usually becomes like a puzzle. So they have like the receiving of messages. I've had experiences when I was homeless, living in my car, where my higher power had me in the right place at the right time, from stopping 5 different people from committing suicide. And I stopped them from doing that because I had visions, I got downloads, I heard voices, and I was given specific messages or things to tell them to hold on and just have faith that things were going to get better. And these messages came from angels, spirit guides, and loved ones, and actually God himself. One of the things I will say about this too is I have a very, very strong connection to Harriet Tubman, and she too experienced, after having a head injury, she too experienced having visions and voices and things that helped her be able to lead slaves to freedom. So that's one thing that I'm really adamant about, that I have a very strong connection with, because I have undeniably connected so many different people, not only in my mediumship abilities, but with my psychic abilities, and bringing people to the right space at the right time, because I think that everything happens in time. And personally, in my personal opinion, time is just an illusion. It's very linear when we think about it on a planetary scale, but when we think about it like on a universe thing, it's kind of different. So here's the different mediumships that I put up there. And one thing I noticed about mediums, we have a lot of famous mediums that are Caucasian, like John Edwards, Matt Frazier, Sylvia Brown, Tyler Henry being the Hollywood medium, Long Island medium, Teresa. But we don't really recognize people of color as mediums. One of the things I will say with the discrepancies of what I've experienced is I had the same abilities as they did, but when I spoke about it, it was a delusion of grandeur, or it was a hallucination or something. And so I honestly feel like that comes with just the discrimination that we've experienced as Black people living in America and globally. Because when you think about it, there's no quote unquote famous mediums who are presented today that are African American or of other race difference. So that was one thing that throughout my journey, I realized that it wasn't fair. Like, why did these people get to do the same thing that I do and it not be called something that it wasn't? And actually, Teresa Caputo, Teresa Caputo, she's a Long Island medium. She has in one of her books, There's More to Life Than This, and she says that if her family did not support her and believe in her, they would have thought that she was schizophrenic. And that kind of really speaks to the fact of how like Western doctors like to diagnose you and keep you in that box and want to have you take pills that basically numb your senses and numb your ability to sense. But for someone who like me, I'm always tapped in, and it gets frustrating sometimes, but I know it's been a gift that I've been able to use to help so many different people. So that's with mediumship. Now, as far as aliens go, these two slides that you see right here, I actually um, found these on the wall by a bus stop that I was at. So if you look at the one on the left right there, it clearly, in my opinion, looks like aliens in a ship, right? And then I did another picture on the right to show you kind of where it talks about how I was at the bus stop and I just randomly saw that. Now I've been going to this bus stop since March and that just got up there a couple of days ago. So I was like, okay, we're in contact because they're definitely trying to tell us something. One thing I've always felt like, as far as extraterrestrials go, I've always felt like there was other life out there. No one could convince me otherwise just because of the experience that I've had. A real life experience I had was when I was driving across the country. I was in New Mexico and I was driving through New Mexico, and all of a sudden I felt my consciousness being raised in the alien or extraterrestrial perception was coming to me. And I kept on asking everybody on my Snapchat, I said, do you guys hear this? Are you guys coming too? Do you speak to the aliens too? Because they're telling us that they're here to help, and we need their help to be able to move through this next phase of evolution as a human race and as a planet. Because where the planet is right now in the universe, it's moved into the fifth dimension. So now we're experiencing and seeing more synchronicities. People are coming out and saying more things. The thing about this that is so funny is my predictions, right? So back in 2020, I had and it almost came down to the T. Now, I know people were saying that the government was going to come out and say things about aliens. To my understanding, they already have. I'm going to go see if I could take a moment to go to
What year did you
things that
say
were.
that was?
Oh, so here, I gotta go back to that. So back in 2020, there was something that I sensed that as far as the aliens go, and you could see here from my thing I have on Facebook, it reminds you of memories. And one of the things on August 1st, 2020, that I said is the government is making claims of aliens. And almost to the day, they came out and made claims of aliens and that whole thing. So I'm going to just share a couple videos with you guys from Facebook that I saw. Can you guys see my Facebook page up here right now?
Yep.
Okay. So it says right here, back July 31st, and I said, okay, so I hate to tell you, I told you so. Yeah, okay. When I said years ago, when I said that the government was talking about aliens years ago, they thought I was crazy. But the only real crazies are the government for thinking we didn't already know this, and they're just constantly trying to distract us. So this is a reel that I saw on Facebook. Hold on, let me try to center it a little bit. And start it over. Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. How do I go? Okay, sorry, my computer. See what I mean? And stuff like this happens sometimes. So,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, using Facebook, I had problems with video earlier too because of
Okay.
live streaming and Zoom. It may
Can
be
you
a
hear
little,
it?
not really.
Okay. Should I try to turn it up some or
Uh,
no? Okay. I've never done
You
a
might
screen
just
share.
You would have to adjust your system settings to put your audio output through
Oh
for
God.
Facebook, I think.
Yeah, you have to go into, when you do the share screen, you do an advanced and computer sound, but
Okay.
you have to unshare and then reshare. I don't know if you want to do that.
Okay, share sound here.
Yeah, there's a share sound inside of the share
Okay.
screen. It's in the advanced. If you go down to the little share screen button, there's a little arrow pointing up. If you click that, it says advanced sharing options. Oh, wait, I take that back. You can't do that there. You have to go back. You have to unshare. And then when you do the share, you have to go to the advanced tab and then it says share computer audio. Okay.
Take on one form,
There we go.
D form,
Okay.
form,
Hold on.
fix it.
Hold on. That's something else. That wasn't the video that I was sharing. Did you guys be able to hear that?
Somewhat.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not really the best when it comes to this
No,
here.
you're fine.
Trying to figure out how to share.
Someone did ask though, the application for extrasensory perception you were using. Could you mention that again, please?
And we're here to say to you under oath that aliens are real.
That-
We've had contact with them for a while.
Okay. Is that paused?
Yeah, we
Okay,
were,
I'm sorry. What was your question?
we can hear you. That was good. The second thing is they wanted to know what the extrasensory test app was you were using.
Okay, so it's called Are You a Psychic? It's an app that's available in the Play Store for free. And it basically helps you to be able to train your psychic abilities or to enhance them, or if you are interested in just trying to see if you do have natural psychic abilities. So I use that app. I used to use it all the time, and I would regularly score on the global leaderboard, but I stopped using it as much because I already know that I have like certain abilities, and I don't need to prove to myself over and over again. But just to give you guys an example, like if you try to do the test, usually 5 is by chance. Anything 6 to 10 is like okay, intuitive, but it's almost impossible to score over 11 without having strong intuitive abilities. If you don't want to use the word psychic, intuitive abilities. So your intuition's strong. Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. They needed to know that, the name of the app. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the Are
Thank you so
Psychic app.
much. That I
Okay.
asked the question. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when I'm gonna try this one more time.
Try one more time. I
Here.
think it'll work this time.
You said no?
I said, yes, go ahead.
Okay, here. Okay, so it says the government admitted aliens being real. So this came out it came out July 31st. And as you can see from my thing in the slide, let's see if we can go back to the beginning part here.
Technology 50,000 years ahead of ours.
Can I move this piece over? Oh yeah, I can. Okay, there we go.
They've also confirmed the existence of multidimensional beings
How do I start it over? Oh,
that can walk in between dimensions.
can you guys hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
You stutter a little bit, but it's okay. You can play it.
Question. Oh, okay, we're doing this. Yes. What does this have to do with my rent being too damn high? Okay, it's like walking around here, not paying taxes. Are those illegal aliens? Or is that just for brown people with accents? Technology 50,000 years ahead of our own. Do they have
Better antidepressants.
better antidepressants? Either give us something or destroy the world. Also, regarding that, what are they waiting for? Like, please. I don't say they can walk dimensions. Well, can we go to one of the other ones? This one sucks. Yeah, speaking of that, say hypothetically, I went into another dimension, found a version of me that was happier, but I just and just
It is fun.
replace them. This is not the conversation we were planning to have. Do people with uteruses have rights in the other dimensions? I'm also wondering, how many eggplants does a run-of-the-mill alien have? What are you talking about? You know, how many? Why do you need to know that? We're the ones asking the
Okay.
questions.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was
Here we-
something that I found on Facebook that just kind of I couldn't help but laugh because it was almost to the day that I said that the government was going to come out and talk about aliens. So right here you see as of August 1st, 2020, I said the government's making claims of aliens, right? So then 2 days after that, I had another one that said government is having UFO hearings. I had a screenshot of it and it disappeared, and I saved it and it disappeared, as sometimes things tend to do when you're exposing things about the government that they're keeping from us. So I thought that was a pretty cool thing because they're like, we're not really surprised, but I have a couple more. Okay, good. I'm right on time. I have a couple more things I wanted to share.
You got about
as far
16
as
minutes,
on
so you're good.
YouTube.
You're good on time.
Okay. Okay. So hold on. Is it being weird again? Okay. So this is one of the, yeah. And you know, they know I'm doing, this is why it's going so slow. It was working fine just earlier here. Okay.
Yeah, one of my buddies told me the same thing happened on the show when I was presenting. He said it was getting all choppy. And I said, yeah, that's NSA at work again.
Just having UFO hearings on the
So this is right here. So this was a couple days after, well, I saw this after I had another one that says the government is having UFO hearings on live television.
regular now. Do y'all know how much people have gotten unalived and silenced from UFO whistleblowing? And they just randomly come out saying everything that y'all been seeing is real. What the hell? So all of you mother effers that was talking about conspiracy theory, use a Tyrone, nigga. Do y'all know what this mean? This mean that all of these mother effers is real, nigga. Reptilians, Anunnaki, Greys, Arcturians, like what? Like, do y'all know what this mean? That means intergalactic motherfuckers has done invaded Earth, nigga. Or here's the switch up. They could be getting ready for that fake UFO alien invasion with that Project Blue Beam, but to make it look like all type of motherfuckers coming out the sky. But I mean, this is the age of Aquarius. Everything is being revealed. The Simpsons already told us, so I shouldn't even be the surprise. Go watch that. This is the end video, so y'all can see allegedly when that shit finna take place.
That's when.
So we just
I'm sorry. If you guys have any questions, I can't see hands right now, so just
That's
feel free
okay.
to,
That was
chime in.
hilarious.
So, hold on, where did the other one go?
That was great.
We got enough time. Just calm down.
Yeah, you're doing fine. Everything's going swimmingly. Trust me.
Oh, here, there's another one that I wanted to show you. That wasn't it here. Okay, so
The alien corpses one, that's a good one too, right?
Yep, I'm gonna play that one. But remember how I was talking about the thing,
Yeah.
the one slide that I didn't get on here was talking about how aliens could also be seen as angels because they have the same things. But here, this is one specifically about Harriet Tubman. Yeah, it's 2 minutes here. Oh gosh.
It's okay. We're all here supporting you. Trust us.
The new best way to make money
What
online.
just happened?
It's an ad. Just give it a couple seconds. It'll be gone.
Okay, now it says not responding. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
You can refresh it and
there
then
we go. Refresh. Okay, yep, there's the thing, and it should be coming on in a minute.
yeah.
Okay.
YouTube didn't used to have this many ads, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, come on.
Don't click that. Just wait till it gets to the whatever it's going to do here. Here we go.
Okay. Oh, playback doesn't happen soon here. Oh, come on, y'all.
Yeah, I'm going to
restart.
restart this. I don't think so. There you go.
I'm really starting to think a UFO or an angel helped Harriet Tubman free them slaves. Y'all remember when they said Harriet Tubman saw visions and she followed the North Star? Here it says, and Harriet did believe that through her visions, God showed her premonitions that helped keep her and the slaves she guided safe during her trips. Now, when we talk about visions, don't that sound like the visions that God showed all the prophets in the Bible? We had Ezekiel seeing some type of UFO wheel being come out the sky. You had Solomon getting the vision of how to be a good king. Then you got the vision God gave Jacob about Jacob's ladder, seeing the angels go from heaven to earth. This shit's starting to make sense. Or even when you want to go to the star theory, even I found some shit about the stars in the Bible. When they heard the king, they departed, and behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them till it came and stood over the young child. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. So what do you mean the star went before them? So is it like a UFO, an angel or something? And is this the same star that helped Harriet Tubman free them slaves without getting ever caught? Because this part's in the Bible where they say God sent angels before them. Behold, I send an angel before you to keep you in the way, to bring you into the place which I have prepared. So Harriet Tubman could have been a prophet that the Bible didn't talk about. And I'm pretty sure there's many prophets still on earth that's getting visions from God or your higher self or whoever you think. And they're labeling you crazy and all kind of stuff. Putting you in crazy houses or sane asylums, calling you dumb and stupid and conspiracy theory. But I don't know, y'all let me know. Y'all think a UFO helped Harriet Tubman or an angel? It got to be one of them.
Okay, and then the last video I'm gonna show you guys real quick. Hold on.
That was really good.
But the thing about it is, I was saying this years ago, and I literally got diagnosed as crazy for it. So, and this is what they're talking about. It's coming next. Although this one I have a question about. Hold on.
Hey, all I'ma say is focus on yourself. The government is finna start a fake alien invasion. That's what I believe. Just a month ago, these niggas just had a hearing talking about some UFOs is real. So just how fast Hot Sauce 19 came out the blue in 2020, I feel like this UFO alien invasion gonna hit us in the face. Y'all better have y'all weapons prepared if it work on them.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Okay.
all I'ma say is
Okay, so I'm also going to
was-
share as far as the alien thing goes. I was in the hospital, and when I would be in the hospital, I would make vision boards because I get different visions and different downloads. And one of the things that I saw was this headline in the Seattle Times right here. And it says, hold on, I'm frozen, hold on. focus over here. Can you see it?
It'll come up.
Okay.
There it is.
An alien visitor phones home. SOS, Earth and ecological collapse. I was in there because I was saying I was talking to the aliens and that they were warning us of things that were going to start happening on the planet. And I tried to tell them about it. And they said that I was crazy. But while I was in there, I managed to find this this article in the newspaper that literally says, okay, hold on. I don't know what.
Yeah, you got that ad blocker thing has to happen. They're going to want you to go ahead and log
okay.
in.
Okay, well, I can't do
The way you can get around it is if you
right now, but
take that, you can drop it. No, don't just take the ad, the ad and drop it into the Wayback Machine and it'll pull it up. So copy that
okay.
URL at the top, the part that says alien visitor phones home SOS Earth, and paste it into Google and say Wayback Machine.
Okay. Okay, hold on. As long I'm not gonna read the whole article. I just wanted
There it
you
is.
guys
You
to
got it.
see
You got it.
alien visitor phones home SOS Earth and ecological collapse. One of the things that I have been doing is having extra dreams about, certain things that are about to happen on the planet. So with this little alien thing, let's get back to this. Oh, hold on. Go back. Here they were talking about the different races of aliens, and these to me are synchronicities. I can't really explain how, but one of the things that I do get as far as psychic downloads and things, I want to leave some time for questions, is seeing visions of the future. And like I said, the future changes because we are on timelines, and depending on if you go left or right, or if you do this or that, like it changes a lot. But one of the things that the aliens have made it very clear to me is they are very, very concerned about the way we've treated this planet and what's going on the planet. So that's that presentation. And the last thing, I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat. So I just finished writing a book. It's called Goddess Soul Speaks. It's a collection of poems from when I was a child to where I am now, and the life when I was living in the life of human trafficking, commercial sexual exploitation. And it also talks about the truth about homelessness and trafficking. It's called Goddess Soul Speaks. It's available on Amazon now. It's an ebook, so you could have an instant download, and you're able to read it using the Kindle app. So I wanted a little bit more time for questions, but do we have any questions, concerns, comments? I'm definitely open to hearing. So let me go back up here. Right.
Is it
I
the
can
one
ask
that's,
a question. I don't know if you guys.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
it says Goddess Soul Speaks, right? That's
Yes.
the one.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
I was going to put the link in there for you so you can just keep going.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
It's in
Thank
the,
you.
it's in the chat for everybody if you want to click on it.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions or feedback for what I shared about as far as psychic abilities, magical gifts, aliens?
Well, sure. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask a question. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your presentation. It's a lot of stuff in there. I wanted to ask if you practice any sort of specific tradition, like I know some people are into I don't know, like Ifa or whatever, and all the different ones. Are there any specific magical traditions that you follow in terms of and how you might do that? Or
Not specifically. I know what you're talking about as far as Ifa, hoodoo. If anything,
yeah.
I do have a lot of downloads from ancestral things, so I do practice African spirituality. And that's mainly because those are not only is it my heritage and my lineage, but those is what I remember. I'm also really into ancient Egypt and Kemet. So that's something that I do as well. But I don't necessarily have specific practices. I like to say it's kind of like a goulash of things. When it comes to the way that I channel, it's almost so supernatural. Sometimes I can't believe it, but I have to because it's real. But yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys saw this movie. I'm trying to pull up the little thing. It's called They Live. It's a really, really, really old movie. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
even before I
Don't
was
say that's
born.
an old movie. You're making me feel old.
Oh, it
Okay.
is. You are.
Well, it was before I was, yeah. So it's like, this is how I kind of see the world when it says, when you wake up, everything changes. So
Yeah.
you kind of see, how we are kind of underruled by what they were calling evil aliens at that time. So yeah, that's definitely a theme
And that's
that I
another
believe in.
question. It's good that you brought that up because that was going to be one of my other questions. Sort of, do you have like a kind of a before and after sort of way that you see the world? Like, before your experience and then after your experience, like what the difference is? And maybe even in your life.
Yeah, so before I really got tapped into my gifts, I just kind of just saw the world as just very three-dimensional. Okay, this is it type thing. And I realized with shamanism that I was able to be multi-dimensional, and I started seeing things differently and just kind of perceiving things differently. And one of the things I am going to be very honest about is I feel the light and love, and I also feel the dark and despair. Like they're both, I personally feel like it's not only a spiritual battle, but it's an intergalactic battle because there are certain races that, in my personal belief, that they have destroyed their galaxies, their planets, and they're here to try to take over ours. But there's also a lot of light beings here who are grounded in the frequency of love, and you have to be able to raise your frequency high enough to get that. And for a while, I was just on that light and love timeline, but I've gone through many dark nights of the soul where I had to kind of view all these things. And I guess the hardest part for me is coming to an acceptance that some people on this planet believe in things that are very, very negative and dark and scary, honestly. Like I before was like, okay, yeah, I know that there's a lot of violence and stuff, but I didn't really realize at that time how some people pray to the other forces, and how I know personally several women who've gone through living through satanic ritual abuse. So seeing that side of the world is very, very disheartening and disturbing, because I'm very much aware that people are doing that as we speak. But I also have to know that I am like a modern day Martin and Malcolm, and I'm going to speak up about this stuff. And I know it's probably going to end up in a certain way, but I would rather speak up and let it be known that these things are going on, so we could actually collectively come together and stop with the third eye blindness and actually start to, really come into a space where we could practice unity as the human race. Because one of the things that I feel is the earth, right? Earth is a very living, sentient being. She has feelings, and she's very upset. She's very upset. And there's going to be a lot of, from different dreams and premonitions that I've had, a lot more natural disasters and activities. And as Catherine was saying earlier today, she said she was getting a lot of downloads from water beings. I've been getting a lot of those lately too, that were showing, not just the heavy rains, but like tsunamis and other things like that. That's kind of like cleansing the earth. So I definitely see both sides of it too. Not only that, I'm a Gemini, so I'm ruled by Mercury, and I have very strong communication skills, and I can see things from both sides, and that kind of makes it very difficult to navigate through the world, because you want to think that everything is light and love, but you also have to acknowledge that there's that other side of that too. So
I've
I
got a
hope that
quick,
answered your question. Okay, go ahead.
have you felt a positive energy during our presentations today?
you know, I felt the positive energy because I'm always going to try to tap into a higher frequency, but I've also felt that energy that's kind of trying to keep us stagnant and enslaved as a human race. Because one thing I know is that in other galaxies, there are places that are just pure love where people have come together, different species, races, and everything. And we as humans have done a lot of damage to this planet. And so I feel a lot of the positive energy, but I also can tap into that other side that often tries to, you know, bring you down. One thing I believe is that if you're meant to be here on this planet and be a bright light for people, you're going to attract hella shadows. Like there's going to be a lot of shadows that come to you. And I think what I tap into is the collective consciousness shadow of that space we haven't been aware of. And there's going to be a lot moving forward with that is concerning, but the more you focus on that negative timeline, the more it manifests. So I have to choose to focus and ground in the frequency of love, peace, prosperity, abundance, unity, compassion. One of the things I get all the time is that we need more compassion, love, and empathy for each other, and stop with the classism, racism, all of those isms. They exist, but we all live on this planet and we're destroying the planet. And in turn, she can destroy us very easily because she doesn't take any man-made orders. And that's the type of frequency I tap into too. So even when you said that, it's like literally the scales, right? We're in Libra season.
I was just trying to get to what would you like us to do to help?
To help
To help you.
to help me.
Yeah, we want to help you get that positive energy on our side, right?
Yeah, send happy thoughts, think
All right.
positive things. We don't need to be as judgmental if people have a difference of opinion. We really need to come to a space where we can all agree that we live on this planet, we love this planet, and we want to save the planet and the people on it. Because and just, you know, sending that positive energy, because it's stronger. Even though the forces of darkness are fighting too, the forces of light are out here just as much. So here, let me exit this.
You're saying people are going to be watching this on YouTube for the next couple of years. This is your opportunity to tell them what to do.
Ground in gratitude and appreciation. We need to do more learning how to grow our own food. We need to do more as far as recycling, living green, doing things to save the planet, because there are actually forces out there that are poisoning the planet. They're poisoning the air with chemtrails, they're poisoning water, they're doing all these things to try to have population control. And I've seen that future, and I don't want to focus on that one. So if I could say to someone watching this 3 to 5 years from now, did we do it? Did we collectively come together in the name of love and unity and peace and prosperity to save the planet? I'm going to say yes, because I don't want to entertain that other energy that wants us to stay, you know,
So
stagnant.
everybody out there watching us on YouTube, think positive and say yes to the light, and stay away from the dark.
Right.
Dark.
No, you can't. But the thing about it is you can't avoid the darkness. Darkness is going to be there. We have to transmute it. We have to transmute it into something positive. So when we shine the light on the dark, we actually need people to come together and do this. One of the things I talk about and I'm very passionate about is sex trafficking. Is I have let them know that this is $1 million business and it's a global issue. It's a global issue, and the people that we wouldn't think would be involved in it are involved. In fact, I just found a new group in Facebook that was talking about the CPS horrors and how they sold children into sex trafficking. These are things that we need to bring to light so we could actually wake up collectively and do what's best for the future. Because if we don't have the children and proper education and moving forward, there's not going to be a very good future for us all. And that's real concern of ours. So let me see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm out of time. Go back here. Oh, in the slideshow. Or I don't know what to do to get out of here. Stop share. Okay, stop share. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Leo, did you have anything to say? Oh, was she listening?
We're ready for the next speaker after
Yeah.
Jasmine here.
All right. I don't have the agenda.
You're good.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for
Oh
letting
yeah.
me share.
Hey Jasmine, sorry. Thank you so much.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome presentation. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yes, and thank you for bearing with me through my technical.
You're fine.
No, you
Great.
did great. You did a really good job.
You did
We're,
amazing.
we're happy you were here.
You did amazing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Andrew Carroll.
How's everybody doing tonight? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Thanks.
Good. All right. Awesome. So, Yasmin, that was absolutely great. Fantastic job. I just dropped in the chat for everybody if you would like to connect with me or learn more about what I'm about. I have my podcast, the Ashe All Day Podcast. It's available on YouTube and all listening platforms. Ashe All Day is all about doing your inner work. And the segue that Yasmin gave us is absolutely perfect. I love doing my shadow work, man. I am in my darkness constantly. After this talk, I am going to the Mercury to get my membership to the Goth Club. And that's just, you know, I've found that my light shines so much brighter when I'm actively going into my shadow and loving my shadow. For a long time, I was a shadow hunter, and I was going into the shadow in a very confrontational way, seeking to really root it out and kill it, and to try to make it submit to my will. And that was really counterproductive. It was asked of me to discuss the pharmakia. And that is the thing that I love most of all. That is the work that I love to do more than anything. So I think that's kind of what's been coming up for me most of all today. A little segue into that. I think I heard Jonathan bring up the book of Enoch briefly a little bit earlier today. And recently my study has been a lot of demonolatry specifically and chaos magic specifically. The reason behind that is because the more that I engage with plant medicine and I go into breath work and energetics, I find that I am being exposed and contacted much more frequently by different entities or different energies, depending on your school of thought, that are guiding me, providing wisdom, or asking things of me, seeking to have me manifest or create. And the way that I view all of this work is that as a creator, we are all essentially gods or fallen angels or whatever you want to, whatever fits for you, really. You know, in the idea that nothing is true and everything is permitted, I feel that it is my role to support your belief system and structure. And whatever you do doesn't impact me, and I am 100% responsible for me and 0% responsible for you. So that makes some people uncomfortable. What I'm finding more and more is that, especially as a creative, I become more capable in channeling from source or within or pulling in from the universe or being a channel when I'm able to surrender and to let go of my personal expectations. And the pharmakia, the work with psychedelics and empathogens, has been an absolutely critical component of my ability to do that in an effective way. To start at the beginning, I grew up in a town of 300 people in Montana, incredibly racist. From the time I was 3-4 years old, it was essentially drilled into me by my community that I was a nigger, that I was dirty, and that I was other. And there is nothing that I could do to be valuable or worthwhile. Didn't matter how good I was at sports, Didn't matter how good I was in school. And eventually, what that resulted in was me becoming a delinquent, which might sound kind of silly in a town of 300 people in Montana, but I was essentially on juvenile probation for most of high school. I eventually got expelled for smoking pot at school too often. And there was a time that I had them stop a bus about 15 miles out of town. So I walked home because a teacher on that bus told us all to sit down, shut up, and start acting like white people. And so this is the framework and the structure that I was raised in, that no matter what I did, I was dirty and I had no intrinsic value. I had no worth. Nothing mattered. It wasn't until I was about 34 years old, I think in 2020, that in the hills of Bountiful, Utah, the day that I was gonna go and kill myself, I smoked a joint. I was standing outside looking out over the town of Bountiful, and the gun was in my car. I took a last look at the clouds, went to get in my vehicle, and my phone rang. And it was the medicine woman that changed my life forever. We had about an hour conversation. During that time, she talked me through some things. And for the first time in my life, I saw my naked and terrified inner child shivering at the bottom of a deep, dark hole, alone and scared. And I reached down and I picked myself up and I felt held. And for the first time, I had some hope in my life. And what that journey started was an extensive course of MDMA therapy with this woman, and it changed my life forever. My third session of MDMA, I was taught how to resource. So a lot of this was exactly following the protocols of the MAPS program. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but I'm guessing in this crowd, quite a few of us know what MAPS is and what it's about, how MDMA is right on the cusp of becoming an FDA-approved modality of healing. So I was being taught to resource in my third session. And in that moment, that 8 hours, 9 hours that day, I became an activated light body. I was resourcing to my spot in a hammock at the foot of Lower Calf Creek Falls. And I came out of my body with this beam of light that shot infinitely through the stars. It never ended. And as I ascended above my body, my wings came out and I felt them tangibly come out of my back, out of my body, and lift me higher, circling this beam of light that was emanating from my chest. As I was this body circling this beam of light, I again zoomed out further and became the watcher on the mountain, witnessing myself as a celestial body, circling a beam of light, emanating from the chest of my physical body, swaying in a hammock at the base of a waterfall. Once again, I zoomed out even further and I became the awareness of the watcher on the mountain, observing the celestial body, circling the beam of light of the physical body. That moment changed my life forever. I had lived my entire life as a very, very racist Black man. I had a white mentality from rural Montana and northern Idaho. I was not exposed to any other Black people my entire life. My mom was truly, I am a product of gang rape. And I wholeheartedly support a woman's right to choose whether or not she will have a child. And I support my mother's right to that. When she was about to kill herself and she was pregnant with me, right before she was going to jump off the overpass, I started to fight for life in her belly and she climbed down. And that night she was saved by my grandparents from my father. So it has been an entire life of running from fear and pain and terror that was drilled into my DNA, epigenetic trauma on a very deep level, that MDMA was finally able to touch and help me work through and love on all the shame and all the guilt and all the horror and the fear that I had been carrying, and the lack of self-love that I had been carrying for my entire life. After that session, that third session where I became an activated light body, the work really started. And I wholeheartedly believe that my path on this journey with the Pharmakia was laid out intentionally so that I could continue to do the work. My first 3 sessions were a breeze. I was like, oh, is this what this is about? Is this what this work is going to be? Well, I could do this all day. Let's go harder. Let's go faster. Let's go further. My 4th session rocked my world. I went into the deepest, darkest death and dissociation and stagnation I thought was, I never would have imagined possible. It was just it was incredible, truly, to be able to go into the feelings that I had been pushing away my entire life and to be present with them. And I heard it put so appropriately before, so this is not my wisdom, but I'm sharing it with you, is that things like antidepressants and other pharmaceuticals teach you to sit on your feelings, not to deal with them, but to sit on them. What the Pharmakia and psychedelics and empathogens do, they teach you to sit with your feelings and sit with your experience. And that is the significant portion that is missing from things like talk therapy, from things like in EMDR, and any other of those traditional modalities. They didn't work for me. I had been to rehab twice by this point. I had been in talk therapy since I was 18, 19. And everything in my life was impacted. I was a gifted kid. Fortunately, my mom was a highly trained special education teacher and a elementary and middle school administrator. So she did what she could to ensure that I got a really good education and that I was tested for all of that advanced stuff. And so I got access to a good education in spite of it being provided by extremely racist teaching faculty. I don't know that I would change much about my childhood because I love who I am today. I just want to be really clear about that. As I continued in that work with MDMA therapy, I finally got to a point where I was graduated into using fungus and LSD for these sessions. And had I not been able to do my work and learn the process of the body scanning meditation with my eye bag, going inward, doing my breath work, in these moments, I wouldn't have been able to handle the teachings that came up with the fungus and the LSD. And all of this completely changed my relationship to cannabis as well. I had smoked so much pot in my youth. And when I got out of the Air Force in 2011, I was smoking like an ounce every 3 days just to try to escape from stuff. When I was finally taught how to use cannabis for this kind of plant medicine work, my first cannabis session was more brutal and freeing than any of the MDMA or mushrooms were. I was more afraid to use cannabis than I was of going into a fungus session. Just to let you know about how intentional and impactful that plant can be as a medicine. If you haven't tried using it in that way, feel free to reach out to me. And I am happy to walk you through some steps on how that works and what that looks like. Yeah, so up until that point, I had used mushrooms one time when I was 17 years old. And as it typically goes, I ate 2 fingers of the bag, nothing happened. Ate 2 more, nothing happened. Ate 2 more, nothing happened. Ate 2 more. Eventually, I had eaten the entire sandwich bag full of shrooms. And it was about 2:30 in the morning, and all my buddies went to bed. And I was like, this stuff was bunk. We had been having a couple of beers in the driveway. So I drove to the gas station, bought a pack of cigarettes. And when the guy turned around to put them on the counter, my entire reality shifted in front of me. And I skedaddled as quickly as I could. And I laid in bed until I don't know. I have no idea how long it was. Just listening to a Perfect Circle's 13th Step album on repeat for hours, crying my eyes out. And I had never been taught really anything about fungus or what a psychedelic experience was going to be like. So that was my first exposure to it. And then I didn't do it again until I was in my 30s. And by that time, like I said, followed the track of the MDMA therapy and the MAPS process, get into the fungus space, and I'm doing that work. And then I ended up moving out of that community and being on my own in Europe. And so this work had already become obviously very important to me. It had changed, it had saved my life. Working with my medicine woman and with these drugs, with these medicines, with these plants, saved my life. And so I continued to want to do that work, and I continued to engage in my meditation and my movement and my breath work. And then eventually I found a reliable and safe source to find medicine in Europe. So I started to do this work on my own without the facilitation of my medicine woman. And one very impactful instance was I had created some tech with some mushrooms, put my eye cover on, laid out in my sacred space with my altar and all of my magic items essentially around me, got comfortable, and started doing my breath work. And a common theme for me is that the fear will always come up. It's kind of an initial thing. I'm used to it now, and I know to drop into it, that I'm going to be safe and sound and that it will pass and we'll just be here. We'll notice and allow it and watch the weather change, essentially. This time, it was a very intense fear. I was on my own. I had done about 4 or 5 grams of powdered fungus into a tech solution. And I was in for it. I had buckled up and I was ready to go. So my initial reaction to this fear was, I felt that I was being stalked through the jungle of my soul. And so for me, I would kind of transcend into different spaces of spirituality, so to speak. A lot of what I do, what makes sense for me in the psychedelic space, involves my spirit fire and being in nature. So this felt as though I was being stalked through the jungle, and I got sick of it. So I sat down at my spirit fire and I invited whatever was out there to come and sit with me. And out of the mist of the jungle came a 12-foot pure black entity with glowing red eyes and a huge spear that was the warrior. And I invited the warrior to sit down with me at my fire. And he did. And he said nothing, just looked at me. And I was looking at him, just trying to figure out what I was supposed to do, what I was meant to do. And eventually he told me that it was time to take off my mask. And like a deck of shuffling cards, I ran through every relationship that I have ever been in and every connection I've ever had with other people. And these masks just started coming off of my face. And as they came off of my face, they began to descend through my body to my root chakra. And the connection of the base of my spine and my hips, my core, my root were separated. They were opposite of each other. And I saw that in this space. And I thought to myself, oh man, I'm not connected to my root. No wonder I'm never grounded. I wonder if I should be able to fix that. And I sat there looking at it for a second. And I was like, well, I'm right here. I might as well put them back together. So in that space, I reached out, I grabbed them, I reconnected them, and I came back up. And I looked at the warrior and I was like, hey, I think that was really powerful. And then he said to me, yeah, that's great, bud, but take off your mask. And then I realized that he had been telling me to take off my eye cover. So I took off my eye cover and I went outside into the grass, into the sunlight, and I smoked a spliff and just communed with nature. And I got some really beautiful visuals, and there were essentially like pill bugs, silver, like glimmering pill bugs climbing up every stalk of grass, and my bushes were just glistening. Everything was breathing with me, and I was just being held, just being absolutely held. And just so you can see, oh, that you can't see, maybe, no, it's not working. I will try to share this picture. I found this photo in 2013, and it happened to still be on my phone, but I was like, I know I've seen this warrior somewhere before. And I went through all of my stuff, and it is something that had been with me for 11 years. 11 years, this photo had been in my pocket, on my devices. I hadn't seen it since the first time that I had picked it up, but my subconscious had gone and pulled that out to teach me a lesson. So all of that to say, pharmakia and psychedelics must be done with intention. They're not a magic bullet. And if you are in this realm and you haven't listened to the book I Feel Love by Rachel Newen yet, I highly recommend it. It is one of the most accurate detailings of the history of MDMA, of the process that MAPS has gone through, and the trials and the studies to make sure that it gets approved by the FDA for treatment. She has interviewed all of the pioneers of MDMA, the original chemists, she's read the books, and she's collected it all in a very beautiful and well presented way. She concludes that book with this same statement, that it is not a magic bullet, right? And as we know, with experiments like the MK Ultra trials that the CIA put people through to see if they could do mind control with LSD, people think that, oh, if I just give you, and the specific example came from the book, but if somebody were to just like dose Donald Trump with MDMA, then he would just be cured and everything would be fine. He'd stop being a racist piece of shit. But that's not the case. What that space opens up for you, if you're not being intentional about it. Have you ever heard this when somebody like maybe does some steroids or they're curious about using steroids? People say, well, steroids just make you more of who you are. And if you're an asshole, then you're just going to be an asshole. It's going to reinforce that stuff. It's the same thing. If someone is being unintentional with their use of MDMA or psychedelics, and they're not in there for personal development and growth, it's going to reinforce those ruts and those thought patterns and those kind of beliefs and ideals that already exist, because you are not actively doing the work and using the technology, this ancient wisdom, which is why we're here and has been given to us by totally different beings. Whether you want to call them demons or angels or spirit or energetics or whatever, like this is all stuff that's been lost and intentionally lost. And this is also what we're here, as light workers, as Merkaba, as activated light beings. This is what we're here to be bringing out. My specific role is to go into the darkness, to meet people where they are, to show them what this looks like now. And Yasmin, I'm pretty sure that much like myself, you are able to float through many different groups of society, and everywhere you go, people are like, what's your secret? There's something about you. And they want what we have. And it's the same thought. This is all part of the reason that I float through so many different groups. I'm very personable, decent amount of charisma. I'm usually rolling a 20 charisma check, these kinds of things. So But it's all about being intentional, and it's all about using that technology, neuro-linguistic programming, the psychedelics, the MDMA, the breath work, the meditation, the movement, especially movement and sound, to reprogram these beliefs. So someone who is still asleep and using these substances is essentially still communing with death and not doing the work. So specifically to the pharmakia, another book that I highly recommend, many of you have probably heard of it, is called The Immortality Key by Brian Marescu. Spelling is really, really odd for his last name. He was trained as an attorney, but he went and basically did an attorney level, I'm building a case kind of research on the pharmakia, mystery schools, what it looked like, and how the sacrament and those kinds of things were used in ancient religion. And initially, the book is skewed towards Christianity, but he's not a Christian, and neither am I. So it's a great resource. The beautiful thing about pharmakia and the ancient traditions is that it was always used with intention, and it was always administered most of the time by female priestesses of that belief system. A lot of this happened in Greece. A lot of it happened in the dark. Now, I would like you to take note of how the escalation of the war on drugs happened in the 60s, when people were starting to really engage with psychedelics and love was spreading. A lot of open-minded things were happening, and it was squashed, and squashed hard, by the United States government. So why do you think that is? It's because it's literally dangerous and it disrupts the system. How many of us have willingly stepped out of the system that we were a part of in order to follow our hearts and create what we really want to see in the world? Even a show of hands or a nod. I know a couple people are off camera, but this work is not for the faint of heart. It will take over in a really beautiful way. And what I mean by that is, as I do this work and I engage with these drugs and this medicine and these practices, what I become more capable of doing is surrendering my will to thy will, right? Going from my will to thy will, opening up to source, giving my talents and my ability to forge words to that creative endeavor, to be able to go to a metal jam at El Corazon with all the metalheads of Seattle and rip off metal vocals, improv with a jam band that brings people together and creates tighter community. Like, all of these things are what I'm meant for. And it's terrifying. And initially it feels like there's no money there. And I struggle to pay my bills and to engage in this system that I willingly say can go fuck itself, right? Because I'm a danger to the status quo. I am a threat. And that's why I lost a 6-figure job at a giant military installation in Europe, because I wasn't going to sit there and play those games anymore, because it was killing my well-being and it was destroying my ability to engage in creative, productive, and healing ways with the people that I was around. And I'm all for breaking the system from the inside. And I did my best to do that. And I did it at a pretty high level, made an impact on a lot of young airmen, and I helped a lot of people while I was there, at great cost to myself. So how do we move through that, right? What do we do when that's kind of the situation? For me, I'm fortunate enough to be able to step out of that role, and I landed in Seattle with nothing in January of this year. And through being faithful to what I'm called to do, I'm now blessed to be here sharing with you guys about how important and impactful plant medicine has been, about what it looks like to truly be on this journey, to have not eaten a bullet in 2020 in the hills of Bountiful, Utah, right? to be able to publish my collection of poetry, to be able to be so in love with Andrew that I can step on a stage anywhere with no notes and improvise something that's going to touch hearts and bring people together. Because I've lived 37 years of my life preparing for this moment. Everything that I have experienced in life happens for me. Catch that again. Everything that happens in life happens for me. It doesn't happen to me. It happens for me. We are all gods, or we're all meat machines, or we're all meaning makers. Whatever you believe, I accept you for who you are. And I hope that you do too. You feel that in your body? I know I do. I do all the time. And that's why movement and the medicine is so important to me. The stagnant energy that Yasmin was talking about, that's this cloying, dark, sticky sludge that gets on your hands. And as you wipe it off, it covers you and you end up like, you know, that story of Tar Baby. Do we know the Tar Baby story? Anybody? Yeah, AE knows Tar Baby. Yasmin, look that up. It's there's a collection of cultural stories for people of color called The People Could Fly. It's an older book, but Tar Baby's in there. Brer Rabbit, I think, was another name for it. So I would love to open this up for questions. I could keep chasing rabbit trails, and I love the interaction. I love to feed off the energy of the people who are here. If you have questions for me, please ask, pick my brain. Like I said, I am actively studying demonology. I am actively studying chaos magic. I came from a very conservative white Christian upbringing. I know now that, you know, I dabble in the dark arts and dark magic, and I'm not religious at all. I think that's done more to destroy our society than most other things combined. And in that, you know, like, I don't believe in Satan. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in that stuff. I believe in humans. I believe in the entities. I believe in energy. You know, there's so much more than what is being presented to us. And I know that it's true for me in my experience, but I can't speak for you. And I love to constantly challenge my beliefs. And that's one of the things that chaos magic has taught me, is that the most powerful thing that I can do is to be willing to change myself, to make those changes, to challenge my own belief system, to actively seek out other opinions and viewpoints. And I did not have the confidence necessarily to do that before I started to really engage heavily in medicines. And I'm sure a lot of you have leveraged DMT and LSD and fungus and MDMA and cannabis. Many of you maybe have done ayahuasca, which hasn't presented itself to me yet in a container that I'm comfortable with. I believe that should be done on a pretty solitary journey with the people from the region in that region, and I haven't had that opportunity yet. So I'm waiting for that to present itself. I really believe that's a rite of passage that will come up for me when it's meant to. But I have experienced the other substances that I was talking about: DMT, MDMA, LSD, cannabis, mushrooms. Those kinds of things are definitely things I'm comfortable talking about. So questions, feel free, let them rip.
Well, I guess I'll go first.
Awesome, thank you.
Excellent presentation so far. It's amazing the parallels that I'm seeing between what you've gone through and what I've gone through and what other friends of mine have experienced too. my family and things like that. Regarding ayahuasca, you probably want to talk to Tom Lane, one of the other presenters here. He could probably steer you in the right direction. It might be the
Okay.
actual person you want to do that with, because he's very aware. And I wanted to ask you a question about, you said you've gone through these different therapies.
Mm-hmm.
Especially you mentioned talk therapy, and you were kind of sounded a little derisive about it. I had some real dark times for about a decade, and this is going back about 30 years now, almost. Yeah, maybe 25. But anyway, the point being, I did CBT and a cognitive behavioral therapy, which was a talk therapy, and I've got a lot of value out of that. Not much else of therapy in general. And I'd been on the antidepressants and all the other typical pharmaceutical, and all that did was made me feel detached.
Yep.
Not myself. Like this is all happening over here to somebody else. As you mentioned, there was no connection, right, to the self. And so I stopped. I did it for a period of time, and I said, you know what? I feel terrible. I just don't feel. I mean, I felt sad when I wasn't doing this, but I felt like crap whenever I was. Right? I'm like, I'd rather feel sad and not like crap. Ultimately, I stopped drinking for like 4 years. I wasn't a heavy drinker, but I was, a social drinker. And after 4 years, I decided I'd start drinking alcohol again, because I decided I would feel depressed, because it's a depressant and it would make me sad, and I wouldn't, do it. But even today, if I drink like a margarita or something like that, 2 days later, I can feel that chemical imbalance, right?
Yep.
So I don't do that. But the cognitive behavioral therapy, and there was a couple of books that I picked up. One was called Loving What Is by Byron Katie, who talks about these four. Power of Now was something that by Eckhart Tolle that Yasmin brought up, another really good book. And then Happiness is a Choice by Barry Kaufman, another good book. So those three kind of helped me get my head more or less straightened out. Still, to this day, I have thoughts and there's these intrusive things that happen whenever you're sitting there saying, did you make the right choice? Did you know, how are you responding with other people? As you mentioned, something about you take something and it turns you into more of what you are, right? And this is what I'm concerned about is as humans, and back to Yasmin's point too, this positivity, the interconnectivity with everybody, that's important. Yeah, and I really appreciate, your perspective, Andrew, as far as, if you feel that the pharmakeia is something that works and will work, then, we need to, kind of help our politicians come to that realization. I mean, it boggles my mind that the racist policies about marijuana that were inculcated back in the 20s and 30s are still to this day on the federal level. Cannabis is illegal, right?
Well, it makes more money that way.
That's not even the problem, though. I mean, this isn't America. It's the other countries too have these biases. Okay, This is where I'm wondering. Again, I write science fiction, but you got to take a look at the world in order to hold a mirror up to it.
Yeah.
And this is the thing is, you see, like, God darn, what is it about a monarchy, for instance? Why do people still follow monarchies? Why are you following these people that are driving you straight into the mouth of hell and killing your children? What are you doing this for? And is it because people are just that, I don't want to say intellectually lazy, or just frustrated, or whatever it is? But when you see evil, you should stand up against it, right?
Right. So I'm going to try to address as much of that in one fell swoop as I can. Where to start? When you see evil, you should, right? I try to stay away from should. So many people, when you look out into our society today, this is what I see in my experience. And I was one of these people. I mean, how do you turn a Black man into a black man who is racist against black people. You drop him into an entirely white community. Whether or not it was intentional, that mindset developed inside of me, right? I had no peers. Everyone I grew up with was white. There was no diversity. You know, the Latino family that moved to town were lighter skinned than me, and all the daughters were hot, so they were okay. That was okay, right? But you're actively looking at a society that is operating on, is anybody familiar with the psychedelic somatic interactional psychotherapy model? I know that's a mouthful. It's PSIP for short. Okay, so basically what that model has is a scale of 0 to 4, if I remember correctly. 0 is where you see that gazelle out in the prairie on the grassland, and it's chilling. It's with its herd. There's no lions around, plenty of food to eat. Life is gravy for that gazelle, right? There's no threat. So good right now. Yeah, I see Leo Russell. Yeah, Book of Enoch. 1 second. So a level 1 is when those lions are finally like, they're getting up, they're moving around. So the gazelles are like, oh, I see a lion, not a threat right now, but just something to be aware of. Level 2, those lions have gotten hungry. They're approaching the gazelles, the herd, all that stuff. They're getting ready to pounce. The gazelles are now in a heightened state of readiness and alert. Level 3, the lions are actively hunting and pursuing the herd. All the gazelles are running. Everything is fucked. Everyone's terrified, right? Finally, the lion will catch one. One of those gazelles gets caught. For that instance, for that gazelle, it's going to go into, if I remember correctly, level 4. It is panicking. It's freaking out. It's trying its best to get away. And then the final stage is the acceptance, so level 3 is the freak out. Level 4 is the acceptance. Level 4 is what happens when the gazelle gets still and it accepts its fate. What has happened biochemically in that animal's brain is a complete release of natural opioids that the brain creates so that it feels no more pain. It completely dissociates from its body. And this is exactly why I don't like ketamine therapy. I believe that ketamine is a strict dissociative that is now the cool thing to talk about, that sort of emulates the experience of an MDMA session, but does not drive the person into the trauma to be dealt with and loved on and empathetically resolved. So when that gazelle, if that gazelle does get away, when you see that gazelle get away from the lion and it hasn't been killed and eaten, you watch it and it starts to shake everywhere, right? You see it shaking, it's shaking it off, it goes back to its people. And then, within a certain amount of time, it looks like it's all chill and life is gravy again, right? That is the natural progression of a threat response that an animal or a human should be able to experience. But what's happened in our society is that we are also stressed out and driven and pushed and slaves to this system, that most people are operating at a level 2. That's that heightened sense of terror, that there is constantly a threat in my environment, that I have to be on high alert and ready to fight or flight at all times. This is part of the reason that Trump's strategy was so effective in our society. It's because he was able to not only rally the alt-right, the Zionists, the white nationalist movement. Yes, that is actively happening. If you're not paying attention to that, you need to start. And you need to speak up, because he has been dog whistling for white supremacy and for racist ideology since his entire life, but specifically in his political campaign. And the alt-right has rallied around him because he is actively a racist, fascist presidential candidate. Anyway, that's part of why he also drives fear in everything that he does. And I say all this, AE, to address exactly what you're talking about. When you're saying, like, why don't people just directly go face it? One, a lot of people are in adrenal fatigue from living in a state of constant hypervigilance. Some unknown boogeyman is coming to get me, is coming to take my family, is coming to take my money, is coming to take my land. Well, no fucking wonder we're all terrified of that, because that was the exact playbook that got us America in the first place.
Yeah.
And so that has just been driven and drilled into us, indoctrinated in through our traditional education system, constantly.
You aren't gonna have an argument with me about public education being
Yeah.
a crappy thing. I worked 4 years in a K through 12 environment, and 1 year in the school itself, and 3 years behind the scenes. And I got out of it because it was too heartbreaking. It just was depressing.
Yep.
It's indoctrination. Exactly.
It is exactly
But-
indoctrination. You're told to sit down, shut up, and make widgets.
Right. And the thing
And
that
that's what they want is an easily controlled
right,
population.
they want cogs for the machine, right?
Yes, they do. And so I think I addressed, did I address most of what you had
No.
kind of asked there? And I want to make sure that I get to this question from Leo as well. And Yasmin raised her hand as well. So I want to make sure that I get time
Sure.
for everyone here.
Go ahead.
Is there anything I can put a bow on, AE, for you? Or maybe we can come back in a moment.
Circle back around to it.
Okay. Yasmin, yes, I see you. What's up, goddess?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I loved your presentation. I felt like it was a perfect segue. I resonated with a lot of things that you said, including the shadow work, because I have my shadow work journal workbooks that I work through constantly. And like you said, it's not for the faint of heart at all.
No.
One of the things that you mentioned was MK Ultra. I wanted to know, what are your thoughts on mind control and how the government uses that to manipulate people? Because I'm just going to tell you, I put in the chat a little picture of something that popped up in a concert that I was just at, where it said, whoever controls the media controls minds. And then there was like a mind control thing that happened and
Yeah.
a portal opened. I felt the shift in frequency, but I don't think that people are necessarily aware. So I just wanted to know, what are your thoughts on that?
So things like MK Ultra being leaked to us, or us becoming aware of that, is the American government does not make mistakes. So everyone needs to get that out of their mind immediately. They aren't fucking up. That machine is too big, and there's trillions of dollars funneling through it. They don't make mistakes. They present themselves as ignorant, as goofy, as incompetent. I mean, your Marjorie Taylor Greens, all these politicians at the moment, especially the Republican far right, are acting like they're incompetent, ignorant idiots. Everything they do is intentional. So mind control is happening all the time. It's happening on TikTok. It's happening on Instagram. It's happening in the technology sector like crazy. It is a lot more subtle than people give it credit for. It's not somebody with a spiral trying to hypnotize you. It's not a swinging wrist. It's not a swinging pocket watch. It's not. It's that algorithm on YouTube that slowly takes you down a rabbit trail to the far right when you watched a video from Joe Rogan's podcast with the right guests on it. It's that algorithm in your Google search that knows that you came into a certain proximity with this thing or that thing. Those are the kinds of things. It's people who are mindlessly consuming any kind of mindless consumption, music, television, movies, whatever that is. I have no problem with that if you're going into it intentionally. I just recently started watching horror. I didn't watch that before because I was not in a place where I could handle it. But now that I am intentional about that, and I'm working on making films myself, horror is something that I am getting into. I'm writing horror stuff, and it's getting great feedback. But if you are just mindlessly consuming the Kardashians, that is actively mind control. And whoever controls the media, that's coming from some very old wisdom. There's oh my goodness. It's the mob mentality type of thing. And I cannot remember the name of the book from the French philosopher right now that I read. It's not Sartre or whoever. If I can think of it, Yasmin, you and I are actually connected on Instagram. I sent you a message while you were giving your talk. Would love to connect more with anybody who's here right now. Feel free. I am Andrew Carroll on every platform. So connect with me on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever that looks like for you. I'd love to be connected.
Is that the Tocqueville you were thinking about, or Voltaire?
No, it was none of those. It's a really, it's kind of an obscure guy. It's and it's quite old and it's kind of racist. It's pretty racist. But the information that is in it, if you read that and then you look at Donald Trump's campaign strategy, it fits it perfectly, because what he is doing is fomenting rage. And if you're easily triggered, you're easily controlled, which is why you continue to stimulate a population to be at that level 2 that we're talking about constantly. Some people are in that level 3 all the time. And the level 3, like I said, is that absolute flight, running, being chased by a lion level of fear, right? So Yasmin, does that address your question?
Yes, it did. And
Okay.
okay, yeah, I'll let somebody else ask.
Okay, I just want to, Leo asked about the Book of Enoch. I'm fading on since 10. Rick is taking over. Please help people get on and keep the fire going until we pop back on. Okay, perfect. Does anybody have any questions about the Book of Enoch? I think of all of the biblical texts, I mean, if you haven't read the Bible, I am not a Christian. I am saying that right now in front of everyone. I'm not. And I have already stated that religion has done there's probably one of the most destructive forces on the planet. Another great way to indoctrinate people and to mind control, because what you're really, again, back to the mind control, what you're really seeing is an entire ideology that is set up to drive guilt, shame, and fear in a population. Guilt, shame, and fear. If you are out and about and you're making sure that you recognize those 3 things, what are the things that are poking that bear? What is it that is constantly being told? Oh, you shouldn't be promiscuous. Oh, you should be in a monogamous relationship. No, you should do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't hurt other people. And if you're not doing what you want, you're conforming to that ideology because you're likely shaming yourself into the inaction.
That answers the question earlier, why people don't.
Guilt, shame, and fear.
Yeah, they've been shamed into inaction.
And even I am still in that place. I'm constantly working on that, doing my best to get into a place where I can openly explore ethical non-monogamy or polyamory or whatever that was. And this is just something for me that has come up recently. I went through a really rough breakup last September or January timeframe. This whole thing, I was in an abusive relationship, and that's why I left Europe. I packed a backpack and I got on an airplane. I came to Seattle with nothing in January. I had no money. I had no place to stay. I was facing homelessness, like absolute. But the relationship that I was in was so bad that I had to make such a drastic change and absolutely revamp my entire life. And so I had been seeking community, and my now ex was adamant, like after all the stuff that we had been through, that she wanted to go to church and that she was this upstanding Christian woman. And so I was seeking community. I wanted to be accepted by people. I was hurt. I wanted to work on this relationship. I wanted to do what's right. Well, what's right? Fuck that shit. That dualistic mindset, right? That dualistic mindset is another obstacle into living a fully expressed and divine human life. And that is why we're here. The Book of Enoch tells us that original sin and technology and all that stuff came because the angels were seduced by the daughters of men because of their beauty. And my God, women are beautiful, right? Across the board, just absolutely gorgeous, every single one of them in their own ways. It's amazing. No wonder angels from heaven would be like, yo, you check that out? I'm out. It makes total sense. And then you get into, they had children with the daughters of man. Those angels came down, and that's where we get our technology, war, guns, steel, all that stuff, farm, agriculture, poetry, musical instruments. There are many Satans in this non-canonical text, right? But what we got from the offspring of those angelic divine beings having children with the daughters of men were Nephilim, the giants, the 6-fingered ones, right? And if you look through history, you know that they exist. They still do. There's still residuals of that. Who built the pyramids? People want to say aliens, maybe so, but also we're not talking about like a 10-foot Andre the Giant here. We are talking about 60, 70, 80, 90, 100-foot tall man-eating giants that knew technology, that gave us math and language and all these things. And they would go and they would war among the nations. So there's so much history that is coded into these religious texts that is consistent across the board. If you spread through that, like the Old Testament stuff, and you get away from looking at it as like this Christian viewpoint, and you start to look at it as more of a historical document, you can follow threads from one thing to another and connect a lot of dots. So I hope that's enough. I know I'm running short on time. I don't want to push it too much. That's kind of the takeaway from the Book of Enoch. If you have not read, if you are not reading Demonolatry and this stuff's interesting to you, you're going to want to pick up Demonolatry, the book Demonolatry. I forget who the author is. And then also Liber Null and Psychonaut is one book by Peter Carroll, same last name as me. That is a fantastic text about chaos magic and what goes on there. A lot of really great strategy on how to set up your altar, how to imbue your magical objects, how to create your sigil. And then Demonolatry and the Book of Enoch fit hand in hand. What I'm talking about, why do they fit hand in hand, Andrew? They fit hand in hand because what we have is many fallen angels, and we have the Ars Goetia, right? And we have the Book of Enoch. There are many different like rulers of hell or kings of hell. You've got Baphomet, you've got Baal, you've got Lilith. I had a crush on her. She's so dangerous. Oh my God. So good. Samael, Lucifer, Satan. You have all these, and that's not even like the scratching the iceberg. There's like over 72 keys in the keys of Solomon or whatever. That's the Ars Goetia, right? And so one of the demons that I am exploring more and could end up being my patron demon or my patron entity or my patron energy is Ronway. Ronway is the demon of literature and art and poetry and those kinds of things. And that is my gift. I am a wordsmith. I can freestyle. I can drop, like I am one of the most gifted little words guys. And so people get really uncomfortable when you're like, oh, I might worship a demon. Well, demon comes from daemon, is the Greek for energy or wisdom. And all of this stuff is inside of us, right? We're all connected in the collective unconscious. We are all experiencing that. And to address what Yasmin said, and AE, you had asked this question. I know I'm getting close to time here, and I just want to respect the person who's up after me. I don't remember who that is, but
Right.
Ray, all right, awesome. Ray, I'll be done in just 1 second, brother. Lost my train of thought.
All right,
To address the collective unconscious. This work, what we're talking about, the pharmakia, this is the most important point that I can probably give for all of this, is that I know what is mine. I am 100% responsible for Andrew. I am 100% responsible for my safe space. I am 100% responsible for everything I create and what I put out. I need to know myself intimately, the energetics that come from my internal body, from my experience, from me taking breath and engaging in this divine human condition. I have to know what's mine. And that is what the pharmakia and the MDMA and the psilocybin and the LSD and the DMT have all helped me understand, is what is Andrew's. And so when I get into a space where I'm feeling this pressure, this existential dread, this trash fire, that is something that's like, ugh, what the fuck is this? Like, ugh. That's not mine. I don't have to deal with it. I can set a timer. I can be in that space for a minute, give it a few moments, understand like that's that collective bullshit that's out there. I have work to do. I don't need to carry that anymore. And I can set it down and I can move on with my goodness and my light and my beauty. So that is why meditation, journaling, writing, singing, movement, healthy nutrition, all of these practices are freeing you up AE, you mentioned that you don't drink for a while, and when you do drink, you feel that shit in your body for a couple of days. I stopped drinking completely. One, I didn't have a healthy relationship with alcohol for most of my life, but two, it's poison. And Mama Gaia wants to love Andrew with all she's got. And when I am partaking of tobacco, not ritual tobacco, but cigarettes and alcohol and sex, especially Eros energy, is one of the most important energies that we can protect. And when I am having sex without intention, that is detrimental to my well-being and the well-being of my partner. Because if I'm engaging in sex without intention, it's because my partner is also engaging in sex without intention. We are exchanging energy, and we are not transferring love and health and commitment in whatever that looks like. Because love is based on truth and trust. And that creates absolute freedom, because love is truth, trust, and freedom. If I have truth and trust with my partner, she can be with whoever she wants and it doesn't hurt me. Do you see? Because I know that we are each other's choice. There is love there. And this is about, I am here to fully express and engage in this human condition and be a participant in the lust and the desires of the flesh. Ooh, it's so gross and bad. How dare you? Right? Well, why else am I here if not to experience every pain and pleasure that I possibly can? Because pleasure means nothing if I haven't had the pain, and pain means nothing if I can't have the pleasure.
Well, Ray's up here.
Yeah.
I think anybody have any last minute question here? All righty. Andrew,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome. Very educational and motivating. Ray, you ready to come on? I'm not sure if Rick or Leo can help you here. You can see if you can share your screen out. Let me see. Let's see if you got video here. Hold on a second. Can you hear me, Ray?
Yep, I can hear
There you
you.
go. See ya. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. I'm trying to find the screen that is.
Thanks again, Andrew. It was great. It was very.
Yeah,
amazing.
Andrew, man, that's gonna be hard to like follow up right there. Andrew,
Thank
way to
you.
go, man.
Thank you.
Let's
Truly.
say, yeah, that was actually very I only caught the tail end, and I wish I'd have gotten the whole enchilada.
Oh, do you? Wow.
Yeah, that really spoke to me. I don't know, like I'm all about the Giants. Let me tell you, like I'm like those goddamn mounds were full of. They hid those motherfuckers from us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, boy.
Why they hide that from us? I don't understand. Like Lincoln has a speech where he mentioned the race of giants that lived amongst us in the mounds they were buried. Like man, and I follow that. I get into that Tartaria thread stuff that people put out. Like our history is messed up, man. Like we have had. Oh my God, it's baffling to me. The mystery is so surrounding us, and we are all like falsely normed out. Like, oh, it's just normal, Like no, there's no norm. Like this is some wild magical stuff. But I don't need, honestly, you guys, I don't know why I'm here. I have a PhD, a pretty hilarious degree. And like, I had some UFO encounters and some heavy duty mushroom use since I was a teen, and like, LSD experiences where I saw utopic visions and then unfortunately went to hug a cop and, so I don't really know exactly where we should begin. What are we talking about exactly on this evening? Where do we want to go? I'm just wanting to have a conversation. I guess I can moderate a conversation because I don't have
What do you think about the recent UFO announcements from the government? Let's just start there.
Well, what do I think about it? I think it's a good jumping off point for a massive unknown. Like we basically are, the whole civilization is now included in the great mystery. Like that is a big what the hell that we are all joining in. Like we have admitted we actually don't know what's going on. Like, like that. And our government is finally being like, actually, we don't really understand the nature and function of our greater world. I mean, they're saying they're interacting with these things commonly, like on a regular, and they don't know what it is. And that is that's amazing. Just that in and of itself is amazing. I personally, because my experience is not of metal ships, I've had an experience that was very transformative of my life in my teenage years. I was 14 years old when this thing happened to me, and my conclusion was that it was not anything. It was a being, like this thing was huge and full of energy, and it was not really. It was more spirit than form. So like when they talk about these, these objects, I just think that there's an ecology of these strange things that are in our atmospheres, in our inner worlds. And we are growing close to the time when we will be experiencing more and more revelation of that mystery. And the mushroom for me has been the tool to sort of jump ahead into the future and be astounded by psychic phenomena all the time. I mean, if you eat the mushrooms heavily and on a regular basis, if you can find yourself in a position where you can stand it, the psychic phenomena, the synchronicities, the things that seem to defy time and space will pretty commonly occur to you. And I think that because the mushrooms and these fungal hallucinogens like LSD and mescaline, the sort of the plant-based stuff is becoming legalized. So more and more people are going to have these very, very powerful experiences, especially with the mushroom, because mushrooms can be grown in such vast quantities in a very short period of time in people's backyards. That is what I do, actually teach people to grow psychedelic mushrooms in just really gargantuan quantities, because I do an outdoor technique that I've been working on for the past 40 years. And today actually was the first day I revealed my secret technique in public at the Georgia Mushroom Festival. And I got a very good response. I have photo evidence of just incredible yielding patches that you can do without any sterilization or really any special technique at all. And
are there specific species that you cultivate?
Most of the psilocybe, but the psilocybe cubensis is the one that really lends itself to this technique where I wish I could share some photos in here. I don't know if you can, but
you can do share screen. If you have them on your desktop or something, you can just hit share screen and pick whichever one you want, and you feel free to share them.
Well, let's see. Maybe I'll open up my Keynote,
Mm-hmm.
and I can do a little slide presentation.
Yeah. If you get stuck, I can help.
How do I share screen? I guess I go to
Are you on a phone or desktop?
I'm on a phone.
Phone might be a little tricky. There should be a share screen button at the bottom of the app. When it comes up, there's a green button that says share screen, or if you get the lines or the three dots.
For the Keynote?
Mobile, it might be a little more different.
Yeah.
If you open up the photo, you can maybe hit share and see if it pushes it over to Zoom. It's like, open your photo app, find the photo, hit the share button, see if it'll push it over to Zoom for you.
Okay, well, we'll go that route. I'll go up to my camera because I had a Keynote today that was.
Or you can try to hold your phone up to the camera lens if you get it just right.
Well, I'm on my.
You're on the phone. You have to hold it up to a mirror, then I guess, right?
Well, we might that might be a little, that might be a little too much. Let's see. I wonder if I can do this. Let's see.
Let me take a look, and while you're doing that, I'm going to look on the technical support side here and see if it says something.
I don't see anything that would share it to. Well, I tell you what, like, why don't we can just keep the conversation rolling. Let me just tell you, like, like I don't need to share the images. It is massive and it is super productive, and it's phenomenal. It will astound you. I can invite people over, but we can just continue to talk. Like, the main thing is like, I have a technique that grows massive amounts, and those techniques are going to get out. People are growing more and more and more of these mushrooms, and people are going to have these time and space, sort of like quantum consciousness breaks in traditional reality routes, and it is going to be very disruptive, I think, and the aliens will come. Like, we are having, AI has hit us, and that is an alien in and of itself. I mean, we're going to be channeling consciousnesses through these synthetic minds or synthetic brains. I think consciousness and spirits will start manifesting out of these machines, and we will be dealing with personalities that are extremely advanced, extremely advanced.
There's a instruction here that says
What's up,
basically,
Joe?
if you start the Zoom meeting,
Pretty good. I'm doing this. I'm moderating this meeting here right now. Yeah. Oh, I'm sweating. Yeah. No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, just sorry about that, guys.
it just says something like, there should be on your screen on your phone. There's a toolbar, meeting control toolbar says tap share content. Do you see something on your phone in the Zoom app that says share content? Like, you'll tap the screen on the phone. There's like three bars or three dots.
Here we go. Okay. All right.
Just share screen and then whatever your content is.
Well, look at this one.
That's what it says. I don't do Apple, so I don't know.
You must have sent that to me, because suddenly it was like, it was.
Oh, that's your AI overlord doing that.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go through and find some that'll be pretty interesting. Well, I selected 11. Let's see how this goes. Now, is that going through? There you go. Can you guys see that?
Not yet. Hold on a second. Let me see if we've got any special here that's going on with that.
So I'm gonna walk out into the everybody's up in here and talking and stuff. I'm I'm moderating, or so I'm talking to these guys about quantum conscious. No, you're good. I'm just gonna walk out. I hope nobody minds I'm in my underwear. I should put on some short.
Yeah, I don't see from the. We don't see the picture, but that's okay.
Well, I sent the photos.
Yeah, I don't know if you shared it. It should have shared it out. Again, I don't know iPhone, so sorry. But you were mentioning quantum stuff here a second ago.
I can't. I wanted to do this so bad. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, quantum consciousness, like for a high dose psychedelics, to me, you're tapping into, I don't know, Rupert Sheldrake talked about morphic fields. We're starting to
Uh-oh, you must be in an elevator. Oh, there you
more about quantum in constant communication. And from my understanding of the universe, where it has been condensed and spread out, like the origination of our whole entire universe, everything was gathered into one real tight
he's bouncing off here. The gods of technology are not smiling on us this evening. But I mean, okay, I don't know if he's gone. He'll be back, I'm sure. There he is.
Okay, here I am. Here I am.
Okay, you must have been in a part of the building where the signal doesn't go through easily.
Yeah, I need to get my battery actually. I'm hoping I
Don't get
don't
into
have that
the
happen. I
elevator.
still have to I gotta find my battery. Here it is. I don't want to lose you guys permanently. It'll be more than a Wi-Fi thing. But yeah, quantum consciousness to me is what happens when you eat these psychedelic mushrooms and you're faced with a bombardment of information in a form of highly articulated designs, audio files. I mean, it is like tapping into a universal storehouse of highly detailed information that I know when I'm in the zone, it is more like tuning into a radio or a TV or a holographic station. And like, there is no way that I'm creating that out of my brain. The brain has to be a tuning receiver. Aldous Huxley used to talk about it, like the brain. Well, yes, the doors of perception. You open up the doors of perception and you're in a world where the consciousness is being received from this, whatever that is in those quantum fields that has the storehouse of this information that can inform a species in so many different ways. Like here we are, this little fledgling species, and you can tune in. I mean, Crick, the guy who invented LSD or who came up with LSD, they were microdosing at Cambridge or whatever, and it just, they said they just could see it. They tuned into it, it's like the structure of the double helix was just easy to understand because it came broadcast into his brain, supposedly. And I just think that's how it is for all innovation and novel ideas that come through humanity. It comes from taking these substances and opening our higher circuitry. Timothy Leary had this eight circuit model of consciousness, and we are basically now starting to activate our non-terrestrial circuitry. These things are meant for when we have mastered our survival situations, and we can set up, and outer space is probably the place where we will be able to most effectively escape all terrestrial survival pressure and live mainly in those higher non-earthbound circuitries and tune in to this infinite awesomeness. Like, it's like the best radio station in the universe. You tap into these, it's just, I mean, what is your experience yourself doing high dose psychedelics?
Believe it or not, I'm not that person. Okay. I'm the one person probably here tonight that doesn't do that. Okay. But what I do have is experience from other things, other paranormal type of issues. I touched on this earlier. I've had more than enough experience in that regard. And then, Tom and I are buddies, and I see Tom and his circle and what they do. Okay. One of the things that I find intriguing about this, and again, I'm not saying that I don't judge. My brother does things, other people in my family do things. That's fine. Okay. I think that observationally, what I've seen is people, and I kind of touched on this on my presentation. I think the human body is a receiver. Okay. Basically, you just said we're tuning across a wide band, a wide spectrum of experiences, whether that's a multi-dimensional thing, that because these parallel universes are just barely out of sync and you're able to tune and transition between that. my thinking is that it's possible that the entheogenic materials facilitate being able to fine tune that frequency change, right? So the people that do take this, the LSDs and the psilocybins and stuff, they are able to go ahead and perceive these altered states. And this is again my interest in this. As I write science fiction, I come across factual representations of these things, right? A lot of people don't realize that prior to it was 1930-ish, when Anslinger and the rest of the guys out there, Hearst and them, came up with the DEA and the Food and Drug Administration. You could buy anything over the counter and put that into your body, right? And people did that. And there was, I'm sure that there were, what they call hopheads and this kind of thing back in the day. But it's an interesting dichotomy. On one hand, you have medicine, right? And on the other hand, you have drugs. Well, what's the difference? The application or the distribution point, right? So naturally, again, I got to put a little perspective on this. When I say I haven't done anything, I was a vegetarian the first 25 years of my life, not by choice, but because my parents raised me that way. All right.
Right.
They were of a hygienic nature. They were nothing impure in the body kind of thing, right? They were very much nature, all vegetables, the whole, organic food, the whole 9 yards. Stuff that today is in vogue because people rediscover this, right?
Right.
So that's part of my reluctance to do things like this. Is I don't like to do any kind of injections or anything like that.
Maybe revisit psilocybin, because psilocybin is.
It's on my bucket list. Trust me, it's not. It's out of the game here. All right.
I view psilocybin as a soul food. You need protein to build muscle, and you pretty much need psilocybin to really, really, really start to build up your imagination, your light body, your soul.
I'll tell you honestly, oxygen does that for me quite well. I can't really show you why I say that online here tonight, but if you were to go over to, like, for instance, my website or anything, you'll see that there's just a huge creative force behind me. It keeps pushing me. And like our posters for these things here tonight, all of the posters, I did it.
Well, I agree with the oxygenation healing potential. I really am going to make my own hyperbaric system where I can go to 30, what is it?
30 bar
pressures, 30 bar to get infused with extreme levels of enriched oxygen. I'm going to do it in my backyard.
There's other experiences that I've had with other acquaintances over the years that talked about stuff like orgone energy and oxygen intakes and things like this, that you can see results. I'm not, again, I don't dispute these things. I'm just saying that I found, me personally, I'm just a chicken about a lot of it.
Well, maybe you'll hang out with me one day and I will take you there.
But believe me, Tom is right there. As if I need him to come out, it's like, okay, let's go, Bill, and boom, off we go. But I don't know. It's frustrating in a sense, because as a writer, you want to write about stuff you experience, and that's part of the trip.
Yeah. What kind of sci-fi do you write? Can you send me some after I'll go to your website or whatever?
It's terminalreset.com. But I write a variety of things. I write nonfiction, I write romance, and I write science fiction. My science fiction is separated into 3 segments. I have a pure hard science approach on a couple of novels. Then I have some essays out there that I do based off of my experience in the aerospace industry and some observations, political satire, stuff like that. And then I have this series I'm working on right now, which is a discussion about artificial intelligence and how perhaps the artificial intelligence, and I don't agree that it's either artificial nor intelligent, to your point earlier. I think that what you're seeing here is mimicry, very good mimicry. I don't see its consciousness. I think uh, there's a lot of disinformation about it, and there's a lot of fear mongering and a lot of what they call FUD, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt that is being thrown at us to make us afraid of stuff like this. Maybe justifiably so. You know, a Skynet, we don't want Skynet. I mean, I don't want Skynet. Maybe someone else does. I don't want a Skynet that blows up the planet. But if we could figure out a way to harness mechanical machines and that way to get us off this rock into space so we, you know, can improve our odds of survivability for a while and get past that great filter event that seems to be hitting everybody out there, then I'm all for it. I'm all for getting, you know, artificial intelligences built so that we can advance our society. One of the things that plagues us, and I hope we don't get YouTube banned because I say this word, I'm a firm believer that technologically, right today, we have a solution to our issues with the climate. I think we could go ahead and put space parasols, for lack of a better term, out on Lagrange points that create artificial eclipses. We have the material. We have Kevlar. We have Mylar. You can build these gigantic, several mile in diameter, you know, parasols. You can get them up there with space, with Musk and NASA working together. You can create a space station out there that Branson and Bezos are flying their little rockets up and down and taking personnel. It's like just a ferry up there, right? And, you know, up and back. And so we have all the tech. All we have to have is the will, the political will to say, yeah, this will work. We're going to put a artificial eclipse out here. No, Bill Gates is going to get out there and he's going to spray sulfur dioxide all over the damn planet. And it's going to be like Highlander 2, right? Or like The Matrix. Why would you go and pollute the planet further, guys? You know, what do you want to do that for? We can get a mechanical solution, an engineering solution that's within our grasp today by just going out there and building a few space parasols. Put them at a Lagrange point. Work out the math, the geometry, you know, a little circle here, big shadow on the earth, right? And then whenever it breaks down, you just shoot it into the sun. It's like, you know, greener to me. But that's the kind of science fiction I write. It's like, you know, solar positive, you know, sustainability kind of thing. The one book I wrote was actually kind of an interesting thing that was about what would happen if you woke up tomorrow. And in my case, it makes a difference. And some people listening to this, maybe on YouTube and everything, if you're under 40, this is not going to work for you. But a wave comes from out of space, you know, a radiation wave. It de-ages everybody biologically on the planet by 40 years. If you're under 40 years, you just disappear. If you're over 40 years, you're here, right? But you have all your same memories and experiences. So now what does that mean? When I wrote this, Obama was the president. So the other presidents that came into play were Carter and Bush Sr., not Bush Jr. And so it was one half of the United States decided that they wanted to be with Obama, and Obama's, you know, because he's the president and he still thinks like the president. He's just now 16 instead of 56. And the other people are like, well, wait a minute, we've got Bush and Carter out there. They were presidents and they're in their 40s now, right? Hey, you know, so there's this political rift that happens. It's one of 9 separate subplots in the book. But each of these subplots deals with, you know, what happens if the navies disappear? What happens if people in flight are on an airplane and the pilot is now 2 years old, right? This is like
that would not be good. That you would not want that to happen,
right? Yeah. But that's the kind of science fiction, speculative fiction I write. I write for a blog called the Speculative Fiction Showcase that's based out of Australia. I've been writing for them for several years, and my articles become part of their you know, blog, and then I have thankfully permission from them to combine my articles into books. So I've covered politically satirical stuff for years. I've covered global, you know, if you want to call it the climate change thing, I suppose. I've got my very strong opinions about that in my book. And then I also talk about space in general. Like, why are we bound to the planet? You know, what is it about the space race that stopped? And they're going to say, oh, well, we have robots. You know, we got robots out there way out in space, you know, a billion miles out. We've got things on Mars. We haven't been to the moon in 50 years, guys. The
Oh, yeah.
American,
Well, if we ever went, you know.
sorry, say maybe
if we ever went.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you.
I would love to tell you what I really think, and then it's like, no.
Let me
we
tell
didn't
you
go.
what I
That was
know.
some- that's
I
there's
worked
some horseshit.
Space shuttle. I worked on the space shuttle. I worked on the RL-10 upper stage. I literally had the parts of those things in my hand. Okay. I was
Yeah.
working after the Challenger. All right. So I'm guaranteeing you that these rockets are real, that they work. Once they get past the Earth's atmosphere, I can't attest to whether or not they go to the moon.
I have no doubt that the rockets are real, and we probably will develop the potential to go to the moon because we faked, you know, the situation.
It's complicated.
I think the difference is, guys, is there's like a huge difference between manned missions and unmanned missions, right?
Yeah.
And so I think it like made more sense, like as we built technology into like robotics, so we can get these rovers on Mars and stuff. It made more sense to invest the like resources and people's tax dollars into these unmanned missions that we didn't have to worry about bringing a human safely back from one of the most, you know, dangerous and
I have some opinions that elicit.
Let me make a little quick comment about something.
Strong reaction.
I'm a boomer. I'm much older than most of the people here, I think, tonight. Okay.
I bet I'm your age. How old are you?
63. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna be 63 in
There
about
you go.
10 years.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just saying, I've been there and done that, and I don't say this lightly. Okay. The fact that we didn't go back to the moon broke my heart. Okay. I got out of school. I saw the Saturn V. I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to be a lot of things, but I didn't have the, physique or whatever, but I did have the smarts. I got in and I was building rockets for this company for 20 years. Okay. Jets, rockets, got patents. Okay. The deal is when you're seeing that stuff up close and you're in that realm, the intelligence realm, with all the different crap that they show you, the classified information stuff, I guarantee you we went to the moon. Okay. But what I think is sad is we didn't go back. The technology, and I wrote about this in one of my articles, that Jerry Purnell, one of the scientists who wrote Lucifer's Hammer, and he was asked by NASA and Hollywood at various times to invent scenarios, and he came up with some pretty cool ones. Like, he came up with Lucifer's Hammer and him and Niven, the Ringworld and stuff like that. The thing is, they were asked, what do we have to watch out for when it comes to aliens? What do we have to watch out for politically on the planet? And they took predictions like this, ran them through RAND and these other companies, and came up with what we're experiencing today. What we're living through today is stuff that was in the works for decades, right? This military industrial complex that they talked about in the 50s, it is real. Okay. This is where we live. But
let me interject here.
Sure.
None of that, excuse my French, none of that fucking matters to me. Like, honestly, none of that really matters to me because of high depth. I'm just let me just tell you. Go ahead.
I just say the phone that you're talking to us and that I'm responding back to,
right,
wouldn't have existed without the space program.
Oh yeah, I absolutely believe that. But I'm just saying the discussion of whether, we went to the moon or didn't go to the moon, or whether the space program is regrettable to none of that stuff matters to me. None of that, those are not the ideas that occupy the forefront of my brain at all. And I would say there's a big difference between a person who eats hallucinogens on a regular basis and a high dose level, where your attention gets focused. I believe that your attention is focused on that kind of subject matter fully. Me, I am experiencing on a weekly and daily basis breaches in the ordinary realm of consciousness that are so far beyond earthly concerns that it just doesn't matter to me. I will use all of the advanced technologies that they will invent or that are invented with our human level abilities at this time and place on this planet, but really my experience on a day-to-day level is so interdimensional already. And I mean, it is profoundly different than line level human consciousness. And unless you are eating these foods and these fuels, to me, that are soul foods, they are foods that build our souls and that give you a direct experience of these states of consciousness that are way, and I'm not talking about a little bit, I'm talking about like way
They're
beyond human level concern.
Quantum changes. I understand that.
But to understand it without the experience, like, and I do believe you do understand
Arguing with that. I understand intellect. I understand exactly what you said.
yeah. I do believe you do, but I don't think there are any routes. I mean, you might be able to be a yogi and meditate and like control your brain and have oxygen intake, but you're not going to activate these circuits unless you eat these foods.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
And so, and as somebody who eats them on a regular basis, and I think intelligence, I think you possess an intelligence that is extremely strong. I believe you. But it's limited to a line level consciousness where humanity exists now. And I'm saying, I am really stupid. I am not that smart, but I am brave as fuck. And I jump into the unknown and I experience phenomena and states of consciousness that would make most line level consciousness people piss and shit their pants. And I'm just telling you, like, you know, like
that's not really comforting.
What's that?
That's not really a comforting thought for me to go and try this. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I mean, but let me tell you, I'm not trying to convince you. Like there are levels that I would not, you know, here, like, let me make an analogy. I could take you to Atlanta. I'm around Atlanta. I grew up in Atlanta. I could take you to Atlanta and show you a real good time, man. You're going to have a wonderful time. But I am comfortable in parts of Atlanta that I would never take you.
Oh, well, I know
what I mean? Yeah. So I'm just saying it works that way on dosage. Like if I give you a teeny little bit and showed you the swirling lights and the colors and like a little bit of self-knowledge, that's cool. But there are doses that are only meant for really hardcore, intrepid adventurers. And I choose to go that.
That's why we're here.
To go that way.
Yeah.
The thing is tonight, right? We're trying.
I'm a grower too, and like, yeah, when it's kind of just seems like you have like more quarters to like put into the slot machine and like crank on that lever a few more times than the average cat. Because like, yeah, man, I would say on an average, I have like 6 or 7 experiences a year that are just like so fucking like mind blowing and like. I like times where like I thought I'd already found the top floor, right?
And then you find another floor.
Lift it up to like whole new levels. And yeah, no, it's yeah, it's something else, man. It's a hell of a thing, you know.
Yeah, I've been hanging out with Rick Luna in these meetings over a year now, every now and then, and I know he's an intrepid explorer. He's been through, you know, he goes through the doors of perception and he blows them wide open. But I mean, Mr. Williams, I would take you, you know, I think it's a gradual ascent. Like you wouldn't go to the gym and start lifting 500-pound deadlifts, right? No, you wouldn't. You would go in and you'd work a little 10-pound weight, and I would throw some 10-pound weights on you and you would be amazed. It would be amazing. You would start to taste that higher level consciousness of your circuitry that you have not activated yet. I can tell. And it's a beautiful thing and it's an amazing thing. And it is a wonderful process and progress to be able to do these things. I really am looking forward as I age to get into my older age to be able to handle more. And that does not mean to build up a tolerance or whatever. I'm trying to set my setting. I want to make a spaceship out of my earthly realm here that can be what I love the word that the new young kids are talking about. They say container. Like I want to build a container for my consciousness expansion that can handle like really hard core turbojets to get me out of the atmosphere of ordinary line level consciousness for the humanity. I say line level consciousness because I had a teacher who used to talk in that term of a metaphor. You know, he would say that, you know, most of our collective agreement on where our state of advancement is at a line, you know, like consensus reality, and that there are there are circuitries above that line level consciousness that we can access if we try, and also if we eat these soul foods. To me, honestly,
Yeah.
they're soul foods.
There was
Yeah.
a thing I sent out earlier this afternoon too to everybody. If you're interested, I can resend it. It's about the out of body experiences that the U.S. government has researched. Okay.
Oh yeah, they worked with Bill Monroe. Somebody's raising their hand, and I'm not so familiar.
I
with
was,
this
I was
thing.
just about to say, look, Yasmin's had her
Yeah,
hand
go
up
ahead.
a minute.
Come on in.
How do we do it? Like, okay,
she's
there
good.
you go.
No,
Okay.
I was just chiming in. When you were mentioning as far as human perception and the things that you were tapping into, do you know how, for example, I've never done psilocybin or anything like that. I've done Sylvia, but I often channel those frequencies all the time during the day, during the night when I'm sleeping. What are your thoughts about being able to naturally get to that state of
I wouldn't want to.
consciousness?
Yeah,
I want to.
I don't think so. I think a lot of people talk up a game like meditation can get them there, but there's just like something like it's so like I've been meditating and doing kung fu for over 10 years now, and like yeah, like I mean, yeah, no, it's not even a yeah.
I mean, but the question I would pose to you is, why in the world would you want to do that to yourself? Like, accident, like I would not want to. What is great is to have something that you can say, like at 11 o'clock today, I'm going to take this thing and it's going to last 4 hours. You can really plan for it. If it's happening naturally, trust me, you do not want to naturally fall into something where you've eaten like 30 to 40 grams of psilocybin mushrooms. You do not want that to happen to you on the accidental, like, you don't want to be driving your car and fucking be and have that sort of happen naturally. You want to be able to eat something and you can be like, I'm not going to go anywhere for 6 hours, and like I'm going to be you do not want that to happen naturally. But what does happen after these high doses, you come back to your regular state of consciousness, and it's much more expanded. Like, you will get information that comes through, and sort of weird thing. The thing is that it's so hard to understand that time and it's synchronicity. It's basically that collective unconscious mind is going to operate and start throwing things that are seemingly improbable in your event pattern, and it will seem impossible. It will feel like a miracle. Like, this should not be happening. This is too much of a coincidence. And I can go over some that happen to me. They don't always sound so profound. You have to experience it, and it will manifest to you, and that will happen in your ordinary reality when you are not experiencing the high doses. Like, when you are in ordinary consciousness, that time synchronicity breakthrough will happen, and that very well could be happening to you from the south.
I was like in my mid-20s, I think, the first time I had that real, and I was like out in nature, like out in this park, in Santa Cruz. And so it was like the bonding with nature meets like that. Like, I'd never had a bag of mushrooms do that before. It was a totally different, and like, I didn't shut up about it for like a good 2 or 3 months straight. Like, every single person I saw, like, no, you don't understand the freaking mushrooms. Like, you know what I mean?
I think that's just it, Rick. People don't. It's just like having kids. Okay, people watch you have a child and they say, "Oh, it must be like easy." Look how easy it is, and they don't understand it till they have their own kid, and then all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, is this thing still breathing? Oh my God, it pooped itself. What am I going to do now? Holy crap! Its nose is running. What am I supposed to do with this?" Or when they get older, and then it's like, "Hey, Dad, this is my boyfriend," or "Hey, Dad, this is my girlfriend," or "Hey, Dad," whatever. It's like, you don't understand until you're in there. And I'm in the same boat that you would compare it to you in that respect. I don't have that knowledge that you guys have. You have experiential knowledge. Intellectually, I know how to ride a bicycle. Physically, I know how to ride a bicycle. I've done it. I haven't done this. Okay. And I think that's the argument, is that, you guys are acolytes and proselytizers of this thing, that it's very strange. It's very difficult for people to grasp the enthusiasm you have for it, because they don't understand.
I
Right?
think what I'm
go ahead.
no, I said I think what I'm leaning towards is I haven't done psilocybin and those things because naturally I can get to that state, and sometimes it becomes so overwhelming for my brain to be able to constantly have these synchronicities. I'm talking about constant synchronicities all the
Right.
time. And to the point where you don't believe in coincidence anymore. You know, everything is
Right,
divine timing.
right.
And when you
Yeah.
transcend that space and time, when you go to that space where space and time do not exist and you're just consciousness, I think Andrew was talking about it earlier when he was talking about having out of body experiences and then seeing himself as the viewer, the observer, and like the further out you go, like the more you collectively tap into the collective conscious, you realize that some people don't even, I'm not trying to be mean to say this, some people don't even have the mental capacity to be able to begin to think about how vast the universe is and to even
Right.
get into that space.
I would say most people.
I would say most
Honestly.
people too.
And without the mushroom, and I believe I believe you're special and that you can do like what I'm saying, like you can tap into those things. But something about eating the mushroom is so special where you can tap into this visionary field. And I'm not so certain that is what's going on with you. It might be like, you know, if you close your eyes and you're adrift in this like ebb and flow of creative data that is highly organized and articulated, and I mean, it's like dropping into the universal engineering plans for everything that ever was or ever will be, if you can follow that at all. And I'm not sure that because I would not want that to happen. It's very disorienting, but I do believe that you are able to go into that place where the consciousness is expanded so much that the synchronicities are constantly happening. You know, that kind of thing can happen on daily life. It can be very disorienting, and it will be called schizophrenia by someone if you lose control.
Yep.
You know, like
Yeah.
if
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like I literally
right.
done that, and that's why they diagnosed me with bipolar schizoaffective disorder.
Yeah, you had schizoaffective disorder because you're experiencing synchronicities where the radio is talking to you, basically like, no, that fucker just gave me some information, and it was
Okay.
like right in my head, and they don't understand that, and they never will, but I do, girl. I get you. I understand, and you're all right. It's just hard to handle not
It
being
is hard.
fully human. Like you're activated in another way, and I understand. I want you to know that you ain't crazy. You're just advancing, and they don't get it.
Evolved. Yep.
Evolved,
You're
and they don't get it, and
evolving.
they also don't like
They
it because
don't
they
get
want to
it.
keep us in a state
Because
of
they are
just
making money off of not letting
limitation.
you having that access. They will want to medicate you out of it. See, I had to be savvy. I had to like learn the trick. Like, no. Do not shine. Do not let them know what is coming. You know, you do not let them know that the radio speaks to you or the TV is going to, you know, like you do not let them motherfuckers, because they will lock you up. And they never did to
Yeah.
me. Like, you know, they did. So I had this experience where I literally saw a vision of being able to save the world. And I was only 17, and I tried to get the cops in on it. And I was going to convince them to help me. And they ended up like chaining me up in a jail cell and beating me until a sweet black man came in. It was these white redneck cops in Atlanta. And this sweet black man came in, and he was like, you got to stop, dudes. You're going to kill him. You're going to kill this kid, you know? And he was like, he didn't say it that gently. He was like, you're going to kill him. And he was ripping him off of me. Thank fucking God. But, I've had my confrontation with authority and with the psychiatric institutes. I mean, I had nervous breakdowns where I checked myself and I'm like, hey, you know, I can't handle things right now. I'm going to like, but fortunately I did not let them know that the TV talks to me or that the radio will say what I'm thinking regularly or whatever, you know, and that I get hints
That's
and
just
clues.
Google Analytics, my friend.
Can I ask you this? Do you have that sensation? Someone told me there was actually a name for it, but the reason why I stopped watching TV and listening to certain music is because while you're watching it, you could hear what they're saying at the same time. Does that ever happen?
Yeah,
to
that
you?
happens a lot to me. It happens all the time. And so what
Like as
you
they're
know what they
speaking,
can
you
do, they can synthesize, like what he said is valid. They can synthesize synchronicity with the Google Analytics, and you know, like they kind of know, but you know the difference, and I know the difference. Like, no, this is different. There's no way that they can monitor yet. With AI, they will, and they will synthesize. They will be able to mimic what you're tuning into, because it's all just mechanics. Like we do not understand the quantum
Yeah.
consciousness. That's what I'm saying. You're
I
tuning
was,
into
I'm glad you got back to that, Ray, because I was about to just ask you this question. So earlier when you were talking about, like, I've heard you use the term consciousness and quantum consciousness, but I haven't been able to like differentiate. Like, it sounds like you're kind of using them interchangeably. Like,
well, when I say quantum consciousness, I'm saying you're tuning into that quantum entanglement. You're tuning into, because there's ordinary line level consciousness, and that is like, you know, the Newtonian physics of the cause and effect, right? The thing about quantum reality is we lose the adherence to cause and effect, and things become non-locally controlled. And
we don't
time and
experience
space,
the quantum realm happens at levels like so small and so fast that like
but we are able
experience any of
to.
that. But
Oh, but we are tuning into those fields.
we're made of
just
matter.
like, you know, when you're watching TV over there, I see you got a monitor and it's actually tuned to an antenna. You are experiencing electromagnetic waves, and you're tuning into it, and so you're experiencing that electromagnetic spectrum.
But how's this
And
different
if
from
you have
like,
if you have a device that can read quantum vibration, then you will experience quantum reality. And it's a hypothesis. I'm not going to try and convince you. My
right, yeah,
hypothesis
no,
is
but how's
our
it
nervous
different from like
system.
regular consciousness though? Like what's the difference?
Well, the difference is you start like hearing the TV say exactly what you're thinking. You're tuning into non-local information, and you're being lined up. And I don't understand it completely how it works, because it is the great mystery. That is why I'm so fascinated by it. If I understood it completely, it wouldn't really be a fucking fun game to figure out. Like, that's what keeps me coming back for more. Like, I want to figure this out. Like, I am puzzled, and I love puzzles. But I do. Yeah, all I can tell you is I enjoy it. I like it. It is educational, and it is edifying, and there's nothing else I want to do with my life other than to tune into that. But you know, you may be correct. I may be wrong. You know, you cannot experience quantum field information. I believe that is what is happening when I eat high dose psychedelics, that I am actually not generating it out of my nervous system activity, but that I am tuning into
I agree with
subtle, finer vibrations that break the rules of normal cause and effect reality. That is why the synchronicities start stacking up, and it becomes ridiculous, because you move into a place where your actual body phases in and out of time and space, and it's just incredibly fucking amazing.
Oh man,
It's also incredibly. It is,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure you have, but it's also, as you know, very scary, and it's very fucking dangerous. And
Yeah,
that path is
Right.
not safe. If it was safe, it wouldn't be as fucking fun. Shit is fun
Right,
when it's kind of
right.
dangerous. That's why people do extreme sports
Yeah.
and jump out of airplanes, like, you know, because there's risk involved. If there was
Well,
no risk,
Right. I
Ray,
wasn't
don't
sure if I was like a being that was now like living outside of time, or if I was experiencing like past, present, and future like all at once, right? Like it's just all one big.
right. I mean, I think that's the thing. There's graduation. So like there are steps up, and you know, ultimately you are just all one consciousness, and you exist in all times and all like it's all, you know, it blurs. But the fun part is we can step closer and closer to that, and then the lines between that everything happening all at once is, there's a spectrum. Like it's almost like everything is coalescing. If you keep going that path, you basically just turn into you know, you're just one. And that's why it all starts falling in on itself. Like when the TV starts talking, it's like the consciousness is like, of course it's going to be saying what you're thinking, because you're getting closer to the unification of everything. It's fascinating and fun, and there's nothing quite like it. It's the best game in the universe, you know, like this developing a character that can handle the rungs of the ladder up to that oneness state, but still remain differentiated and individuated. And it is really hard. It is really hard to contain individuation when you're so close to unification. It is fucking beautiful. And it makes me cry almost. Like I want to like sob, because it's so like coming home. Once you get over the fear, like it's scary when you know, it's scary, but it's also not. as soon as you get used to it.
I was going to say
And
that, isn't this just vibrational? If you, you know, if you're looking at energy, like you said, as a spectrum, the quantum part is just another layer.
It's another layer. And Tesla said, if you want to understand the universe, you know, study frequency and vibration. Yeah. I think it is we're tuning in, like we are tuning fork. We're in a tuning fork situation. You know, if you hit a tuning fork and you put it next to another tuning fork, it will start vibrating it to, you know, to that frequency. And basically the universe is vibrating in all frequencies, and we get to tune in to the frequency that we want to be. And I frequently tune in to the freaky frequencies that I love so much.
Can I
Go
just say
ahead.
something about that?
Absolutely.
When you talk about frequencies, that's what I'm always talking about, because for me, constantly walking through this physical realm, but having that ability to connect with the spiritual and the universal, it's hard. I have to keep a higher frequency vibration so I could say tapped into the higher levels of things. But when you talk about time and space in the spiritual realm, it doesn't exist. So when I'm talking to somebody and I'm channeling for them, it doesn't matter if the person's been gone 5 minutes or 52 years. You know what I mean? Like I'm still able to do that because of their ability to be at a certain vibration that we can't see. And I think what we're going to start seeing moving forward is a lot of people like me, because I'm activated, right? I know this, and I'm so close to that oneness that I understand how dangerous it is, because it's almost like spilling the secrets of the universe. And it is a very dangerous game. But when you get to that certain frequency, like you said, it gets so exciting. It's like, and emotional at the same time, because you realize that there's more than what we've been told our whole lives. We realize there's been more than what we've been indoctrinated to believe this whole time. And then now you're in this another realm. And when I tell you, like, as far as the hospitalizations and stuff, how they literally did that to me, because I was tapping into a frequency that was too high for them to even be able to understand. And now in hindsight, I was like, oh, I wish I would have been a little more savvy about it, instead of telling, hey, yeah, I got my surprise, you know what I mean? But
you cannot talk to them about it, you know.
Because I was naive in that
and it will be
sense of-
beautiful if we can all get together and build a world where the children coming up will not be imprisoned for activating their higher circuitry. That's just
because they try to numb them down from the beginning.
Hey,
He's got ADHD.
So we actually have Eva
Eva's ready
in the house. I'm sorry.
And I got to go. Like, we got 1 minute left, and I'll
Hi.
say thank you guys.
I just got left in the dark, but I'm gonna fix it.
Thanks, Ray. That was awesome.
I'm going to take off. I got, I'm at the Georgia Mushroom Festival. I got a crew here hanging out, and I'm going to go. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you in the quantum fields.
All right, bro.
Great.
Okay.
Over to.
Okay, Ava.
Hey there. Am I coming through pretty well?
Yeah.
5 by 5.
Yeah.
High five.
Hello.
Yeah. Wow. It's been a whole day of this so far for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm glad. I feel like I've been participating on some level. This is a really cool event to be part of. I'm usually moving through different circles, like science fiction, fantasy.
I'm a
Pardon?
science fiction author too, so you're good to go.
Yeah, I recognize you from around. Your name.
Yeah.
So I've been at conventions since 2015, when I started volunteering and when I started serializing my trilogy. It's a fantasy space opera, which I just completed. And so when I started serializing, I started becoming a part of conventions and realized, like, I could have belonged there the whole time. And so it's the world of storytelling. When I synthesize fiction, I feel like I'm reaching out into the realm of what is, and what may be. And some of that rings true for people. Some of it rings surprisingly true for me, even when I'm synthesizing a story that happens to characters that don't exist. And so in this trilogy, I was writing a lot of things, a lot of story elements that I just really wanted to see together in a joyful, interesting, universal mishmash of good times and bad. It's like my processing of reality. And it's just a beautiful, enjoyable way that my mind can create as through the medium of fiction. And I love science fiction fantasy because I have this really highly tuned imagination that just makes things more fun a lot of the time. And yeah, so I guess one of the things that drew me to be part of this event, All Things Mystical, is that I threw a lot of these kinds of topics into this fantasy space opera. I'm classed as genre crossover. So that's, that means kind of blending different niches. And in my case, space opera is like the macrocosmic epic storytelling that we see in Star Wars or Star Trek. And then from fantasy, I brought in, so I had this, and you all might like this theory, or not theory, but it is just like a basic concept for how I developed this universe. I thought to myself, okay, what if all the beings, the fantastical beings in our mythologies were actually, or could be interpreted as, interdimensional visitors from other planes or universes, which, isn't that far-fetched depending on which tribe or author you talk to. Like, say, dragons, for instance, and fairies. Maybe they all have their portals to our planet, and they're really just aliens who were at times in our history very visible, but sometimes stay out of our neighborhood depending on how hostile we act toward them. And what is space and what is time? We're limited by our human perceptions. And what would those things be to extra dimensionals, and how would their realms possibly adjoin to ours? And so I actually, so this is Bones of Starlight, Greater Beyond. It's the third, which completes the trilogy. And so, yeah, the dragons are considered sort of a part of the universe, but part of the way that humans reached intergalactic civilization was by acknowledging the dragons as people, as they would like. And it was this process of humans acknowledging different kinds of sentience. And I had this kick out of deciding that aliens were called sentients, not aliens, because aliens means others. And sentience means those who like us are self-aware. So in real world terms, I still use the word alien because we use the word alien to mean people who aren't from this plane or planet. Yeah, so I'm kind of have people sort of been involving in conversation a little bit. I selected a few different, portions of this text.
You want to read a little bit? Is that what
Yeah, feel free to do whatever you want.
Yeah, I can toss in a little bit of a reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, have you done one of these events before?
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
That was part of the microdose sit-in, the women's microdose sit-in.
Right. Okay. Yes, we were on the AM hour together. All right. You look. Yeah. Okay.
Right. It was late.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good to see you again. Yeah. Go ahead and read.
Thanks.
Whatever you like.
Do whatever you like.
Oh, thanks. Okay. So an interesting topic I involved. So this is an intergalactic imperialistic civilization. Yet there are locals on different planets who they themselves may not be imperialistic at all, but the civilization is a multi-planet, multi-galaxy empire, and they sort of had to collaborate with other sentients in order to create this. And those beings are part of the civilization. But even an established civilization sometimes may find themselves encountering new contacts. So in this case, where I'm talking of a convoluted first contact scenario, kind of like our sort of Roswell alien chain of stories, where basically aliens have kind of tried to get in touch in a bunch of different ways over time and recently. And sometimes humans really botch that up in terms of learning how to relate with these extraterrestrials. And so there are these, that's one of the kinds of people who the humans of this universe, I consider this an alternate universe storyline, not like a far future, but really like there are humans on a home world, very like Earth, but they've expanded their entire civilization without losing the home planet, which is still the capital. And so, yeah, the interaction of these aliens, these sentients that I call the Vidani, with humanity is difficult, and they actually would have liked, and still in some ways, though possibly convinced otherwise, they would theoretically like to get along with humans because they were really excited about finding people who looked so much like them. Like I sort of theorized in the scientific land of probability how strange it would, how alike we are if they have fingers on hands, something like a nose on a face, if they kind of eat, if they ingest like we do, if they have eyes, things like that. And they're thinking like, oh God, like these people that we just found way out here, they might be related to us. And so they see humanity as a potential relative, but a relative that hasn't behaved well in encountering them. So they're kind of working on this in the change of the world. They found different allies with different experiences with humans, and they are what you could call working together. It's a little bit like war, which is very fraught and upsetting. It was fraught and upsetting for me to write, I assure you. But it's not just war, because they're also working on other things with other people, the way that we did in kind of the Cold War. How there were some people on both sides who thought like, there's got to be a better way. And some of them found some better ways. Interestingly, I went to Eurocon in the science fiction fantasy, and they have a Eurocon flag that shows hands, shaking hands in front of the entire European and sort of Sino-Russian continent. And they were one of the few organizations who were allowed to cross the Iron Curtain during the Cold War. And so yeah, there are some humans that are kind of in a sort of contact with these other sentients, the Vidani, who are trying to establish some kind of awareness, some kind of public awareness. And so in this, there are some kids who are kind of like the Goonies, but they're Goonies, the Goonies in space with aliens. Like, who meet their Goonie counterparts, their alien Goonie counterparts, and they're gonna save the world. And they just got the Guardians in on it, and
Excuse me.
they yeah.
Is your book is science fiction young adult oriented, or is it higher older age?
Oh no, that's entirely a subplot. There are
Okay.
actually, yeah, there are plot lines of many ages. Yeah, the main character is like a post-collegiate adult, and the main character, but there's an entire ensemble of ages ranging from older professionals to adolescents. Yeah. Adolescence and a little bit of kid perspective and some family and lots of different kinds of single and professional adults. So yeah, it's I'd say it's when some people say they'll introduce this to their kids, I tell them, well, at whatever age you feel comfortable with them learning to question authority and handle disillusionment. These are elements of the story that some kids may choose something else first for a while. But yeah, so one sort of alien encounter element is I have a few random alien encounter elements that I threw in here just because like they were somewhere in my mental imprint. I can just flip this open. So this is a mother and a child. They locked eyes and smiled, sitting down together on the open floor. Mother and child linked hands and looked up. Just above their heads where they sat, a disk of light appeared. Both carefully raised their free hand up to touch it. The sensation of transport felt like being pulled upward, though it was difficult to focus on any part of the body. One seemed there and not there, inside the light. Then, like a mist, the brightness dissipated, and they were standing deposited inside a comfortably sized, curved chamber. So that's just a short kind of these experiences. I definitely watched some paranormal TV and read the occasional tabloid and just sometimes have listened open-mindedly to people who want to say something unusual. And yeah, it's those kind of like, okay, what if the tunnel of light were actually a portal that was established by a highly technologically advanced people who have, portal technology, a little bit like what we saw in maybe Tron or Hackers. Like if you touch the portal, then this like wire net comes out and like sucks you in, and then you're in the virtual, other dimension. But what if touching that portal felt a lot like the body rising in the beam of the UFO? And they feel like they're partially dissolving into the light, but they still possess awareness of their body. And then like this kind of like breeze or stretch, like people have a lot of different accounts. And so I'm just like, okay, like they have this technology. And maybe that's just like, sometimes I reinterpret unusual human experiences as like, what could maybe this is how our humanness interprets something that's we don't completely understand, but that's our experience of it. Like, okay, we experience it as a tunnel of light, but what could it be? What could it be that we could describe now scientifically, theoretically, for fun? Like, okay, I wrote a piece of short fiction about quantum microhole translocation, and basically describe this kind of the transporter from Star Trek as a formula that can map us in a paint by numbers fluid grid. But these paint by numbers sections were, on the atomic subatomic level where we can work with quantum entanglement. And so we could use quantum entanglement to transport, and like this fluid grid would contact our nervous system, which even knows where our clothes are, and actually, can be connected to our electric field, which extends from our body, and also knows what's part of us and not part of us, in the same way that we kind of like turn when something's about to touch us. So, right, this is a short piece of fiction, like an abstract of a paper that I wrote, describing microhole quantum translocation. So yeah, that was one of those things that I kind of threw in. Another sort of alien experience tidbit.
What's your
Oh.
opinion? I'm sorry, are you starting to read it?
Almost to this next part, but go ahead and ask.
I was just
a
going to ask.
question.
I can wait till you're done though, too. But the thought is, have you heard of the theory about the transporter or any kind of teleportation, the philosophical argument about what's happening there? So
As in, like, are we still us if we're
are you
taken
a
apart
clone?
and reduced to data?
Exactly. Is your consciousness extinguished and you're killed and then come back? It's the idea of the transporter as a suicide machine, right?
Or does it go with, or is what happens on the other side a copy, or is something transmitted, or is the important part transmitted? Yeah, sure.
Full transmit. Have you heard of this, right? Is that what your story addresses then, or no?
Oh no.
Okay.
This is a world where, people end up on the other side and the story continues.
Okay.
Yeah, just like in Star Trek, pretty much. But the universes are very different.
All right. Curious. Thank you.
Yeah. And so yeah, it was there were some people. So okay, something traumatic about this storyline is how I decided to just like throw in the conspiracy theory. I was like, okay, I've got this like epic fantasy, sci-fi, macrocosmic kind of civilization storyline, change of civilization storyline. And then I've also got, and then I was like, well, what would it be like if I just decided to pick a conspiracy theory that I could imagine that I might have heard of? And it was, I was like, okay, what's going on in the world? Conspiracy theory. This is like the behind the scenes nuts and bolts of writing this book, right? Like, where do your ideas come from? Some of the answers seem really trivial and really casual, and ended up creating magnificently epic elements. And one of those magnificently epic elements that went into this trilogy is bioterrorism wielded by the government. How awkward that linked so closely to a pandemic we are still kind of living through. And I definitely did start writing it into this trilogy before there was any such thing as this pandemic. And then many elements that had been built in and set up and everything happened in the real world. But I still pretty much wrote everything the way I intended. So somebody could probably just get me in trouble over my fiction. Imagining that it might be a matter of my personal opinion when I'm actually really writing a plot. But yeah, so okay, one of the things that people did when things were solving out of the storyline is that people who were on under military law in neighborhoods under lockdown were finding their way out and becoming part of an action to uncover a lab that had manufactured an affliction that had killed most of the people on a planet 30 years ago and had recently been unleashed again on some populations who were given something that saved everybody. But what actually saved everybody was that this new edition of the virus had been reprogrammed with a turnaround acceptance that allowed people to, and I thought, okay, what if a virus could be hacked? And what if these technologically advanced sentients hacked this virus to include a module that a person could accept when at the point when they were not going to die, that would tell them what happened and, you know, where this virus came from that killed so many people. And, you know, that was basically a genocide that was enacted to cover up the fact that this planet had gotten in touch with those alien people. It's wild, isn't it? But yeah, this is one of the storylines. There are a few different storylines. And so some people who were getting out of their lockdown areas had gotten in touch with the Vidani, who were helping the Goonie squad save the world by enacting the final vindication of the people who survived the death of that planet, and neutralizing the viruses in the dark lab. And they knew where the dark lab was, and all these people actually came out of lockdown secretly. They ran to the hills. They took the portals. They figured it. They listened carefully. And this was after a whole series of kind of giving them the right information piece by piece. And they put it together themselves enough to decide that it was worth it to risk, activism. It was worth it to risk activism. And they go through these portals. They show up at the dark labs, and the kids show up in giant mech suits and basically just cut a hole in the ventilation system and spray some phage in that neutralizes the main pathogen being worked on in that lab. And so basically that experiment can never leave that lab without being destroyed by a counteragent. And so the kids do that in their mech suits, and the people who left lockdown are these activists who lay down and create a buffer zone between the government's reaction force and the other sentients, the Aquarii. I know I'm giving you a really big download right now. Okay, thanks. The other sentients known as the Aquarii, who can project reality bending illusions, have been protecting the kids and the activist force from the government reaction and basically keeping everybody from hurting each other by stalling any offensive measures that basically cannot approach through the thickest illusions that very powerful projectors can create, including illusions that confuse instruments. And so everybody gets out. The Vidani set up portals, the kids do it, the Vidani set up portals, the activists get out, and the last people out are the Aquarii. So I'll just read the paragraph. Bright wave, soft sand, sharp talon, and the others gave the greatest last ounce of their defensive intensity to these moments of egress. The pilots facing them had to ride out the storm in the procedural stasis of instrument and sense confusion. The sounds of human passage died down until Brightwave felt the arrival of an empty breeze. Turning her head to look, she saw that it was just them, left across the area between the fence and the distant hovers. The glint of a glowing Zeolite chip embedded in a bolt ball caught the corner of her eye. Its presence had been boosting her amplitude, and she said goodbye to it. Still holding her pendant high, she backed toward her orb, seeing the others do the same. Once Bright Wave was close enough to touch the orb, she cast a piercing white light in front of her and disappeared behind it, as did the others. So the last people out are like the 10 or so or less Aquarii guardians who sort of shielded everybody. And when they leave, they cast this blinding white light. And I know I've heard this in some stories, some related stories about aliens, is that like they saw something there, they could see the details, they could tell they were aliens, they had all these characteristics, and then there was a blinding white light and all of it was gone. So that's the exit that I wrote for those Aquarii. They had an orb behind them, and they who can cast like light and color and sound, they covered their exit with a blinding white light, and then there was nothing. And then the pilots could see again, and everything was gone.
So is that a camouflage kind of a thing that that they're emanating to confuse, or is it something else?
They're kind of like a ventriloquist can project their voice. They're projecting instrument interrupting illusions that obscure the vision of pilots
Like
in
device or anything like that. It's not
space copters.
Pardon?
Oh yeah, they're basically obscuring the vision and instruments of pilots and space
but it's-
copters by
But
sending
it's
an
not really
illusion
a
of.
cloak device. Like it's not a cloaking device, right?
No, the Aquarii can just manipulate airwaves.
Yeah.
Almost like the way that an octopus can change the colors of its skin.
Okay. Yeah.
But these sort of octopoid people can actually emit color and vibration. So those are one of the pretty cool aliens that I wrote in. I guess I'm just admitting that I think they're cool.
I think they can do that. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Is
And thanks. And they get along with humans pretty well. Like they like us. They work on our theater productions with us. Okay. A couple other people, like I sort of just focused on alien stories. But I wrote in these cosmic elemental dragons that were really, really intense and fun to write. And they were really insightful as well. Like I delved into a few different elements and came up with different kinds of poetry. There's a sunlight dragon, and one that sounds, I'm just sort of like, letting the cat out of the bag. One that essentially is a deep meditation on the nature of dark matter. And everything I've, heard about dark matter is sort of the new dragon. And so they can speak, they sublimate like elements through different forms, and then they have a dimension to themselves where they can talk to each other, and they're present throughout the universe in different ways. And then there are also the Keoshi, which are kind of an interplanetary fairy. And they are epiphenomenal, which is a fun word. It's one of my favorite. It's definitely on the favorite words list. So epiphenomenal is a phenomena arising from a complexity. So it's in our philosophical debates on the nature of consciousness. Like, is consciousness epiphenomenal? In one theory, are we a mass of brain cells? And is consciousness something that just happens when electricity runs through those brain cells in a certain way? So is consciousness arising from reality, or all these different ways of examining our existence that people have come up with? And so the Keoshi are epiphenomenal, and they're weird. Like, if you can think of any one thing that's consistent across a complex number of things, but that is an element in and of itself, that may be a fairy. like our classic fairies, like the rose fairy. There's a rose fairy that's a consciousness of roses in general, of any rose or every rose. This consciousness may be able to appear and communicate to one who is aware of who would acknowledge the consciousness of roses. And
that's a phrase right there, the consciousness of roses. I like that.
That could be the cover to a book of poetry, sure. And so we can imagine that, what if there were roses on other planets too? Would the rose fairy know about roses on other planets? Would it be an interplanetary fairy? So I came up with these ideas of fairies as these interplanetary epiphenomenal consciousnesses that have different ways of embodying than humans. They may or may not be carbon based, they may be made of light or something else. They may be present mainly as a disturbance in the field first.
Do you think maybe I'm not trying to put words in your mouth there or something, but
sure,
you're kind of on a what's the word I'm thinking of here? Epistemological. That's the word, the big long one, right?
Epistemological, yeah.
Thank you, that one. Okay. On an epistemological framework, this could be like a soul, right? Where these are aware of each other across gulfs of distance or proximity close by, and independent of each other, but still connected.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't really discuss it as a soul or the concept of soul in this particular story, but yeah, interestingly, you could link like it could be seen as a self-aware soul, but then so could we. And they have their way of embodying.
You're channeling something.
Yeah. And their embodiment, I enjoyed doing this funny thing where I tried to legitimize every possible definition of dragon or fairy. in the way I wrote them, basically saying that their interdimensionality means that, like, say for instance, fairies sometimes show up really small and detailed, or sometimes they're grainy, or
Hmm.
sometimes they're human size.
That's really neat.
Thanks. Yeah.
No, it's
And
because it's that the entire aspect of consciousness that you keep. We've been touching on this all day. You got to excuse me because my brain is working a little weird right at the moment. But all day long we've been talking about how consciousness connects and frequencies and these types of things. What you're kind of positing here is that a large grained consciousness or large grain universe within itself might have finer grains of consciousness or finer grains of universe. You know, the atomicity or granularity of that particular environment is dictating the level of consciousness that occurs, at least if I understood what you said.
and that's a really cool way of paraphrasing it, because I was thinking to myself, like, what's the difference if the dragons and fairies have these similarities of like being able to take on multiple forms? Like dragons are able to become more corporeal, and they even incorporate with various sort of reality defining organs. Sometimes they have a heart. I built in things like dragon heart and dragon's blood. Like sometimes these things are real. What if they have these similarities? What are the differences? And I thought, okay, well, dragons are sort of larger elemental presences that are also partially defined by poetry and concept, but also material and other sort of elemental characteristics, and everything that can go into a dragon, which is an extremely complex sort of elemental cosmic being that exists as one sovereign entity per element. And they live and they die. And then fairies too live in the Kyoshi fairies that I wrote. Kyoshi, like sort of a play on chaos and she. The she people, that's what the Irish call them. But then of the Kyoshi, they live and they die, and sometimes they take on different forms and are mostly disincorporate. Well, they have their own dimensions, and they're just different. Like we could say mammals, well, this mammal and that mammal are really similar. Like, do we really need this many mammals? Aren't they kind of the same thing? And it's like, well, they are kind of the same thing, but they're also different. So it's like, these are two different, like the dragons are a kind of larger sized metaconsciousness. And the Kyoshi are sort of smaller. And I got as weird as I could get with them. Like I created one gremlin. I created a Kyoshi gremlin. I interpreted a gremlin as like a space fairy who embodied as like this agendered mechanic that was completely swaddled in mechanic's gear. Like a hat and some goggles and a respirator and gloves and like a onesie, and like they're covered in dirt and grime and shavings, and they want to see everybody's engine, and they say they live inside of an engine, and they're a mechanic that lives inside of an engine. And that's a gremlin.
Do your characters, the dragons and the fairies, do you consider them eternal or immortal consciousness?
Well, they have different conceptions of time, and they have different dimensions, but they are born or created by each other, and they can be killed or die.
Are finite.
They're finite. Yeah, they have lifespans, but just with great relativity. Like the sunlight dragon basically remembers before humans went to space. And some dragons are much newer, and they say, you know, the dragons that I wrote, when they're born, they're not young. When they come into being, they are already something that was eternal. Just something that was newly discovered to be eternal. Kind of like elements or, you know, laws of science, but they do live and die. And the interesting thing is, like, it's almost like they embody, they're signifiers of the living universe. Like when a dragon dies, the universe is different now. Things are just a little bit, things are just a little bit different.
All right. Kind of like the wizards and Lord of the Rings, like they're just like intrinsically connected to like the nature and like the workings of the cosmos and stuff.
Yeah, sure. And even though it might have been time for one to pass on, and even though somebody somehow may have even needed to kill one, it's still kind of rough to have one leave the world. and I was kind of evoking the sort of familiar or known human emotion of that feeling that like something's just different now. And somebody remembers when things worked differently and now they don't work like that. And it's just like, it was a shift. It wasn't really a decision. Yeah. And let's see, I guess I have maybe.
Yeah, about 15, 20 minutes. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna leave a little space before the next speaker by
Alright.
leaving about 5 minutes early.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have-
We're entertained. This is very fascinating, taking a peek behind the scenes and, you know, under the hood, as you say.
Yeah. Thank you. It's been a really amazing process writing this. Sometimes I wasn't sure if I would get to the end.
How long have you spent on this?
I started this trilogy, I serialized it for about 9 years, twice a week.
Mhm.
And I did that on the website bonesofstarlight.com. And
Oh, Starlight, is that? Yeah. I'm gonna
yeah,
put that-
bonesofstarlight.com. I'll just hold the cover up here again.
Got it. Thank you. I'm going to put it in our chat here for everybody.
Thank you. Yeah.
Got it.
Um,
About 10 years. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And so now the trilogy is complete and I'm working on the appendix where I'm including some of that great extra material that people can play with. And also it'll link things like characters and places, kind of give a rounded picture of the world. I myself have greatly enjoyed the appendices of stories I liked reading. So I have a little.
I'm sorry. This is a kind of a dumb question, but what compels you to write? I mean, I know what compels me to write, but I'm just curious what compels you.
Love of story and imagination and the ability for this to help people see themselves and each other and the present moment. I like freeing minds,
Mhm.
which I know is a very dangerous thing to say.
Oh no, that's you know, you're among friends here. The thing that I find it intriguing is regardless of what people write, everybody says they have to. It's not like a choice.
I've examined my relationship with writing in this life and found that it's pretty much a guarantee.
Yeah.
It's very, very likely that as long as I breathe, I will write.
Mhm.
And this is something I had to accept about myself.
It's weird, isn't it? It's not something you wake up and one day you're like, oh, I want to write. And it's like, you can turn it on and off. It's like, it just, when it's there, it's flowing and it's like a river. You just can't turn it off.
I
And
write
there's
songs. I'm a songwriter, and like since I've been about like 19 or 20 years old, there's always been like a song I'm working on.
Right.
Like
Right.
in the
It's always
back
something up in there.
part, like, yeah.
And yeah, I started writing really young and just identified with it very deeply throughout my life. So it's a little bit like being a chosen one, but I'm also a fireborn, meaning that, yeah, I had to go through my own trial by fire to get to the point where I decided that I would just spend a whole bunch of my life doing this.
Have you found it a cathartic experience?
Sure, although it's not necessarily cathartic in the same way as journaling, which
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
I had my eras of expressing myself through different kinds of journals, and those are great collections. And now I just sort of dedicate myself to the craft of an art when I write, and it's this intense focus of producing something that pushes
creation. Yeah, it's wonderful. Just like songwriting, you know, you're doing something, you're giving birth to something, you know.
And so I have this little part where a funny thing happened on the way to the other dimension, and this Kayoshi named called Dragon Food went and intentionally got himself eaten by a dragon in the other dimension. And I'm writing a chapter where he likes to go by a he. The Kayoshi are gender fluid. Some of them like being a she, some of them like being a he, some of them go by it or they. Garlic is an it. Garlic can be referred to as it. But I have a chapter where dragon food is being experienced, like the Jimi Hendrix song, by a dragon, and is experiencing being experienced in a different dimension as an interdimensional being inside another interdimensional being. So I'm going to take you on this little trip.
Russian doll thing, huh?
Sure. 106. Dragon food had always been eventually expelled on an outbreath after spending some time being eaten and fully digested in the way that happens inside a dragon for dragon food. A dragon is like a plane between planes, and this digestion was like becoming a part of every innumerable plane touching this dragon's intraplane of elemental existence. Expulsion velocity occurred in rate of experience. Interestingly, velocities varied as dragon food careened in a personal form of interdimensional propulsion. During this time of being part of the dragon's breath, he plus E was still part of the dragon on a draconid meta-analytical level. While, quote, moving, which was also being, along a course through the element, the Kayoshi's existence was in the form of the element, and still in the invert D bas-relief pattern imprint gestalt of dragon food. So dragon food existed as himself, with little control except flight posture, in the form of another's existence, in the shared set of tonal keys and ability of facts. And so there were places experienced in this specific manner, maybe not even as a place, but as an aspect of a place and the realm that encompasses. It may not even be a place at all, but something that happens in many places, sort of like a dragon's extended elemental circulatory system. Betimes, dragon food would be exhaled with some greeting of awareness, sometimes not. This time, it was an energetic, all-encompassing sigh of remembrance of all that had just passed. Dragon food was always glad to hear that sound of the moment after a really excellent meal. Akril Nar was as new in existence as her twin Akamar. Between hatching and the meeting of the self, the story of this one was unknown and undoubtedly different. Dragon food was now a part of a small piece of that story, a new Akril Nar and her element through this part. Describing and understanding the newly hatched element would take people some time, but they had certainly discovered it and been discovered by it. This was the new universe, once again. Dragon food recalled, while in constant transformation, that it was during the experiment when the two dragons met their same self that he was eaten by an extra dimensional as an appealing piece of music, which literally transcended dimensions, making the same possible for dragon food. He wasn't worried much about translation of being, since he was still himself. If eaten by a dragon, dragon food is dragon food. Once the dragon's breath dissipated and he was no longer a part of it, he believed that his being could only resolve in his own dimensional set, surely. Meanwhile, dragon food was everywhere within the breath, swirling and unfurling. Yeah, that one is a weird one, right? But I felt like you were there. And it's I got weird and funny and funky with theory. I'm being really tongue in cheek. I mean, you know, basically dragon food is like a grainy photocopy of himself in action pose. And yeah, I think this is my moment where I have to skedaddle.
All right. Well, we were happy to have you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. So A.E. Williams, do you have a name that you go by that people call you casually?
Yeah, Bill.
Oh, okay. So Bill. Sure. Thanks. And I'm happy to, have joined the rest of you as well, and that you're all
Awesome presentation. It was really
okay.
enlightening.
Yeah, thank you.
I enjoyed the heck out of it. I'm sure everyone else did too.
Thank you. I mean, I'm glad you were willing to welcome a fiction author. It's not exactly like, personal.
This is a synergistic event today. We were experiencing all kinds of really interesting perspectives and thoughts and consciousness, and it's great.
Right on.
Much appreciated here. Thank you very much.
I just
enjoy-
want to jump on really quick and say thank you so much for talking about dragons as people.
Oh yeah, that too.
Totally legit and jives with all of the interpersonal experience that might be had out there. I think if people are primed in a way that allows them to accept an experience, and again, just like developing along the lines of nomenclature. And I do appreciate that you're an author, and I appreciate that you put the work in.
Thanks. Yeah.
And well done on the publishing.
Yeah. And I'm glad there are people who just love to trip on this kind of topic.
Fantastic.
Like
Word.
our consciousness is amazing.
No, your
So-
writing is amazing. That's what I was trying to say. That was a really, really it's indescribable in some sense. It really is interesting and just deep, very deep. I think there's a perspective there. Perhaps you haven't even realized yourself. The mathematical intricacy of what you're describing is just incredible. with this beings within other beings and the consciousness and everything. It's really very incredible.
I'd love to try and quote you on that. Maybe I can get you to verify me. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'll be headed out.
You're welcome to
Thank you
stick
very
around
much.
if you like, because I don't see our next person yet either. So
Someone named John. Well, it says Johnny on the list. Is that you, Jonathan? It says Jonathan.
is it? Oh, I thought it was going to be Jessica. Is she missed?
Man.
I got Jessica at 1.
Oh, I
after-
got Johnny at. That's weird. Huh. Okay. Well.
You, John? Are you doing, Jonathan? Are you doing this?
Well,
I
I'm
myself
here.
need to go, but thank you.
Thank
And
you.
And
have
yeah,
a
thank you so much, Primal
great
Spiral.
rest of
Yeah.
the day. Awesome.
There may have been a.
Stay in touch.
Yeah, there may have been a last minute change.
Oh,
I
a
don't
change
think we
out.
have a.
Well,
I don't think we have a Jessica with us. So
no, I don't see her yet. She was the one that was going to do the banyan tree. She has special relationship with the, I'm sorry, baobab, the special relationship with the baobab tree and the holy tree that contains ancient messages for this earth. And I had her down for 1.
Oh yes, no, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, no, she's definitely not here right now.
No. Well, we can start, and if she shows up, we can always go ahead and allow her to interject.
Johnny, did you want to start a couple minutes earlier? Early?
Are you speaking to me specifically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here. And unscheduledly so.
Oh, I got an email with you with a Johnny on the schedule, so I'm.
Well, that's not. Does it have an H in it? Is there an H in it?
Different guy? Okay.
There's a, let's see, Christopher's coming on at 2, which is next hour. And then after that is Craig McManus. And then we have Avi Esther, and then Gretchen, and then Keither, and Sundari, and then Solana, and then finally Randall. I'm sorry, Randall Nicholson. So that's what we're supposed to be at right now. Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to be here and happy to fill up some time and space,
for it,
just
man.
in
Yeah,
terms of
share
synthesizing
Throw
some
this
of the
out
things that
throw
we've
this
been
out
talking
to everybody.
about.
See, Craig's here. Craig, do you want to do yours now?
Let's give Johnny a chance
All right.
to share.
Well, I mean, there'll still be another hour. It doesn't matter if it's now. If Craig takes over now, we're just going to have to move and fill his spot up. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Been here for a bit.
No, Jonathan, why don't you share a little bit, man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay, so along the lines of synchronicity and these kinds of things, it was funny because the other day there was a conversation that I was having with a friend of mine, and we were trying to remember, without Googling it, trying to remember what the name of that tree was in Madagascar, the really thick trunk tree. It's not a banyan tree, and we couldn't remember the name of it. And it's really interesting that like it just popped out there as a baobab. That is the tree. And I've also got to say, Rick, your visualizer that's going off in the background there. Can you tell me a little bit about that? What is that?
It's like just a kaleidoscope, like kind of thing. I like usually I like if you go onto YouTube and just like type in fractals or like the Mandelbrot set, like they got a lot of like really cool psychedelic looking stuff that's actually like based off of geometry and stuff like that. So it's I don't know.
Yeah, I once picked up a kaleidoscope. We have a little take it or leave it kind of area here where I live, and there's some interesting things that come through there sometimes. And I picked up this kaleidoscope at one point, and I had intended it to be, given to a child, and I ended up getting entranced by it, and spent the better part of a year filming. I shouldn't say filming, but shooting video through this kaleidoscope, and it morphed and changed over the course of the year because I disassembled it and had plans to make a bigger one, and I think the geometries and the just the interaction of the colors and the shapes is something that's, on the one hand, exceptionally simplistic and easily disregarded as a child's toy, and at the same time, in certain times and certain contexts, profoundly meaningful, and bringing together color combinations and angles that refract faces or planes. It's said at some point that there's like 7 planes to a human face, things like that. There's like certain and you had kind of touched on this a little bit, and since the last speaker was so eloquent to ask you your actual, what do you casually call A.E. Williams, Bill. So Bill had actually talked about the math a little bit, but the math that goes into our intuition in terms of the light that enters our eyes, our ability to learn how to throw a ball, basically to be able to predict where that ball is going to go, to be able to catch a ball that's thrown to us. Very simplistic, childish things. But at the same time, these are the things that prime our consciousness, and then we're put to work. And a lot of what we spend our time doing here in these kinds of places is undoing the bonds that have been put on us during that time of work. And this is not necessarily a playtime at the same time. It's not a regression. It's a progression, and it's, illuminating to me to look at my phone, the screen of my phone that has the resolution to give me the perception of what I would call a visualizer or a kaleidoscopic kind of screen. People would casually call it a screensaver. I say back in the day, back in the day, I had a oh gosh, what would you call it? It's it's an oscilloscope essentially, but it assigns it assigns very elegantly colors and shapes to sounds and interprets them visually. And this is kind of like what I'm seeing in the background of your square, Rick. And there are times that the synchronicity flows in such a way that there seems to be coming through those means information that is beyond the ken of what's being presented. I mean, it couldn't possibly be. And if you were to say so, you would have to say so as a fiction writer in order to get away with it, in order to be considered nominal by nominal people. You would have to pass it off as fiction. And it's interesting that when guests arrive and they talk about things like dragons and fairies, and especially our last guest when she was talking about the rose fairy, the interplanetary rose fairy, and the awareness that can arise through form, it kind of calls to mind like Rupert Sheldrake morphogenic fields and those kinds of conceptualizations. And again, even her exposition on the materialism that our consciousness arises from, because it certainly is. There certainly is a materialism to it. It's undeniable. We're here in an entheogenic community setting, and in that setting, we're talking about things that kind of defy matter. And consciousness isn't necessarily defined by the matter that contains it, and yet it is contained in matter. I animate the matter that I'm animating at this moment, and all the collaboration that's gone into, me being able to have my voice broadcast in this way to those that are listening. That's the kind of stuff that gets to be mind-boggling at a certain point, because here we are on the forward edge of reality, utilizing these tools that we have within our field, and some of them are simplistic, and yet some of them, even, and again, like, I go back to the screen that's going on behind you, Rick, because it represents something that's both very simple and at the same time the confluence of high science and very, very articulate programming.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, because we had a speaker on earlier who was talking about basically being able to measure with an EEG meter, being able to measure somebody's brain waves and their brain activity as they encountered other. In this case, it was related to events that were,
Yeah, that
more
was the one that
closely.
wasn't that Ray? Ray was talking about where they had the EEG on the guy.
I'm trying to remember the gentleman's name. I think his name was John. He gave the presentation. He had gone all over the world. Remember?
Colonel. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Alexander.
So the kind of the biofeedback loop kind of technology, again, like any kind of technology, any kind of machination is a weird artifact of our, is it an artifact of our loneliness? I mean, do we have these things to display these colors in these ways that are possibly pleasing? Do we know that they're pleasing? Is it possible that they're not pleasing? Is it possible that they're influencing us in ways that are detrimental?
Right.
Those are the kinds of things that flit through my mind at times when, again, like I find myself either comfortably challenged or maybe not so comfortably challenged by, even just the Paisley of a well paisleyed couch.
Right.
So without going into a deep dive on that, like I was very interested to, again, just to our last speaker, her ability to speak about dragons in a way that resonated with experiences that I've had and would be hesitant to talk about simply because nobody has those experiences. And we've all agreed that nobody has those experiences. And I don't say that we have all agreed. It's not like Rick and Bill and myself and whoever else is listening has agreed that we don't have these experiences. Because I don't think that that's necessarily the case. But collectively as a society or whatever, you walk around saying, oh, the dragon told me this or the dragon told me that. You're going to be kind of like looked at a little, sideways.
Goddess would agree with you there.
Right? So, to couch these things in terms that move the ball forward, to couch these things in musicality, or to couch them in art, or to couch them in ways that transfer the information of possibility, even because we're very stimulated by what we, and I spoke about this earlier, the visible light spectrum, as we very anthropomorphically refer to it as the visible light spectrum. There's other spectrums, and not only are there other spectrums or other wavelengths, but there's also other textures, and there's other senses of being than seeing. But the visual cortex is very overwhelming for our mammal, and that's appropriate for the mammal that we are. And we can notice things about ourselves that we share in common with other, like an owl has both of its eyes facing forward because that's what it needs to be able to gauge the distance, to be able to snatch something from, if it's launching off of a branch of a tree to grab something off the ground, that's what it needs to do. And at the same time, we as a people have industrialized that process of our existence. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think we're doing that with the hope of reducing the harms. I don't think killing things comes easily to our creature. And I think we're odd and unique in that way. I think if there's anything that sets us apart from what we refer to as the natural world, is that the natural world is very content to eat itself, and we're very hesitant to eat anything. And finding things that are food has been a long and hard fought process that humanity has gone through. And it's, again, like, it's interesting to me, like our last speaker was talking about dragons that can remember people before we went into space, and we only went into space like 60-70 years ago, and it was only like 60 or 70 years before that we like took off at Kitty Hawk or whatever.
1908.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, a hop, skip, and a jump, and I mean it's so strange to me that we could presume to be in this form for millennia without having an understanding of aerodynamics. It just doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. They
no.
lost like $1
said that.
billion rover because there was like different crews building different parts of like this rover they were going to land on Mars. And there had been a mess up where like someone thought it was metric instead of like standard or something. And like that was the reason
Space-
$1 billion freaking project crashed on the surface of Mars.
ESA Beagle. Now, she was talking about the Dragon remembered it because, like you said, the Dragon lives for a millennia, and it was old enough or young enough, depending on which way you look at it, that it still remembered when mankind was not a space-bearing species. Remember, she said that the story takes place on a different Earth-like planet with humans on it. So it's,
And I came into her conversation. I came into it like in kind of the middle of it. And
yeah, she had explained that it was kind of a throwaway line there, but basically this whole thing's taking place in some future, I believe. And
right.
That's why it was like, yeah, I thought about that too. Like 60 years, right? What the Dragon, remember when mankind wasn't a spacefaring species, it's only 60 years. But then she said something that clicked it. It's like, oh yeah, this is all interdimensional aliens talking amongst themselves. This is in a universe or in a place where that synergy has already occurred, and they're trying to put, I guess, humanity on a good footing with the remainder of the races. There's some kind of disconnect there. I wasn't too clear about what that was, but that's okay. I have to get the book and read it, right? bonesofstarlight.com. Go check it out.
And it sounds fascinating, and I really appreciate the diligence that's required to, serialize your thoughts.
Wow, that's a long haul, boy. I'll tell you.
Yeah. And I mean, I've been churning on things. And it just astounds me when I come into some of these groups, when I get to hear people who not only have like a profundity of thought, but they've also got a brevity of thought. They've actually like when she's talking about the epiphenomena of consciousness riding upon the material of our, brain matter, and whether or not it's a matter of ganglions just getting together all in one place or whatever. And those kinds of that is the metaphysics. And it's the kind of thing that, I would want my children to understand. And like, as a child, I was given a lot of very interesting, like, metaphysical propositions. And I took them very seriously because as a child, I didn't have really, it wasn't like, I don't bemoan not having a choice. I was actually like, really enthralled by it. I was there for it, and I believed that it was there for me. And not that I've become disillusioned or disenchanted or anything like that. It's just that my thought process has become a lot more nuanced. And part of me grew up in a phase of, this version of America's development that, I think a lot of Americans probably resonate with, is that they didn't expect to be here. They expected to be raptured by now. They expected Jesus to come back. Straight up. I'm
laughing because I know people like that.
Right. And it's that's the thing, is that they're there. Those people are legitimate.
And this is why I think this alien discussion is so problematic right now. Why are they breaching this at this point? Why are they coming out? Why they being the
I think
government?
it's another way for the military industrial complex to just siphon off billions of dollars, right? Like, oh, we got these things
no,
out there.
this-
We need to invest in new technologies so we can better like fight them or, better
Well, we
protect them.
got to be
And
the
next thing
technology
you know,
that they
need
invest
billions
in.
and billions of
We've
dollars.
got to be the technology they invest in. That's the deal. Like if they're going to invest billions of dollars, they've got to invest it in us, because
Kind
you
of like the
know,
war on terror. Like there never really was these threats, but they wanted to just take, keep getting these billions and billions of dollars in these military like government contracts. And like, I think that's what the alien thing is.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's a sociological component here, guys, where they're
yeah,
saying
go ahead.
you just said. The military industrial complex is going to keep marching on. There's plenty of places to go bomb. Okay. That's not the issue. The issue is the government's coming out right now and saying to everybody, including the people you were just referring to that were expecting the second coming or to be raptured up. Guess what? Aliens exist. Hey, here's one right now. What do you think that's going to do for these people? What do you think this is going to blow their minds?
Well, that's, and I'm getting to watch that kind of in slow-mo with people that I know that both take the government very seriously as well as taking Jesus very seriously.
Right.
And for a lot of people, and this was brought up earlier, and it was by that same gentleman, John, I believe his name was.
Yeah, John Alexander.
He was talking about the difficulty that you run into ontologically with people who conflate, what we're talking about here with demonology. And there's no easy way around that, because at a very basic level, we have to consider, the deception, like the fall. We have to have, these conceptualizations have shaped Western culture, and I say Western in heavy air quotes, but like they've shaped Western culture to such a degree that we don't even notice it. It's just the air that we breathe. If we were fish, we would be, pushing water through our gills. And it would taste like, like pre-trib rapture, eschatological theology. And it would just be a backdrop. It would just be the background noise. It would be the carrier signal on which all of our kind of like sci-fi fantasy space opera took place upon the backdrop of, almost in defiance of, but not quite blasphemous of. And that was one of the things that I was really like, as a child, like I wasn't allowed to watch any television show that had anything to do with the occult. So that's Scooby-Doo, that's the Smurfs, that's but not Star Wars.
Yeah,
Wizards in space is okay.
That's that old religion, huh?
Right. There's something about it that aligns okay enough. Like, and I'm curious, because at the time, Star Wars was a fairly low budget independent production, and I don't know who, or I think honestly, I think there was a lot of thought and proof of concept that went into the use of miniatures and models in the making of 2001, and the cinematography and the photography and the ability to put an image on a screen. And this goes back to our visual cortex being so overwhelming in terms of how we glean information and how we validate information. So if we see it, we believe it. And the perception of motion, or the persistence of motion as an optical illusion, is something I talked about earlier as well. These are all kind of interrelated concepts in that when we try and parse out, and like even that word parse, like parsec, parse out, I made Tesla run in 12 parsecs. You know what I'm saying? Like there's all these interrelated terms that have a really high science behind them. The science of getting silver halide celluloid film to process into, color in reverse for projection from a negative, and then doing like double exposures, triple exposures, all kinds of very, very intricate and very, very elaborate and intentional image creation
So
technology.
that's one of the reasons actually why I think a lot of this like stuff coming out from like the Pentagon about, oh, they're just finally disclosing UFOs, like it's still like grainy ass, blurry fucking little blobs.
If the UFOs
in black
can't
and white.
disclose
Like
themselves,
you would
then
think
they
as
ain't.
sophisticated as like our like satellites and technology is, like we'd be able to actually get like a real fucking picture of one of these
No
things.
doubt, right?
Just get this black blob going across the fucking.
Again, this goes back to what I'm saying about the plausible deniability thing. Okay. One of the other presenters mentioned it's a slow rollout, that they're going to roll this out. The information we found biological evidence on Mars or something like that of life. And then it's going to be longer before, like maybe another 20 or 30 years, where it's like, oh, by the way, we found something that's like a hamster on Mars, or 30 years later, oh, we found something looks like a seahorse over on Europa or something, right?
Europa, that's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Europa was in the news the other day with
Of course it was.
we were doing gas spectrometry,
They
and
found
to try and explain that to somebody, like
carbon dioxide on it.
yeah, what's the sign of life that you're seeing on Europa that's giving you the idea that there's life there? Well, it's gas spectrometry. And so
Liquid
like,
water. There's liquid water underneath the ice.
Yeah, but it's not the liquid water. It's the fact that there's CO2 on the planet, which is respiratory. Respiratory CO2.
So the gravity of Jupiter is so strong that as this moon orbits, it actually stretches the planet as it orbits around. It contracts and squeezes and it stretches out and goes back. And what that does is create friction in the core. So it's actually like warm in the core, like, you know what I mean? Like there could be like thermal vents that have, similar type of life that we have like on our ocean floors next to thermal vents. I think is the idea. And like the volcanic like geysers you see is like, the heat pushing the freaking, steam out, and it, shoots this geyser of liquid, up into the air, and then the satellites get it. Like that's the plumes you see coming off. It's pretty fucking cool. I mean, dude, I'm down. Like, yeah, get a probe over there quick. Like that's fucking like I'm all for that, man. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing though, the military industrial complex ought to be put to work in service of the probes going to Europa to check out the geysers. Like we need rockets, but we don't need them to be like, we don't need rockets from Germany to England. We need rockets from here to Europa for peaceful purposes. And the co-opting of the military industrial complex by the, not to say intelligentsia, but like by those that ought have
the warmongers.
Well, how do you co-opt
just made a whole division of the Pentagon called the Space Force.
How do you because Star Wars there's an interesting little YouTube glitch on Star Wars and what do they call it? They call it some kind of technological communism. But just the ubiquity of technology throughout the known galaxy. And at the same time, you still have indigenous Ewoks, things like that.
Yeah, but that's a writer's conceit. Okay.
It is a writer's conceit.
George Lucas is a hack. Okay. That anybody that's a writer, right? No,
All right,
seriously,
you said it, Bill.
literally
You said it.
stole.
They're coming for Bill.
He's
Oh man.
already been and gone. Trust me.
I
They
just
had-
watched Denis Villeneuve's Dune today, and
went ahead- he
yeah.
went ahead
Anyway,
and took the Flash Gordon serials and the Buck Rogers serials from his childhood, and he did it
Right.
again with Indiana Jones and the same thing. That's a Sierra Madre.
They brought in different writers and directors for both Empire Strikes Back and
Right.
Jedi. You know what I mean? Because-
He couldn't carry the torch past that.
yeah. Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
Not to give the guy his due. He had 9 original plots, right? 9 original plots. And that's what turned into the trilogy. Or 3 trilogies. Unfortunately, that the first one was the only one worth a crap. The other 2 got too metaphysical and went off down different paths and introduced clowns instead of characters like Jar Jar Binks. The best theory of which I've heard about that is he's actually a master Sith, right?
right. That's
yeah.
honestly.
Marcus,
that's
I think
a
that's
theory.
kind of hilarious, and it kind of adds some redeeming value to the
There's a
remainder.
nuance to it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Yasmin has had her hand up for a little bit. Sorry, guys.
Go ahead.
Let's,
Yeah,
let's,
we
let's
can-
squeeze her in real quick.
Jasmine, we're all friends here. Here, turn on
Okay.
your
Sorry, I
just-
hate to cut you off like that, man, because it's a really cool topic. But
Okay.
Okay, so
we'll
I
get back
heard
to it.
you guys
Oh, we
talking
will.
about as far as like what would be the government's angle of, saying now that there's alien life forms after all this time. Not only did I, in my prediction, say that they were going to do it a couple years before they actually said that now, but I had watched a video and they were saying that one of the reasons why they were doing that is so they could do a project and have a fake alien invasion. And so everyone freaks out and turns to the government looking for safety and protection, which in turn, they're trying to create a one world government. What do you think about that?
Sounds like some tinfoil hat nonsense.
Do you think so?
That sounds like
I mean,
sounds like
because all
Facebook
fairness,
meme.
let's stick to the facts right here. Let's stick to the facts. Just with the downloads that I got. On August 1st, 2020, I posted the government is making claims about aliens. And then 3 years, almost to the day, they started making claims about aliens. The same thing I said about them making claims about the UFOs. You don't think that that would be an agenda that they have to maybe create a one?
You got to ask yourself about the one world government. I want you to think about this carefully for a second.
No,
Okay?
this is what
Anyone
this
brings
is.
up
I
news,
don't
I'm
personally
gonna
believe
take
that.
this.
I don't
Direction
see that
most
working
people
out.
won't. I think, you got to hear me through here. Okay, let me finish this thought because I know what is going to happen as soon as I say this. A one world government, could be the best thing that ever happened to this planet. Okay,
Legit.
because right now everybody is going like this when it comes to the climate and everything else. Okay, there's no unification. You don't have any kind of cohesion as to everybody's working at cross purpose. Now, if you could have a benevolent dictatorship or however you want to phrase that, okay, that is a good for the planet and the society and humanity as a whole. I'm not talking about, ethnic cleansing or racial things. I'm saying you got to have the human race as its prerogative. Then I could see a one world government would work. That's not what's going to happen though. Based on what you've seen, based on what we've experienced, there's the four of us probably can't even figure out where we want to go to lunch, let alone how we're going to put, robots on Mars and stuff like that. Right. So this is the thing. These people being whoever the hell is in power right now have been working on this for centuries, maybe millennia. Okay. This is something that's been going on for maybe 5,000 or 10,000 years. And we're at the tail end of this. So
going back to the
again, why do we care about aliens all of a sudden? That's what I don't understand. What part of that is going to happen? She said it's to form a one world government. Is that what you think is going to happen?
Yeah,
I don't personally think that.
So Jonathan, it sounds like you and I had similar upbringings. I was raised by like pretty gnarly conspiratorial, like evangelicals myself, like the rapture and the Antichrist and the mark of the beast and like all of that stuff was always like just around the corner, right? And I'm bringing this up only because like a lot of the like people tie that to like the one world government's going to co-align like with the Antichrist is going
Right.
to bring in that era.
Everybody
So I
thinks-
finally got around to reading the book of Revelations one day, and it says like when the Antichrist comes, there's going to be 1,000 years of like world peace. And I
Right.
was like, did the same thing. I'm like, why is that a bad thing, man?
That's
Let's-
actually
let's,
the second coming of Christ.
Like, couldn't we like use it?
No, actually, he's right. What happens is you have Armageddon doesn't happen until after. Let me think if I remember this now. You have a leader that comes along and unites all the nations of the world, and then there's, like you said, like a millennium's worth of prosperity based off of that, and then Armageddon happens. Armageddon happens in the plains of Megiddo over in the Middle East, and that is why it's called Armageddon. And that's where the last battle between the God and Satan occur.
And
Okay.
some people like have different era, like when the
Rapture is
rapture
something that
like,
happens,
before
I
or
guess,
after.
somewhere along there where the true believers are taken up into heaven, right? And then after the second coming of Christ, that's when you get the judgment day, when all the souls of the dead come up out of the ground and whatever, and then they are judged, and then the giant battle starts, is what I remember correctly. But
Well,
yeah,
an honest Christian would tell you, Bill, that there's no actual indicator as to whether or not it's a pre-trib, mid-trib, or post-tribulation rapture. That's not
Probably
specific.
true.
So the timelines, and this is the thing, is that the 80s, just as much as the 80s were all about Transformers and, all kinds of pop culture, for Christianity, the 80s was full of a
Satanic
bunch
demons.
of Christian Stephen Kings that
Yeah,
put out
right.
books like This Present Darkness and Clear and Present Danger.
What was that one?
And
Oh no, the other
Deep
one.
in the Night.
The end
Deep
of
in
the
the Night's the one I remember. That scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, dude.
Right?
All of the
People
Left
getting
Behind
guillotined
stuff.
and stuff. That freaked
Left
me. That
Behind.
All the Left
traumatized me,
Behind,
dude.
and the late great Planet Earth. Hal
Late
Lindsey.
Great Planet Earth, Hal Lindsey.
Yep.
So those people may or may not have been a total psyop on the and again, like
Fundamentalist.
one of my favorite films of all time is Lawrence of Arabia, and I love it for all the right reasons, and I love it for all the wrong reasons. And at the same time, it's a really interesting, if you look into the history of it's not a fictional story that
Right.
happened.
Yeah.
And
They actually stabbed him in the back, like really bad.
it pretty much happened the way that they showed in the movie, and they ended up creating the state of Israel as a way to
Saudi Arabia. Actually,
ahead.
yeah, I'd have to get back to you on that one. I don't think it was Israel though.
What?
No, the
Saudi
creation of the
Arabia,
state of
1946.
Israel, when they're
Yeah.
right before the intermission, the three gentlemen are walking all lockstep, and they're in Cairo, and they're talking about basically the birth of British Petroleum, BP.
Yeah, that was
Um,
just Haley, I think, and who's the other two?
Yeah, I'd have to watch it again. I'll shut up.
At any rate, to your point, there's this movie, and
The point is that there's a lot of prophetic expectancy that's tied up in the petrodollar and
Right.
the buoyancy of the petrodollar and the utilization of the belief systems of people who get in their cars and drive around while they believe in Jesus, using the petrodollar. And meanwhile, we're extracting those resources, in a way that's closely tied to the military-industrial complex,
Yeah.
closely tied to, arms treaties and all kinds of, a lot of our
corporatism, sure, right?
So
and
in
a lot
real
of our,
life, I think
even
we had, like,
cannabis
promised,
prohibition. Go ahead.
We'd promised the British had like promised these people like independence if they like helped them fight the Turks in World War I, right? And then we ended up like defeating the Turks, but then they reneged on like the treaty that they had like said they were gonna, or something like that, right? Is that the?
Well, it was the independence that they promised them was a parliamentary independence. It wasn't the independence that the Bedouin actually like had amongst themselves, which the parliamentarians view as chaos. They desired that indigenous. And this goes back to like, you know, so the one world government aspect of things, as opposed to, you know, collectives that are disparate from each other. And that's kind of like part of our history as a humanity, is that we've gone through these stages of being together and apart. And then, you know, that we're apart so far for so long that when we come back together, we don't recognize each other and we view each other as enemy or as something to be defeated or something to be denigrated or
Adversarial.
enslaved. Go ahead. What's that?
There's an adversarial component. This is something.
The adversarial component.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Why is that? Because this is really interesting about human beings in general to me, is that, you know, we are aggressive. And if you look around nature, someone mentioned this earlier today, where they felt that people, humans are not like animals, right? Animals eat each other. That they eat, the world eats itself, I think is what he said.
That was me. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You said the world eats itself, right? Yet humans don't exactly, and you're right about this. They're not murderous necessarily. Okay. There's been studies.
It gets there quick though.
Well, that's the thing. We are quick to anger, but there's been studies that show that the vast majority of ammunition expended in a war is not aimed at anybody.
Correct.
They put people against each other. They kind of fire over each other into the air, right?
Correct.
It's very difficult to dehumanize a human being to the point where the adversary wants to, you know, kill them. Now it's different if it's personal, like, you know, you find something going on, somebody's harming your child or something, or, you know, somebody's in your face and it's obviously going to be confrontational. There's definitely emotional adrenaline and self-survival mechanisms that kick into play here. But on the whole, I think you're right. I think as you go through, you bump up against millions and millions of people in New York City, for instance, they're not all killing each other. You go look at cities all over the world, they're not killing each other. Everybody
Correct.
on the planet is just getting by, man. There's a few of them out there that are kind of like, you know, again, the leadership thing. Why are they following these people to do these stupid things? Why don't you turn around and instead of blowing each other up, build more homes or something? You know,
that goes to your comment about, you know, the one world government and the unity that's involved, and the, you know, like secretly behind the scenes, there's the supply chain that actually dominates the whole situation. So all of the politics and all of the, you know, are you a communist or are you, you know, whatever, a constitutionalist, like whatever, like all of these different delineations are kind of like intellectual playthings for people that need that kind of occupation within their brain space.
I guess if you go back far enough, though, but if you go back far enough, just keep going back, you know, past politics.
We got a 15-minute warning too. I believe we got
Right.
some.
You go back 15,
That's great.
thousands of years, okay, where we don't have Republicans and Democrats. We don't have communists and capitalists. What we have are human beings and something else, right? You got human beings over here, and we're just kind of like the Eloi. We're just minding our own damn business, trying to figure out how to feed our asses, right? And
We're
then all
busy killing off all the large land animals.
yeah, okay, but that's food. We're not shooting each other. This is a weird thing.
Correct.
Think about the logistics, to use your term, supply chain. Think about the logistics of what would happen if you were a serial killer at the dawn of man. Okay, what would that look like? There's no communication, right? Nobody knows who you are. You're walking around and you figure out that you can take a big rock or something or a club and knock somebody else over the head and they're dead. And that entire line of their ancestors is gone, right? What's stopping you? What is stopping you from killing everything that you come across? Something did. Something prevented in humanity that killer instinct to prevent the decimation of the humans. Unless, like I said, 12,080 pairs were left over, breeding pairs 800,000 years ago, right? There's something weird about this aggressiveness of the human race to me.
They both played like equal parts in how we evolved, right? Like our ability to like love and connect and form these bonds.
But their ability to
survive,
think,
and our ability to be aggressive and go to war helped us to survive.
The ability to think and make tools and to pass that information along to other big brain apes like us, that's what put us apart from the rest of the animal kingdom. But what go ahead.
So when we're talking about, so we kind of like talk about writers' conceits and, what is actually modeling the world that we see around us. And I recently, I hadn't seen it before, but I saw recently Rise of Planet of the Apes. And if you haven't seen it, watch it. I won't spoil it. But it's a really, just as you're saying there, like there was a time, most likely, I mean, it doesn't seem logical that there wasn't a time. I'll put it that way. It doesn't seem logical that there wasn't a time where there wasn't other hominid species that could communicate as we do, that we could pass knowledge amongst, that we could maybe even like intermingle with. And the degree to which that became us is a mystery, and it befuddles us, and it confounds us, and it provokes us. And I don't think we have a killer instinct. I think we have, I do believe we have confusion, and I do believe that we have that self survivance kind of.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Notice those kinds.
Say we have a killer instinct. What I said is there was something that inculcated that in humanity. Okay.
Well, we realize that
not aggressive.
Well, and when you use that word decimate, someone pointed out to me, some nerd one time pointed out to me that like decimate actually means to reduce by 1/10.
Right.
And so when you talk about the pairs, you mentioned 800,000 years ago. And these things are kind of like scientifically regarded as fact. Like I'm on the same page with you as regards to like the information. I don't doubt that that's the case, that we can trace the genome back to this many possible pairings that make this many possible outcomes. That's kind of just legitimate based on observation and empiricism. And so kind of, working backwards from that, or reverse engineering, or whatever you might want to say, we can make some decent presumptions that both include our capacity for spiritualization while also excluding the necessity for an Armageddon in the way that those that would maybe want to push parts of us into an Armageddon, for their own benefit. I don't think the people that really would benefit from the Armageddon really believe in Armageddon. And I think that they believe that they'd be hanging around afterwards, kind of like chuckling to themselves that all these fools like lemminged off into Armageddon. At their whim. And to the extent that novelty and our own just wily nature has prevented that from happening and continues to do so as we are here now. We're not subverting anything. We're having a legitimate
I don't want to mention that.
We're having a legitimate meeting of the minds. We're talking with some serious heads.
I meant what he said. I'm not sure we want to bring that one up for the YouTube algorithm.
What are we saying now?
Don't say it again.
What,
That movie that you liked.
that I liked?
You
No,
just
I
That I
meant,
liked?
Movie, rub up.
I mentioned Zeitgeist a little
Yeah,
bit.
that one.
It
Do
was
that.
like a, not that one? Do it?
Not that one.
Oh, well,
That's
anyway.
kind of like a red flag for getting YouTube banned.
Well,
hammered.
no, because I'm just gonna close because I had one more thought on like the one world government and like so that movie came out like I think I don't know what like the mid 2000s or something, and it ends with some guy claiming like I was a close friend with Roosevelt, and he like supposedly like spills the beans on this plan to like get everyone microchipped and form this like Canada and Mexico and North America will be like one. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in that that I really like thought was like true at the time, but like none of it's actually like.
Now we've gone a little far afield of the old mushrooms here. I got to say that.
Yeah.
Christopher Harmon, thank you for joining us in this
Yeah,
late
man.
hour in the evening
Yeah. Man.
or early hour in the day.
I was just gonna say hi. He's up next actually, but I mean, there's still 8 minutes if you want to kill 8 minutes or.
He can start now.
Yeah, if you're ready, I'll start.
Yeah, go for it.
Go for it.
All right. My name is Chris Harmon. I'm with the Mutual UFO Network. I'm also a psychic remote viewer, time traveler, and I do remote healing, and I can also do what is known as remote influencing. And like I said, time travel, which I do time travel. It is a very unique tool. I work in several different areas, actually 10 different areas to be exact, but would you prefer I talk about remote viewing or UFOs, or you have a specific topic, or?
I remember
Yours-
when
yours-
John was on, you popped into the chat saying that you had some remote viewing experience.
Yeah.
And we were talking a little bit about Ingo Swann and some of the influences there. I don't know. I'm just popping into the audio for that.
Sure, remote viewing is
choice. So, right.
Is a very unique, remote viewing is a very unique tool because can you hear me okay? Yeah. Remote viewing is such a wonderful tool, and I teach it to the UFO network, but I also teach it to the general public starting November 1st. Everybody who can hear me is welcome to take that course. It's a $100 course, and it's 8 weeks, and you get certified by me. In this course, you'll learn how to time travel, how to not only go out and look for lost people, animals, pets. You can use this tool in such a unique way that I have documented proof. You can make it in a clear day with nothing going on. You can make it rain, hail, storm, whatever you prefer. Not that I preach or expect anybody to use this for negative. I only allow people to use this tool for positiveness. And anybody that takes my course, if they're caught using this for negative, I can put a stop to them. I've done so many cases with this where people have needed help finding lost jewelry, children. You can work with law enforcement even for finding people who have been kidnapped or hijacked or whatever. Just from sitting right here, I can look at anybody who's in this room. I can give 99% accurate details of their life, their history, and everything that's going on with them. I've been trained in such a way that I can do this within a matter of seconds in my head without even having to use paper. Most people who do this have to use paper, but being trained for several years, I can do this instantly. I did a test last week. I'm still teaching an 8-week course in MUFON. And I did a test last week where I wanted to show the class how I could go outside. There was a 2% chance of rain the following day at 7 a.m. or around 2%. I went out the night before in a clear night and did a session. I wanted to document the class so I can make it rain, thunder, and lightning. And within just a few seconds, it poured down rain, lightning, and thunder. And the thunder was so loud because I specifically put heavy and now. The thunder was so loud. We live in a brick country home. The entire house shook immediately as soon as I put the word now on paper. So that right there, and I got video proof for this too. That's proof that this does work. And if you're trained in an advanced level such as I am, you can really do a lot of interesting things with this. And I expect and preach only to use this for positive work, So my students, when they take my course, they are they are taught these tools, but they are taught in such a positive way that they themselves can have great outcome. Like somebody has back pain, I can get rid of their back pain. I can get rid of cancer, leukemia, and anything a person has with these tools. I can heal a person, and I've documented that as well. I even had a person send me X-rays who could never, barely even walk. After I did a couple of rounds of remote healing for them, they are now they have a 7-year-old child back. They could literally stand up, walk, and practically do somersaults. I mean, it is remarkable. I've been trained for this for many years and got to the advanced level. And this tool can be a life changer, and it can help so many people. And I'm going to open it up for a few seconds for questioning. Anybody has anything?
So where do you think that this ability manifests itself from?
Well, for me, it's a little bit easier than most people because I was born a psychic. I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was called. I was a young child, and I knew I had abilities to know things that most people wouldn't know. But I thought it was just a common thing in most people. I thought it was common for somebody to look at somebody else and have their whole life just information just come to me. I thought it was normal. But then as I got older, I began to realize, no, this isn't normal, because I was knowing things that most people did not know. And when I would mention to somebody, oh, this is not going to happen, or this is going to happen, or she is going to come, or he isn't going to come, or things like that, people would say that you're nuts. There's no way that you know this, or just be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about. But I would always wind up being right. And then there were times I'd even say, like, well, I told you so. Oh, well, you just got lucky. Just quit complaining about it. But the older I got, the more I realized, okay, there's something to me that I'm able to know these things. And then once I got into my 20s, I started doing more research on psychics and started realizing that I've even got abilities they don't have, because I could sit there and just keep thinking about somebody being ill and how I wish they were better, and I was just heavily I would start thinking that, and then they would be healed. And then by the time I got into my late 30s or so, I started studying what was known as remote viewing, and I started studying that and decided I'm going to take a course and get certified. I took a course and of course got certified, moved on to remote healing. And once I started doing that, I started realizing I can literally do this in a matter of seconds. So I started practicing all of this in my head, and I trained myself to where I could just like sit back right here, and within just give me 5 minutes, I could take away your migraine, or I could take away maybe Rick over here has a broken shoulder. I could heal his shoulder in just like 5 minutes. And when I realized that I do have the capabilities of doing this, I knew I could really make a difference. And then it all started to make sense. When I was a young child growing up, my plan was to be a rock and roll star and get all the women. Of course, that didn't happen. But my other plan was to become a professional photographer. Well, from the time I was a child until I would say 2012 or 13, this is all documented in a book I'm coming out with in a few weeks called Fear of Knowledge. And it'll be on Amazon and everywhere, but it's around 2013. From like the time I was a child up until then, I did not have a career. I could do nothing but help people, and sometimes I could make a person feel better. I didn't know why I was only allowed to do that, because I kept thinking that helping people isn't much of a career, because I wanted to be a big success. But I could never get to that area of my life. All I could do was stay at the same job, the same routines, and just assist people. And I kept trying to get a job or a career or success, could not get anywhere. And finally, one day it occurred to me, okay, maybe this is what I'm supposed to do, which is help people. And I had encounters with UFOs, ETs, even paranormal from the time I was a child too. And I thought that stuff was never going to end. What I did not realize was that this, and this is all in the book, that this was all they were there trying to get me to realize my life purpose. And my life purpose was to help people. When I finally put all that together and realized my job in life is to help people. When I realized that, I looked up to the sky, to anybody that could hear me, the spirit guides, the angels, the ETs, anybody that could hear me. I said, if you let me have a career and a success, I said, I give you my absolute word. I will help every person every day in this world that I can. I will never stop helping people. Within just a matter of 2 weeks, got a call from the Travel Channel to do television shows as a paranormal investigator. Got a job with a local paranormal crew. We started doing Amazon Prime shows. Next thing you know, I'm in the UFO community or working with them. Started getting job promotions in the UFO field. Started doing Hollywood films, movies. Things just started opening up, but I never stopped helping people. And then I took the later on, I took the remote viewing skills and started training other people to do this. And as of right now, I'm training the general public as of November 1st in 3 courses: remote viewing, remote healing, and remote influencing. Influencing is where I could take a person, like, let's say, anybody here in the audience. I could use influencing, which is a skill that you can control another person's body. You can make them jump up and scream. Of course, we only use these tools for positive. That is the agreement I have, and I only allow my students to use it positive. If I even think anybody's using it for negative, I can put a stop to them instantly.
Hey, Yasmin, you have a question?
Yeah, I did. Hi, I'm really fascinated with your abilities. I had a couple questions. You said, well, you just answered one of them, what remote influencing is. So is that basically like using someone like a remote control, like you could actually control the person's actions physically?
Yes, of course, I only use this for positive. I never use this for negative. So if I was going to use influencing, I would use that to help you help yourself, or in a lot of ways, everything that I do up here and by hand with these tools is to make this world a better place, as in healing, helping, finding missing people, children. It's never used for negative at all.
Okay. Who trained you in your remote view?
Well, I had these abilities since I was a kid, but when I decided to learn all this and officially get certified, I went through the IRVA, International Remote Viewing Association, which they can be found online. It's irva.org or gov or .com or one of those.
Okay, because I talked about
RVA.org.
IRVA.org, right? Yeah.
And if anybody here would like to take my course, you can just email me. The course starts November 1st. It's a public course this time, and it's 8 weeks. It's only $100, and for $100 you get 8 weeks of training, and then I give you a certificate afterwards.
And I have another question. How would you describe your psychic abilities? Like, is there certain words or that you use, tools?
I don't really have certain words. I just consider myself able to do things that some people can't do, but it's all, of course, I trained myself for years and years. Besides what I was already born with, I trained myself further, just making it come out more broader. But it's a very wonderful tool. I also time travel, which I can get into that shortly too. But the best way I can describe all of this is what I was gifted with makes this world a better place. So I'm able to do this and make each person have better health, help them find people, objects, things they can't find, like jewelry rings, lost animals and pets. Just use this tool to make this world better, and I'll never stop. That was part of the agreement.
Okay, because I'm really fascinated. I totally believe in psychic abilities and remote viewing, and I actually have a business doing that too as well. And I do you said like you find people too, so I do psychic investigations and paranormal investigations as well. So I was just wondering, have your gifts ever presented you in a place where they like made you feel like you had psychiatric problems? Have you ever had that problem?
No, I don't. With these tools, of course, I don't go around telling everybody about this because there are a lot of people that even just you mention one word of aliens or paranormal or ghost or psychic, and then they just go like this with you, and they don't want nothing to do with you. But I'm able to read people, so I know who to talk to and who not to talk to. Like I could sit here looking at you. I can tell I could do this all night. You would be very open for it. Whereas I can look at somebody else that and I can tell that they're not as acceptive, so I wouldn't mention this to them. Because I can also just by sitting here, I can put myself in somebody else's body. Like I could stand here and I could put myself inside your body, so I know exactly what you're thinking, and what your thought process is. So it's a real quick process. I can do it instantly, so I know who to speak to and who not to just by looking at them. And the time travel that I do is very unique because I'm able to look at a photo of let's say 1952 World's Fair, just as an example. I can look at that photo and give me 10 seconds, and I can go back to that area, that time frame. I can walk around, I can interact, I can talk, I can speak, I can do anything I want in that time frame. When I'm ready, I just bring myself back to the here and now. So I can go to the past, I can go to the future, I can go to the here and now. Like the other night, I went to first time I done this, but I went to a 1971 Elvis Presley concert in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I was able to take a photo of it, take a photo of Elvis while sitting in the audience with my cell phone, because anything that I have with me now, I can take with me to the past or the future because I physically go there without leaving my chair.
You have this picture of Elvis with you right now, you said?
It's on my phone, not on my computer.
I want to see this.
I want to see it
Bust it out, man.
I do have on my laptop here a video of how I made it rain last week. If anybody wants to see that.
Sure. Yeah. I am all.
See, I know about that too, as far as like doing weather manipulation. I guess my question would be now, since you do time travel, do you see things that alarm you and you could go back and warn people before they happen? Because there's certain when I do traveling, there's certain things and rules that you know, it's almost like, have you seen the butterfly effect? Like if you do
Right.
something here, you know, something could happen when you get back to the present that may not be favorable for. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, you can go back to the past and you can, of course, it takes a lot of proper training because the more training you get in remote viewing, like me, the more physically you're going to actually be there. But as a new person doing this, if they try to time travel, they may not be as physically there as somebody more advanced as I am because they're new at this. And the problem is, if you're new at this and you time travel, and there is dangers to this, if you're new at this and you time travel, you may not have the mindset and the capabilities to get back. There has been reports, I won't go into names and all that, but people who have time traveled and have gotten stuck, and we had to go get them and bring them back because they get so lost there, they don't know how to get out of it. And of course, there's also reports that people who have time traveled, let's say, to the future or to the past, and tried to make changes, but were insufficient. And the reason, or couldn't, and the reason for that is because without proper training, you don't know how to physically make changes. In other words, like you might have the intentions of going back and taking the Declaration of Independence. Well, without proper training, you might attempt to get a hold of it. You don't know exactly what time point to go to, what exact moment in time to where you could physically get that without being seen or being questioned. Well, let's face it, if you go and try to make changes, unless you know exactly when to go to make these changes, are you going to make any changes? Because you got to know the exact moment in time that you could actually change something. Because if something is meant to happen, if you don't know exactly when to go, how can you change it without it still happening? Just like 9/11, if you don't know exactly what moment in time those planes were being hijacked, how are you going to know exactly what second moment to stop it without it still happening?
So do you get like premonitions, like premonition dreams or something? I'm only asking that because I've had that happen to me several times. I had a dream that Aaliyah got into a plane crash and passed away, and that happened 2 weeks after. And then about 3 weeks before 9/11, I was in high school and it happened. I had a dream that that was going on as well. So do you get like downloads and premonitions in your dreams?
I have spirit guides and a lot of different people around me, and I've trained myself in such a way to recognize feelings and recognize what I'm hearing. So I know what feelings are what. Like I will recognize, okay, this feeling is telling me this, or the spirit guides are telling me this over here. Like if I were to ask them a question right now, they would give me the answer, but I know how to decipher what they're saying. And so let's say they're telling me that I need to be careful of something that's going to happen 2 hours from now. I know exactly what they're saying because I recognize their feelings and their information. So immediately I know. Plus, in some instances, or how we want to put it, I get information up here that comes to me, and it's just a real quick, like bang, I'm able to take that information and read it or decipher it real quickly. Okay, now I know what to do. And I've trained myself to get faster and faster at this, to the point where like I could be in a crowd and just like that, I know 500 pieces of information just within a matter of seconds. And so I'm able to act real quickly. Like if somebody in Florida was having a hurricane or severe weather, whatever, just within a matter of seconds, I could sit there and do a session in my head and make that hurricane break up and begin to move out of the area. Now, sometimes I might have somebody else working with me, and the two of us could take that hurricane and break it up at an even faster rate and get it out of there rather quickly before any damage is done. But in some cases, I'm told by the spirit guides and all that not to do anything because they need this to happen, because in the long run, this is going to make that community or that group of people a better person by having that incident happen. So in some cases, it's better, I'm told, not to help somebody because they have to go through this to learn their life lesson. Because and sometimes in life, we go through things that are terrible, but it leads us to where we need to be in life. So sometimes helping is not needed, even though you really want to. They have to go through this because it's gonna better their life.
Did you ever find the Elvis picture?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll send it to my computer and then I'll show you.
And so how do these rescue missions work? You said you lose people back in time, and then you're like, well, you have to be like, how's that work?
Yeah, 1 second, I'll explain that.
You gotta like get some like repelling gear, like you're like getting someone out of the bottom of a cave or something, really.
Okay, so for like rescue missions, if say somebody is lost or kidnapped or whatever, I can just by somebody telling me their name or showing me a picture of them, I can in my mind, I can just relax for a few seconds. I can go to where that person is at or go to that moment in time and see that person and then wait for the right moment and get that person, bring him back into the here and now, or just basically just save their life and put them in a safer area. It'd be just like me going over to where you're at, untying you, taking the gag off, and then walking you to safety. And then whoever kidnaps you, then I would make sure the cops got there at the right moment in time and take care of things. Or if I had to, I could physically knock the gun out of your hand with my power and make sure that you never did anything like this again. Like right now, I can make you take your laptop and throw it across the room. I won't, because that's not part of the agreement that I did for helping people. But if I wanted to, I can make you throw your laptop. I can make anybody in this room do whatever I say in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
I won't, but I very well could. And let me see if I got that picture.
If you could remote view into spaces, right? So we asked you like to remote view, for example, what's under my pillow. Would you be able to see what's under my pillow?
If it was
If I
good
gave
enough,
you permission to.
I could, yes. Matter
If
of second.
someone like you're right, like it was like someone would need to be in danger, right? Like you'd have to serve some higher purpose, like the formula for the antidote to some like poison is under the pill. Like you have to go get it, and then like what's the
Yeah, I could do whatever I want with these tools, but as the agreement, I only use these tools to help. And that was part of the agreement that if I did all this work to help people, I'd be allowed to have a success or have a career. And when I made that agreement, that's when the doors opened up for me. I'm gonna do a screen share and show the Elvis Presley photo.
Uh-oh.
Can you, let's see, can you see?
yeah.
All right, great. Kind of hard to see, but there's the cloud down there, and there's Elvis Presley. Not a very great photo, but you can tell it's
You sure that's dude? That I don't know.
Hold on.
That doesn't look like Elvis to me, man. Are you sure?
Oh yeah, that's Elvis.
That
That's
looks
Elvis
like
Presley.
some I don't know. He
Trust
did
me,
wear a similar like outfit. That looks more like some like I don't know,
Like
like a British band, like
like the Beatles.
some Led Zeppelin like knockoff band or something. That's or maybe an Elvis in person. I don't know.
No, I can assure you that's Elvis Presley.
Well,
This was 1971, I believe, January 8th, if I'm not mistaken. International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada.
And you just recently got this picture from there?
Friday night.
How did your technology work in a space where it wasn't present before?
like they didn't have cell towers. You said you took it on your cell phone. They didn't have cell towers in 1971 for your phone to get the freaking.
You don't need cell towers to use your camera. Plus, my energy.
Oh, but the camera still. Yeah, right. I guess the camera on your phone would still work.
My energy and my intent, my energy goes into everything I do, so I can take anything I want with me. Let's say in 1972 you lost your harmonica, or 1993 you lost your harmonica. You don't know where it's at. I could go to 1993 and get your harmonica and put it somewhere where you would find it, and then you can bring it back to you in the here and now.
Have you heard of the Clairs? Do you use any of the Clairs?
I've never heard of Clairs, huh?
As far as psychic abilities go.
I've never heard of that term, huh? No.
Okay, so I am looking at a picture of Elvis. I just looked up right now, and he has a much hairier chest than the dude in the picture you just showed right here, right? If you want me to pull out like my screen share, like he would have had to wax his chest for that concert in 1971 for you to take that picture. And his nose doesn't look well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's not Elvis, dude.
I guarantee it is. As God is my witness, that's Elvis Presley in that photo.
Have you ever used the Are You a Psychic app?
I don't use psychic apps, no.
Oh, because it's an app that helps with developing and honing in your psychic abilities.
Hold on, let me do one thing real quick.
If
No clairs? I'm really curious though. I gotta ask.
I actually recently
Oh,
let me do
man.
a screen. I actually recently purchased a 4 disc set of Elvis Presley 4 CD set. I'm gonna do a let me change my screen here real quick just for
Yeah. But that
there
guy in
you
the picture, the guy in your picture looked a lot shorter too. I can't find any other picture of Elvis where his chest is bald like the guy's chest in the picture that you showed. Everyone I see of his chest, it's yeah. So like, anyways, all right, I'll shut up.
But yeah, so having these abilities and tools, of course, I use to help other people, but I also do UFO investigations as a certified field investigator. I did a case recently for the Texas cattle mutilation for MUFON. Find out why the cattle were being mutilated, and it was the ETs. I did a session. I was able to communicate with the ETs, and they were using the cattle for food. And then they relayed the message to me saying that they were not taking all of the cattle; they were just taking enough for their feed, just enough that they needed for their supplies. And they told me that we are one cohesive unit, meaning that we are all like one nation under God. So we should be able to share our food supplies, our cattle supplies, and all of that. And they said we are not taking all the cattle, just enough for our feed. And what they did was because their base is on the backside of the moon, so they take their food supplies and they store it on the backside of the moon, and that's where they have their per se their base. They have another base on, I believe it's Mars, but their main base is on the backside of the moon, and that's where they keep their supplies. They're not out to hurt anybody. Anybody that tells you that ETs are harmful, 90% of all ET races are not harmful. There are a few that are, but those that are negative do not have anything to do with the positive ones that come around most of the time. None of the ETs I've ever encountered have been dangerous. It's all been positive. They are here to help us populate because we are the only friends that they have. They don't have any other friends than us. We're like family to them. So when you see a spaceship in the sky, what they're doing is they're monitoring us to help us evolve, become better people, and to save our planet. They don't like it when we fight, argue, or have wars. They want everybody to get along. When we all get along as one unit and can all agree on everything, then they will come down, land, and reveal themselves to everybody. But right now, they're trying to get us to that state, but we need to help ourselves a lot more because there's too much fighting, too much hatred going on. And they know now is not a good time to come down and actually show themselves because they know we're not going to be very accepting of them.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
I was gonna ask you, what do you think about beings from other planets that are already come here to incarnate as humans? What do you think about that?
Yeah, there are some races that do actually. There are some races that actually live here on Earth, and they live like us because they are. A lot of ways, in a lot of ways, they are just exactly like us. In fact, aliens or ETs, as a lot of people call them, are the same thing as humans, just in a slightly different form. And some of those ETs look, walk, talk, and act just like humans because they were raised right here with us. And they were raised by humans. I actually know a couple of people who are ETs, what they call star seeds, And they're just like us. They go to school. They do everything we do. You wouldn't know they were an ET unless you sat down and spoke with them, or unless they told you. And even then, you may not believe it, but it is true. Because once you pass away, your some people call it like a spirit or a soul, but the ETs call it conscience. Once you pass away, your conscience goes up to their base, and then you're placed in what is like a cubicle, and your conscience lives there for a while until it is ready, or they feel it is ready to be reborn again. And then you have two options: you can be reborn as an ET or as a human in body form. Those are your two options. Or if you want to go on to, let's say, heaven, you have that option too. You don't have to come back as one or the other. You can just move on to heaven. So let's say you decide you want to remain an ET. Well, then you'd be just like humans. You start off as a child and you gradually grow. However, ETs, if you're an ET, you do live a lot longer than humans. Like ET could live till they're 120 years old or even farther. Whereas us as humans, we may only make it to like 80 or 90, unless we're very healthy. But let's face it, how many humans are really healthy, because we all have bad habits. ETs have such a good diet, they can live till like 122. Whereas humans, we have such bad habits, we don't live as long as they do. Not that we can't, we just don't know how.
Okay. I asked that question because I had met a little boy a couple years ago in the parking lot of Walmart, and he was talking to me and he asked me if I had a son, and I was like, I don't have him in the physical anymore, but I did. And he said that he was from Jupiter. The little boy said that he was from Jupiter.
I believe that.
He was definitely like a star seed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've never met anyone from Jupiter, or I've never met anybody here in the present form from Jupiter, but I've met some from the past that have came to me and said they were from Jupiter. As far as speaking to the deceased or the dead, I do get they do come to me occasionally. Like they will say, like, okay, so recently I was at a MUFON symposium. It's our big conference we have every year. And so I was at a bar and grill. It was a Thursday or Friday, whatever it was. And I went up to refill my drink. And this sweet little lady came to me on my shoulder. I heard her voice. She goes, "Tell the bartender that I love her." Okay. So the bartender asked me what I wanted. I said, "Yeah, give me another Jack and Coke." And I said, "And by the way, somebody said they love you." She kind of had this puzzled look on her face. She says, "Who?" I said, "Well, kind of an older lady, gray hair, glasses, real sweet, but it's in a rocking chair." And then she started crying. "That's my grandmother." I thought, oh. The hardest part about having these abilities is the fact that, well, there's two things. You know things people don't know. Hallelujah. But on the same note, you know things you don't know. Oh boy. I mean, you know things you shouldn't know, which I mean, like, oh boy, because you can know things that you wish you didn't know, like he's not going to live much longer, or she's looking for somebody, but I know they're not alive anymore. So it's a hopeless case to go find that person, because when you do find them, they're dead, and there are a lot of things you know that you wish you didn't know. So these tools are good, but they can also be heartbreaking, especially when you have to tell somebody, "I'm sorry, but," and that does take a toll on you. And plus, it drains your energy. Having this ability can really drain your energy out. It's just a matter of couple hours of doing this work, and you feel like you're just sucked out of all your energy.
I definitely relate to that. I guess I'm really curious about the psychic thing. So when you say you just know things and you see, like, how does it happen? Because I know for me, like, for example, if like right now, if a spirit comes around that had trouble breathing when they were on their way out, like, I'll feel restriction in my throat. and then I'll see or sense whatever they went through. How do you just use that if you don't use the clairs? I'm very curious.
Well, years ago, as a child, of course, I knew I had abilities nobody else had, or no, most people didn't have. But once I started training and figuring all this out, when I made the agreement to help everybody I could, I also knew that the spirit guides or that they were going to help me with these tools, help me learn and evolve. So I didn't question anything. I just did what I was told. I just went with it. So it's being able to understand everything. I accept it. So whatever I'm told to do, whatever message I get, I just go with what feels right because I train myself to know, okay, this means yes, do this, and this means no, hold back, or this feeling means right, and this feeling means wrong. And so I train myself to instantly recognize those feelings, because the faster I knew, the faster that I could do this, the quicker I could heal and help somebody. And so, and of course, I had a lot of questions as a kid. Then I would ask my spirit guides, now, why is this, or why is, and they would say to me, like, just do it. It's okay. We're here with you. We've got you. You know, you're fine. Just keep going. You're fine. Don't worry about it. We got you. You'll learn as you go. And I did. So so even though I always had questions, I would just accept it and just go with it and learn as I go. So when I know things and when things happen, when things come to me, I just accept it and work with it however I'm told to. And I was also told once that you don't have to question so much, Chris, because we got you. And that's the words I kept hearing as a kid, is we got you. I'll never forget, just earlier this year, because I always had communication with my spirit guides, always. If I ever had a question or a problem, I could just ask them, and they would say, hey, we're here. Don't worry, we got you. We're here. And in April of this year, I got real sick. It was towards the end of April. I had a terrible cold, and I felt like I was just like 99% wiped out. And I asked my spirit guides, I said, if you're here and if everything's going to be okay, give me a sign, And I laid there feeling like crap. I had no sign from them. I'd asked them to let me know if everything's going to be okay. Let me know you're here. And I did not hear anything from them all night. I thought, well, I guess I'm done, because I know I'm no longer having any experiences or no longer having communication with them. But I thought, well, maybe I'm so weak that I just can't see him or hear him. The next day, of course, I'm never one to give up. I have a day job that I do at a grocery store. I've been there 25 years. And the reason I'm still there is to help people, even while I'm there. So besides doing all the movies, the TV shows, everything I do, I still do a day job a few days a week to help people. So here I felt real sick the night before and could not make any communication with my spirit guides. I thought maybe they had abandoned me or something. The next day, I'm at my day job, and this person dressed in all black came through and started walking towards me. I had the strangest feeling. I knew who she was. And she got right up to me and she goes, good job. And we will reward you for this. You will get rewarded for this. I knew right then that was my spirit guide. As soon as she spoke to me, I knew instantly who she was. It was like everything just came back. It was like the whole life of information just came right down on me. I knew who she was. And I'll never forget that day as long as I live. I was so ill and sick the day before that I could not hear or feel their communication. So she came to me in person to personally thank me and tell me, good job, we got you. You're getting rewarded for this. And by rewarded, she meant everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about. We're here. And everybody who's in the audience here has a spirit guide. It's just a matter of you being able to recognize their communication. I mean, if you were to, like, let's say if Rick was to sit back and say, if my spirit guide's here, give me a sign. If you waited long enough, you would feel something different. And that is them communicating with you. And I think that Rick does have a spirit guide. It's a gentleman. an older gentleman. I think he might have been a past grandfather or uncle who watches over you occasionally. And I'll be open for any questions if anybody has any.
Question. So with the time travel, like you said, you could see things in the future. What can you give us an example of things that you see in the future that might be good for us to know now?
In the
Good.
future, yes, in the future, right now we're going through a lot of hate and crime and a lot of I want to say like bad feelings or just a lot of bad stuff. And what it is the Earth is going through like a shifting imbalance in a way. The Earth is kind of shifting gears. That's not, and what's going to happen is once the Earth kind of shifts gears back to a normal, if you want to call it normal. Once we make that shift back to everything getting normal, things will begin to calm down because the shift makes everybody a little angry. We're not aware of it, but the shift makes everybody a little angry, a little cranky. But once the shift gets back into normal, which will probably be around February, maybe early March, everybody's attitude per se will kind of get into more relaxed state, and things will start to get more back to normal. The shift imbalance kind of came around 2019, around the time that COVID started taking over. What we did was everybody went through this COVID change, and with the entire popularity of Earth going through all of this, the field kind of went crooked because of everything that was going on with the COVID and just the world in general. And the reason we even had COVID was because of the shift. And Earth has been through this before. I mean, way back, we're talking like back in the 1800s, there was a shift, and it went on for a while, and then it gradually came back. But every so often, every so many like 1,000 years, we go through this shift. What that does is it's kind of like an awakening. It takes everybody that's on planet Earth and it gives them a severe change, and it puts them back. It's almost like when a child gets grounded. You know, they get grounded and they realize, oh no, I'm in trouble because of what I've done. And then when they get ungrounded, they get shifted back to normal, but they've learned something, and that's what Earth does. It goes through this off balance to teach us something, and it puts us back on balance. Because let's face it, we all learned from COVID-19. We all learned how bad negativeness can be, and the fact that we didn't like the way things were. So now we're going back to normal, and we can make ourselves better. And that's even what the ETs have told me. You know that we got such hatred that if we could all be on the same page, we could all have such normalness that they could come down and visit us and be more accepting. Right now, if the ETs were to come down, no way would we accept them. We'd all be like having our guns out, shooting and fighting, and because we're not in that acceptive stage yet. But once we get back to normalcy around February and March, when things get back to normal, we will all have more of a positive feeling and a positive outcome. Anybody with questions?
No, I guess not, man.
I have another question. I have lots of questions. What were the shows that you said that you were I want to look at them. You said you were on a paranormal investigation show?
Yeah,
Or
I do paranormal investigations. I'm gonna do a screen share in a minute and show a piece of an episode, from a new episode. Our group is called Something Wicked Paranormal Investigations. If you go to YouTube, look up SWPI Pekin, you can like and subscribe, and you can watch our shows for free on there. We're also found on Facebook. And this October, for those of you who are in the United States, I'll be in Lexington, Kentucky, signing autographs and making a speech, and I will sign some SWPI photographs, autographing for you. And our group, what we do with our group is we go around and explore different places that are good to explore. Plus, we help families. And during the investigation, at some point in the night, I will go in and do a psychic remote viewing session and help the family out. And I can really get details. That's one thing that makes a remote viewer different from a psychic. A psychic can, let's say, look at somebody here and say, your child is in a house kidnapped by someone. A remote viewer such as I could say that child is in a house, it's brown, it's brick, it's in a wooded area, it's this a remote viewer such as I could give you details. And that's one thing like cops and law enforcement like, is they love the details. So the more details you give somebody, the more accurately they can go and find that person or that wedding ring or whatever they're looking for. As a psychic could just say it's here. A remote viewer can explain the here and lead you directly to where that target or that object is. The basics of remote viewing, I forgot to mention this, is remote viewers are given, like with law enforcement, they're given a target number. And that number represents what they're looking for. Like the remote viewers do not like to have a whole lot of details to begin with, because that can take our mindset and kind of lead us off course. So a lot of times law enforcement will just give you a number like little Susie is lost. Okay, they won't tell you that. They will say 69251. 69251 means where is little Susie? And I take those numbers and in my head I close my eyes, do a session. Okay, yes, she's in a park. Let's see, it's green. Lot of grass and trees. It's a big park. There's let's see, I see a kind of like a maybe like a ranger's park station or like a building over here. It's light brown. It's tan. It's brick. Okay, it's been there a while. It's got like some mold or rust or something on the bottom of it. You can tell it's an old place. Let's see. There's a bunch of telephone poles. So it's not too far from the road. Okay, here we have I see a couple of pickup trucks over here. Nobody's in the trucks, but they're parked. Okay, let's see. I see a license plate on the truck. K962. Yeah, okay. I'm also seeing there's a sign that says Oxford, welcome to Oxford. Okay, that's clue number one, something about Oxford. And the cops could take this information and they can pinpoint exactly where that's at and go rescue that child or whatever. I mean, and that's what having all the details, that's what being a remote viewer makes it so great, is you can get such details to aid or assist somebody.
Can I just say that's so crazy that you said 69251, because before you came on, I was working on a case of a friend of I know. She has a friend of friends. She reached out to me desperately trying to find her cousin, and I wrote down the numbers that I was getting from the letters from her name and put it on there. And then I got 65291. So, and that spells out to be FBIHA.
Right.
Federal Investigations Bureau, but what would HA be exactly? Heaven and Angels? Sheila? Oh, we're gonna get to that later. But wow, that's I don't even want to say it's crazy. It's just another synchronicity that just kind of goes to show that psychics because I have the same abilities too. I just kind of operate in a different way, but you just kind of confirmed something for me. But I'm really interested in seeing, you said you're going to share some videos from the recent episode.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Do you guys see that? Literal. Oh, here, I could do it on this phone. That's so, remember how I was telling you guys on my session about how spirit speaks with numbers? Yeah. Can't make this up if I tried.
All right, let me do a screen share. I'm going to show you a piece from one of our new episodes. It was a 2-part episode, and we don't normally do two-part episodes, but this was such a large and severe case that we had to make it a two-part episode. And so let me get us. The family needed help figuring out what was going on in their house. Their daughter was being scared of what she saw at night. The family was also seeing things walking around. And during the night, I had to go in and I had to do a psychic session because we use all of our tools such as EMF detectors, REM pods, various things to get EVPs and find out what's going on. And then usually after all of that, I will go in, sit down and do a session and get names, details, and actually speak to the deceased. And on this particular night, I was able to speak to the deceased. I knew exactly where the spirit was at, what room he was in, what he was wanting. And you're going to see a clip from that here in just a second. Let me see, go over here.
I don't
Video.
know. Do this. Hold on. Let me put up my book.
Let me do a sound share. Here we go. See, I'll show a piece from this. Okay, let me see. Let me back it up just a little bit. All right, here we go. Here I am at the table. I'm doing a remote viewing session. I can do all this real quick in my head, but for camera, I like to have it all written out to show show people my work.
You're smiling.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I automatically there is somebody here and that is proven. He is hiding from us, that's for sure. He's hiding upstairs.
He's upstairs.
He's upstairs hiding. He won't come down till we leave.
Can you get a name?
I'm going to see if I can't get a name within the next couple, 2 or 3 pages for sure. It's not going to want to just voluntarily tell us, but I'm going to see if I can force it out of it. It wants us all to leave. It said leave all. Now pay very close attention to what you see happening in just a few minutes. The homeowner, the husband of the house, wanted to go upstairs and confront this spirit. And he gets on the steps and he gets frozen solid. He cannot move. The spirit had everybody blocked. The spirit did not want anybody to come up and confront him. And you're going to see that in just a second. So I'm trying to ask it who it is. And I keep getting the words no, care, and then I just got the word careless. It does not want to communicate.
Well, if it doesn't want to communicate, it's going to have to leave.
That's right. Okay, so it's hiding up in one of the rooms up there. It's in the far corner. It's waiting for us to leave so it can come back. Right, so it can come back down here and. Yeah, I got the word leave again. It wants us out of here. That's like the third time I've had the word leave.
Is there more than one, Chris?
I don't think there's more than one. I'm only picking up on one, but it's up in one of the rooms. I almost want to say the child's room is hiding in the corner, and it's like it's waiting for us to leave, so they can come down here and do its routine. It's nightly, its daily nightly routine. But it's waiting for us to get out of here. It doesn't want us in. It knows what we're here for. Yeah, see, it just said you.
Who, me?
I don't know if it meant you or me, but when I said to you, it knows what it's here for. Okay, yeah, it knew what I was talking about. I guess it knew I was talking about it. Now, this was a very stubborn spirit. It did not want to leave the house, and it was trying to block me from getting information. And then the husband, in a few seconds, you see the husband go upstairs to confront it. The husband gets locked on the steps, and he cannot move. It is like he is like frozen solid. Oh, I just got the word frantic, whatever that. You will leave these people alone. And try to be a little bit more forceful. In some cases, if I can't make communication, I will be very forceful in getting information. Because I have ways of breaking through shields and getting information. If it's necessary, I can break through somebody's shield. And I can read their information. In about 10 seconds, you're going to see. Okay. It's a male.
He's stuck. What? He's stuck. Who's stuck? Are you serious? Who's stuck? He's stuck on the steps. Sean is? Yes. Why?
Oh shit.
He's got holy water and a rosary. He's stuck on the stairs.
I want to, but I can't.
What?
Okay, so there's a preview. If anybody wants to watch that entire episode, they can go to SWPI Pekin on YouTube and watch the whole 2-part series or episode. It was a heck of a night. I ended up having to get the spirit to leave. We all had to force it out of the house, and now the family can rest much easier. But we love that was my promise years ago to help everybody I could. So anybody that needs help, like if anybody in the audience needed some healing, or I could do healing for them, and then within a matter of hours, they would start to feel relief. I've relieved back pain, colds, flus, aches, pains, arthritis, joints, you name it. And the more people I heal, the better I feel. And I don't charge for healing. People, if they want to pay me for healing, that's up to them, but I don't charge. Everything I do from their hearts. There is no charge. And I'll be open for questions now if anybody has anything.
I think we got a Craig McManus coming up next, but that's still like, yeah, we still got 5 minutes. So yeah, if anyone has any questions for Christopher.
And I will say, everybody's welcome to take my remote viewing class. It's November 1st it starts. Send me an email. That's $100. That includes the entire 8 weeks, and then you get certified afterwards. And then from that point on, you could take my other courses, remote healing and remote influencing. And the classes are filling. Remote viewing classes filling up pretty fast, but it's got room for more. I love to have as many students as possible.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Right on. Oh,
I did have a question. When you work with the officers, do they tell you like, do you do like missing kids, human trafficking type thing, or?
I'll do what anybody's help with. I'm open for everything, so I just go with what I feel and where I'm guided.
Okay,
So, like,
what made you say 69251?
I knew that was the number that you had on paper.
That's the
So I
number
threw that
that
out
I
there.
had on paper?
Yes, you had those numbers on paper, so I knew you had it written on paper. Something similar to that, so that's why I said that. 'Cause I knew if I said that number that you'd be convinced that I'm psychic.
But no, it was more than just it was more than just the number. It was just, you said.
Yeah, but I knew that
Okay,
would convince. I knew that would convince you. Since he said Elvis didn't have much hair on his chest, I figured I'd give you some kind of proof, so I said those numbers to you.
okay, did you realize those numbers spell FBI?
Yes.
Oh gosh, my screen just
Yeah.
went dark. They're really trying to stop me from solving this. And then also with the 65291, that equals up to 1111 and 1 too as well, which is KKA, which is AKK. Okay.
Right. Is there anything else anybody wants to talk about or have any questions? Or if anybody needs any healing, I can heal their aches and pains. Just send me an email this week and I will begin working on them. Again, I don't charge for my services. I just I love to help people. I mean, the more I help, the more I'm on the path that I'm supposed to be on. So, and I won't ever quit. This is going to be forever.
right. What's the largest donation you've ever been like gifted for your services? Like when someone's just like super stoked to have you make contact with like their dead relatives or something and just like cheddared you off a few $1,000 or like what's the.
Yeah, I've been paid a few hundred before, but I don't care about the money. I just want to make people feel better and smile and be happy. I mean, my goal, my reward is seeing everybody happy. That's gift enough for me.
Yeah. Oh man, we only have 1 minute left. I've been meaning to ask, like, because I know I was wondering where psychedelics fit in all of this, but I think we'll have to save that one until next time. But thanks, man. It was really good having you on. I believe we've got a Craig McManus up next. Is Craig in the house?
Oh,
Yes.
Did you put your info in the chat? Sorry, did you put your info in the chat as far as how we could reach you for help? I don't see it in here.
Yeah, let me do that for you. I'll do that real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if Christopher wants to go longer, I'm okay. I'm trying to fill in. I tried to get somebody who's an expert in crop circles to talk. I'm not an expert in crop circles, so I'm just trying to do the best I can. And I hope I can share my screen.
There we go. Just send me an email, everybody who can read that, and then I'll be glad to help them and to put them on the list of people that need assistance. And thank you for letting me come on here. This has been fantastic. I'll have to say goodbye for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be reaching out to you. Yeah, because we need help finding him. That is weird. Not weird. There's nothing weird about this. It's a synchronistic one. I'm trying to solve it. Oh, I'm still.
Okay, I think I'm going to talk about crop circles. I'm going to try to. I'm Craig McManus. I've been only researching UFOs and these things and trying to figure it out for about 3 years. Can you, I don't know, it's not coming through. Okay, let me see if I can get my camera to work. Okay. There we go. And let me see if I can share my screen. Huh. Okay, I'm going to play this video. It's very, it's an excellent video on crop circles. Hopefully this will work. Can you tell me,
Eric was.
can you see
The
it?
sensation of crop circle history was to appear in the fields right in front of the telescope. On the morning of 14th of August 2001, a formation was discovered which was different from any other previously seen. From the ground, it looked like a tangled mess. Wisps of crops spread around in no system. However, in the evening, with growing shadows, a picture appeared. Unmistakably that of a face. That picture represented a whole new technique, a screen technique, the same that's used for printing a picture on paper.
Elon Musk's newest project could determine who will become extremely wealthy.
Sorry about this. I'm going to try and stop this. And crop circles have been seen since, I believe, 800 years after AD in England.
rows of counters made out of standing and flattened crop. But soon an astonishing similarity is discovered. In 1974, the astronomer Carl Sagan composed a message that NASA sent into space.
Oh boy.
Oh man, that sucks. It was like just starting to play too.
So when it plays, you're able to see it?
Yeah, it's just, it looks like I guess maybe your internet's cutting out or running slow. I can see you just fine, so that's transmitting. It's just the way maybe if you turn your camera off, I'm not sure. That might give you just enough bandwidth. Oh, right, there it goes. Now I can see it, but I can't hear it.
Closer inspection, it seemed to show that the code contained some fundamental differences. Sagan's message explained our calculation system, the dominant chemical substances within the elements that create life on Earth.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
About our DNA code, humans' height and quantity, and that we live on the third planet in our solar system. And lastly, a sketch of our radio telescope. The message received described the same calculation system, but that silicon is most dominant in life forms in contrast to carbon. The drawing also clearly shows a humanoid figure with large head in relation to its body. It's also explained that they have an extra string in their DNA, are approximately 4 feet tall, inhabit the third, fourth, and fifth planets in their solar system, and have a population of around 21.3 billion. Underneath, the telescope has been replaced by something more complex. 1 year earlier, a strange crop circle had appeared in the same place. Is this the same illustration as in the sender's code? Is this the correspondence radio telescope? If this is not an extremely clever and well-calculated joke conducted by humans, is it a serious response from an alien civilization? The following year, very nearly on the same day, a new picture appears that gives new force to the alien theory, this time in Crabwood, near the town of Winchester in Hampshire. Once again, we see a face, but this time there is an unmistakable resemblance to something extraterrestrial. The picture also contains a print, somewhat similar to that of a CD, with something that appears to be a coded message. This formation also has a new type of design, this time with horizontal line patterns of variable thickness, similar to that of a TV picture. The message on the disk is similar to a spiral band built up of many boxes. But data expert Paul Feige manages to decipher the message.
And I had to enlarge the disk quite substantially on the computer and run some image analysis over it to make it clear so that I could see what was a standing tuft and what was flattened. And while I was doing this, I noticed that every so often there was almost a mistake in the diagram. It was like there was a tuft, where the little square tuft, it had done sort of half size. I thought that's a bit odd, and it seemed fairly regular. I was going round and I sort of counted up, and it was sort of literally every sort of 8 bytes or whatever. I thought, 8 bytes. And yeah, from computer side, is obviously some sort of binary code. So then I did the straightforward thing. I just converted it into ASCII, which is the standard sort of computer language that you encode the alphabet in. And of course, I then started to get words forming out. I thought, I'm getting somewhere here. So I then did the whole thing for the whole lot, and got this message.
The message is in English and reads as follows. Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. Many have been surprised by this message. Are there aliens with such faces that we should be aware of? Or is this a picture of the sender? Does this indicate the start of actual close contact with neighbors in the universe?
Is it still glitching out, or is this how it's supposed to
I
be?
don't know. I think it's, I'm trying to get out of the video, but you know, where he says it's that it was silicon life instead of carbon life. In Varginha, Brazil, James Fox has a documentary, his latest documentary on Varginha, Brazil, where a craft crashed and there were 5 aliens in the village that people saw, and they captured the aliens, and they smelled really bad, like ammonia and sulfur, and they were definitely a different chemistry than the carbon-based life that we are. So anyway, that's an example of a different chemistry. Trying to get out of the video. Anyway, crop circles are the stalks aren't broken in real crop circles. They're not snapped off like if a person went in and took boards and ropes and tried to make a crop circle, they would snap off the wheat or the stalks. They would break. There have been fakers of crop circles, and I don't know. Can you see me at this point?
Yeah. Yeah, you're small, like up in the little top thing, but yeah, I can see you. I think you'd have to stop screen sharing to.
Yes, I wish I could find that.
It's if you go down to the green button down there at the middle.
No, am I still screen sharing?
Yeah, you can't see the button? Maybe I might be able to.
No, I can't see the button.
I think we can unshare you this end.
Don't know. I don't see the button.
Steve, yeah, man. If you
can see me, that's pretty good. I'll put links to the videos. There's some other videos. One is of orbs flying over a field in England, and you see the crop circle appear underneath where the orbs have been flying. which is an amazing video. I believe that was in the 1990s in England. These things seem to happen in the same area near Stonehenge, Avery, other Neolithic sites. But the stalks are in crop circles are heated up, and the nodes sometimes explode. Is this as if they were, well, they're heated up and they're bent, but they're not snapped. I don't know if you can see this picture. Can you see this picture of the nodes?
No, your screen's still small up there at the top.
Yeah, I could stop maybe if I stop the video or something for a second here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, anyway,
You would think if there's yeah,
more. Let's see.
I'm still. You think I've been doing this for almost a year.
There's
but
a massive
still
YouTube
learning about
highlight in the middle of the screen for everyone and everyone watching.
I'm sorry. Well, anyway, oh Lord.
Oh, there you go. Hey, I did it. I think. Well, yeah, I see you.
I've still got it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just got it switched around, so now I see his YouTube thing is like up there in the screen, all small, and you got. Oh shit! I did my best.
Anyway,
I just stop sharing the screen, Craig. No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying, but I don't see where. There's no thing for that.
You not got down the bottom, you know, there's the menu with reactions where you put your hand up and record.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, green one that says screen share.
Well, no. Anyway, so the there I was someone who's researched for their whole life for like 50 years told me a story, an interesting story that some people went out to fake a crop circle in England, and they had the drawing and everything. They went out there, the crop circle had already been made when they got there. So that freaked them out. Then they thought maybe somebody had leaked the drawings. So they went out, they made another date. They went out, they made the drawings as they were going out to the site, and they got there and the crop circle had already been made. Then they just decided, they made another date, and they go out there. The guy thinks of the crop circle in his head as they're going there, and when they get there, it's already been made. And they said it freaked them out so much that they never made crop circles again. That's what he told them. Another scientist said that they tested the soil in a crop circle, and it was baked, I believe, to 3,000 degrees, about 3 feet down from the surface, 3 feet down. Other scientists have done studies of, the plants in the crop circle area, they start to grow better than the crops outside of the crop circle, and they're still alive in the crop circle. They're only bent down and heated, the nodes are heated up, and they're still alive. And there's layers, like there'll be a swirl in the top layer. Then if you go down, there'll be another swirl in the other direction, perhaps in the layer below that. One person said that even the tufts were woven together. The seed heads were woven together on the crops. And some people there's electromagnetic radiation left over in the crop circles. Sometimes that's measured, and people, have effects that feel things when they go into the crop circles. And some people have laid down in the crop circles and had downloads of information. The yeah, people, some people fake crop circles. I don't think that's happening so much anymore. There's a book, The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac by Craig Campobasso. And he talks about different alien species. And on page 29, he talks about the Arcturians, and says that they are designers of some of the crop circles on Earth, encoding new frequencies into the planet and into her creatures. They are diplomats between star nations. I'm not able to confirm any of that, but it's it could be. Can you still hear me?
We can still hear you, dude, and thanks very much. It's just we are broadcasting your YouTube library live over on his watching screen right
Screen
now.
share.
And
Yeah.
I sent a request to have remote control of your screen. Has that popped up or anything at all?
It says talking to Steve Beal on the screen. Oh yeah. There you go. Okay.
Start the remote control. So I'm just going to see. I can't promise that I'll be able to do anything here.
Sure.
All I could do is switch the view. You don't have a little green button down at the bottom that says screen share?
No.
What the hell? You might need to change how, oh fuck, I don't know.
I might have to get off and come back or something. I've pretty much told you what I know about crop circles. I can read a little bit more, huh?
Show meeting controls. Sorry, there's nothing that says.
Yeah, I can try swapping the view like I did for last time.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
That's all. Yeah, that's all I can really do is just there's a swap view button over. But now it looks like whoever's like talking will have the big screen. So I'll leave it like this until you sort it out, Steve. If you're on it.
No, I don't know if I am, mate. I can't see a great deal.
Is it all right if I talk in the meantime?
Yeah, go for it, Craig.
Okay,
yeah, there we go. This will work for now. All right.
The bend in the stalks has never been replicated by people. Many crops are fleshy and brittle by nature, and the strongest part of the stem is the fibrous segment at the base. Therefore, any attempt to bend the plant will result in snapping and breaking of the stem like a piece of celery. The effect applies to sorghum, rye, wheat, barley, linseed, and other crops. The bend may be accompanied by another effect, namely, if you were to slide your hand under a section of flattened stems, you would find them stiff and resistant to being raised. It is if the plants have been softened, remolded, and hardened into this new position, but the plants remain alive and well. Other than the shape of the crop itself, the circle-making force leaves no visible imprint. Extremely large crop circles are created with surgical precision and unerring accuracy, such that curtains, quote, curtains of wheat are sometimes only one stalk wide. Those are long sections of wheat. They're only lines of wheat that are only one stalk wide. Hoaxed or human-made circles are crude by comparison and tend to be undulating and have jagged perimeter walls. I'm reading this from the MUFON Field Investigator Manual. Mutual UFO Network. The most basic examples of patterns in crop circle is the floor virtually always made of narrow strips as opposed to 3-foot wide swaths resulting from hoaxers using boards or wide planks. The spiral shape in crop circles is almost impossible to successfully hoax. Floor lays may continue in complexity beneath the surface. When the top layer is peeled back, chances are a second layer will be found created in a counterclockwise flow and creating a woven texture. Hoaxers are unable to do this. Many crop circles show evidence of heat from what may be microwave radiation, transferring the stem pattern as a shadow onto soil or rock. There are stems that are burnt into rocks underneath some crop circles, and some of them the corn will pop like popcorn, like it's been microwaved. I'm adding that in there. With many crop circles, a straight line is often an illusion achieved by layering the plants in a subtle wave motion. In addition, genuine crop circles exhibit springiness to the point that one can walk over the crop and feel the air getting squeezed between the swirls and soil. Okay, well, sorry about the screen sharing. Are there any questions or anything? Can you still hear me?
I know you said you weren't an expert. I mean, I'm here, and I think some other people are as well, in crop circle country. Well, I'm in Devon, which is kind of to the left of crop circle country. And I mean, how come they're in such specific locations? You know, certain parts of Britain, certain parts of Kansas, I gather. You any idea? I know you said you're not an expert, so I don't want to.
Well, I read that they're worldwide, but yes, more happen in Britain, and near the Avery. I think there's a Windmill Hill, Stonehenge.
Avebury.
For some reason, they're in those kinds of areas. You also have some huge drawings. There's like on the south end of England, there's a huge like man or something in the stones that can be seen from an airplane.
It's etched in the hill. Yeah, like the Uffington horse and the Neolithic man. They're chalk drawings in the hillside.
Yes. They're interesting too. Yeah.
But even all of the stone megaliths and stone circles all actually create images. So if we were to recreate the wood henges with the stone henges and see the mounds and the ditches that are created in the earth, they actually create shapes as well, like Avebury Stone Circle. If you were to expand out and include Silbury Hill into it in West Kennet Longbarrow, it actually looks like the head of a bull, or, you know, a woman's ovaries and uterus, which kind of looks like the head of a bull. I don't know, you can choose which it looks like.
That's interesting. Yeah. My mother was from England.
Well, what part of England was she from?
I don't know. She commuted to London during World War II and helped during the war. I don't know what she did. She would never talk about it. And my grandfather used to go around to underground factories helping to build the engines for the airplanes in World War II. He was in a pub and the sirens went off. Everybody ran out of the pub and the pub blew up behind them.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cool origin story for you.
Yeah.
So yes, Steve and I live in Hampshire and Steve lives next door down in Devon. And so between where I live and where he lives, every year we call it crop circle season here. and I go to cropcircleconnector.com, and they give you like up to date. It's uploaded within 24 hours. So all of the local ones I can just go to, and you can tell the difference between the ones that are made by the orbs and the ones that are made by the people. You can just tell. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, there's been several crop circles, I believe, in the last 6 months in England, and it's a whole study. You know, there are scientists who study it. Freddie Silva wrote a very good book on it. I'll include, if I can get this working at some point, I'll send the links that I have. There's another one of orbs flying over a field in England and military helicopters harassing the researchers. Alexander was one of them. It's a good video. I don't know why, but and the orb, they were chasing the orb, the helicopters, and then the orb stopped and went behind the helicopter, and another helicopter told that helicopter, and so that helicopter stopped and tried to turn towards the orb, and then the orb shot off. It's all videotaped.
Are you talking about the one in northern England in, I want to say, Hertfordshire, near the military base? That story?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it was happening at.
Because there's a story like that near a military base up in Hertfordshire way. I'm trying to remember the name of the village. I think it begins with a C, but it's quite a creepy village. And like when you go, there's like this weird creepy energy, and like there's all these weird stories at the local church about weird satanic practices and hauntings. And so there's these mixture of these alien stories and these satanic demon stories in that same village. Yeah. Well, I have a curiosity, and I'd love to hear, 'cause it's like a random theory, because like we don't know, right? So we have all these different theories, whether we're talking about aliens or otherworldly or underworldly or whatever, right? So my theory is that in these anomalous ley line points of extraordinary electromagnetic activity from the Earth, there are these points where the crop circles are made, because it's like in the same premise of like permaculture. I've noticed that they hit up the same fields, but they do like a field rotation of the crop circles. So like if the crop circle appears in say the far left field of a certain stretch of what's the name of the county? It begins with a W. In Devon. Wiltshire, thank you. In Wiltshire. Then the following year it'll be like the other side of the road. And then it'll be like the other side of the road in the north corner. And then like it'll go back to the same. Oh, we returned. We can see people again.
I did it.
Hey, can you see this? Look at can you see this, the bent?
Yeah,
see
there you go.
stalks?
Right on. Yeah.
Yes.
And now they're been heated up and bent and not snapped. I guess you can see that, right? But it's just small. Your screen is I can see you really well. You're like taking up the full screen.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah,
No.
I don't know.
It's whoever's talking. It'll switch to there.
Yeah. How about, does it switch to me now? Hello.
Well, I'm on gallery view, so I'm seeing all of us.
All right. Okay.
For it to work, one person has to talk at a time, because otherwise it'll switch back and forth.
Okay. All right. Well, and go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. The transition of our view interrupted, not you.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, so my theory is that the crop circles are sort of created in these existing electromagnetic anomalous zones, because there's also in Italy, throughout Europe, in Americas, lots in Utah, and Utah is very anomalous energetically in terms of the electromagnetic oddities. So
Yes.
my theory is that there's some correlation between existing anomalous Earth spaces and these crop circles.
Yeah, yeah, right. Right. It says that in this book by Craig Campobasso, I guess you can see that. So about the Arcturians, they're designers of some of the crop circles on Earth, encoding new frequencies into the planet and inner creatures. All craft are able to travel through time-space funnels and the inner space continuum. Well, on the last episode of the Skinwalker Ranch, trying to think of the series. There's a series, season 4. It's near the end of the season. They show you, they use a LiDAR, they make a 3D map using a rotating laser of this, what looks like a wormhole going into the ground, into the ranch, and then coming out under the ranch, and also of tunnels under the ranch. So, if he's saying, if Craig Campobasso is saying that they are able to travel through time and space funnels, that could be a time and space funnel. They show you by shooting rockets up and lasers up into this something above the ranch, that the laser bends. There's something invisible above the ranch, this like wormhole thing, and the laser bends, the rocket is deflected. What timepieces, time changes. So this is all consistent, I don't, well, let me talk about crop circles again. There's another video of they're using a combine to harvest the crop. And when they go into the crop circle, the electronics go nuts, and they show the wrong information. And actually they had to bring out the manufacturer, and they had to clear like 100 fault codes on the combine. Some of them they could never clear, and the thing never worked properly again. It looked like a pretty new combine too. So there's effects happening, and
Well, I have a video. So I hung out with Patty Greer for a little while. I don't know if you're familiar with her work.
I don't know who she is, but the name's familiar.
Let's see. Hold on. I'll run over here and grab it. Okay. Great. So this is Patty Greer's work.
Yes.
The wake up call. Anybody listening with, yeah. And so anyway, we hung out and stalked some fields to catch some orbs, making crop circles at night, and crop circle hunting. Like, we wanted to catch the action with a film crew, that kind of thing. And we would have these really interesting conversations. And she came up with this term for them and she calls them temporary temples of information, which is very congruent to a lot of like what you've shared here as well. I just like that term she's coined, temporary temples.
The crop circles are temporary temples of information, or the orbs? Because I've heard there are many orbs in that area also, in that of England.
Yeah, but there are orbs everywhere. Like, orbs are like literally on Earth. Like, they're like everywhere. There's orbs all over the Appalachian Mountains, every mountain range I've ever been to. There's orbs on the beach, in the jungle, and anyway, I'll dive into that when I begin. We'll talk more about the orbs and the fairies and the myth beings and all those things, and how that connects into Earth things. But what the crop circles being these temporary temples. right? And so
Yes.
the idea is that you can go into these crop circles and pray and encode yourself with whatever the information is that these crop circles are vibrating with. And so I spent a summer tuning in, like I'd wake up and be like, there's a crop circle. And I go to that crop circle and I'd pray. I'd light incense and I'd pray. So I have a video of me, I recorded myself singing these prayers in a crop circle. And when I was singing the song in Hebrew, with the words are, how good it is when we brothers and sisters come together in prayer. Yeah. And it's like this really celebratory song in Hebrew. It's a prayer. And when I listened back, there are certain points during that specific song where you can hear other voices singing along.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And it's like these little moments and it's just like, whoa, what is that?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Can you share that video or anything? I mean,
Like,
like at some point,
As long as it's not copyrighted music, I can't. As we could, if it's copyrighted, we could get the whole stream. Like,
no, nothing.
It's a 2,000-year-old prayer. I don't know if it's copyrighted.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were. My bad.
It would take me a minute because I'd have to doom scroll my photos and videos, but I'd be happy to send it to you at some point. I did post it on my Facebook. But again, I'd have to doom scroll.
So if we look on Facebook for Avi Esther, we can find you. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I might-
I'm fairly consistent in what I call myself, which is Avi Esther.
I might message you. Yeah. My
Please.
father married Esther.
Wait, say that again.
My father married Esther. Esther.
What's your father's name?
Well, I mean, he's in Philadelphia. Yeah, he was in Philadelphia. Charles McManus. Yeah.
So Charles married Esther.
Yes.
Cool.
Esther has quite a story.
Avi, hey, can I ask you a quick question about the circles?
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Which is it's a rather practical question, but seeing as I kind of grew up around here, I'm slightly obsessed with the practicalities. How do people find out there's a new one? Because
CropCircleConnector.com.
Yeah.
So,
and then those guys flying over the the one with the message that Craig just showed.
so you've got Hugh and you've got Sarah and you've got Ben, and not that any of those names mean anything to any of you. Anyway, we have collectively friends that maybe we don't know yet, who make it their business to drive around and find them. And they all have drones, and they're obsessed. And if you go to CropCircleConnector.com, you'll find all of the different theories about all the different information of the different crop circles. So like there's one person whose name skips my mind right now, who always puts a Mayan Toltec slant on it and tells you about the numbers and the Mayan astrologies and blah, blah. And you have your starseed people who are like, no, it's the Arcturians or it's the Pleiadians or it's the, whomever they're channeling that day sort of thing. And then you've got the perspectives of the artist / mathematicians who are telling you the octaves and the music that it's telling you about, or the astrological forewarnings, or it's so like you have this array of people translating them in different ways. And it's kind of just fun. I think so anyway.
Yeah, the sound aspect of it is fascinating because again, I'm sort of out of my pay grade, and someone else might know a lot more about this in the technical terms. But what's this thing where they put the iron filings on a sound generator and it goes into a geometric pattern?
Cymatics.
Yeah. Could there be any sort of link there? I'm sort of I'm postulating, of course.
You mean like
made with sound, or
if you were to put like a vibrating plate that's not plugged into anything with sand on it, would it create shapes?
Well, yeah. When you run the vibrating plate, the sound wave through the vibrating plate, it creates a geometric shape, right?
Yes. So your question is, if you put that there without plugging it in and you manually putting the vibration.
I'm sort of really clasping at straws here because my crop circle knowledge is basic at the best. But could they have been made with sound? Is what I'm thinking, especially if like, they're not broken and stuff like that.
Well, all sound is frequency and vibration. So you don't even need it to be an audible sound, because what the sound is showing us with the cymatics is that frequency creates shape. Vibration creates shape. The sound vibrates. You don't need an audible frequency in order for things to vibrate.
Or like dogs get different frequencies.
Yeah. Well, no, but that's still within an audible frequency, because you have light waves, you have sound waves, you have electromagnetic waves, you have a whole different spectrum thresholds of light, audible, and feeling vibrations that we have sensory apparatus to interpret.
Have you written any books or videos?
Not yet.
I'd like to learn.
No, not yet, because anyway, I have a lot of PhD friends, and somebody has recently sat me down and said, Aviester, it's time. Are you ready? I kind of went,
Yeah, thanks. So the ley lines, how do you find a ley line? I mean, with a scientific instrument or something, how do you narrow it down?
dowsing rods.
This is not, there's not like a real science to it. This is pretty much, that's like, this is when you split off. That's like saying like what the scientific evidence for like ghosts or something. It's like,
No, I've seen some pretty compelling studies where I want to say between 1980 or 90 something, for a good number of years, they did this blind experiment with dowsing rods with a blind, like they were blinded. And so just with using the dowsing rods, they tracked and mapped what they were finding. And then they compared it to water lines, gold lines, mineral lines. And then they assessed this, and that experiment has been done again. And this is the reason why they started the experiment. The theory was that the Nazis were using ley lines and building concentration camps on specific, again, this isn't what I'm saying is true. This is just the theory that they were trying to prove.
yeah, I've seen, so like same thing with like pyramids, right? Like I've seen a lot of videos where like they try to create different like cultures that have built pyramids across like, you know, the different thousands of years in different parts of the globe. And I mean, you can connect lines to make like anything basically. And like, I mean, it's really like,
well, I would say the difference with the pyramids and the ancient structures is that there's a continuity on an axis in the earth. So an actual latitudinal line, as opposed to another. I guess it's all kind of fictitious, isn't it? We're just kind of making shit up, and then
it's in the realm of
when we're like, we're okay, yeah, we're all going to agree now, so we're going to make
not
that
like serious academics out there like studying this stuff. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That right now. There's no like grants being given to like actual scientists to go out and fucking.
Actually, no. Within the paranormal psychology, which you can go and get a degree in these fields, and there are grants. I could actually send you a list of 6, because I want to do a research project collecting biofield data in the body and comparing that with meditators, certain psychedelics, and other things, because I want to research and create more science around Amanita muscaria, because there's not enough.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I think that's great. Have you seen the YouTube channel New Thinking Aloud by Jeffrey Mishlove?
No.
Oh, please watch that. That's amazing. Yeah, he's he's researched the paranormal. I think he has the only PhD. He says he may have the only PhD in the world on paranormal things, and he's been researching for decades and decades, maybe 40 years, and he has all these interviews with PhD scientists who've been studying near-death experiences, UFOs, out-of-body experiences, astral travel, the future, time, all kinds. You can search for these different top, things, search words, and all the talks are incredible, scientific and incredible, quite eye-opening.
What was the name of the?
New Thinking Aloud is the YouTube channel. Jeffrey Mishlove. He also won Bigelow. He owned the Skinwalker Ranch and did the there was a secret Pentagon program to research UFOs and the paranormal at Skinwalker Ranch. And then after that, he sold the ranch to Brandon Fugel, the new owner, who's doing ongoing research and has the Secret of Skinwalker Ranch series now. And that's the one where you see the wormhole, what looks like a wormhole. And you also see an orb, and it goes into the Rock Mesa. And then later on, another orb, maybe the same one, comes out of the Rock Mesa. That's incredible. And then they also, people like in that whole Uinta Basin see lots of UFOs and entities and weird things. There was a couple that was watching this UFO going towards the rock cliffs, and they were like cringing, and the UFO went into the rocks.
Wow.
So they also have a spinoff called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and that's incredible, where they go to other hotspots like, in Sedona, the Bradshaw Ranch and some other places. And you see they measure things scientifically, and you see a portal open up, and you see it's blue, it's nighttime, there's like this blue sky scene, you're looking into this portal, and then there's another one where you see radiation coming out of a portal, and then you see the next frame, you see the radiation hit the ground near them. And they have this, it's just an incredible series. Yeah, it's really worth watching. Sorry about that. Going off on a
Okay,
tangent.
when you say they measured them scientifically, what do you mean? Like, how did they?
Well, they have a gamma cam. This is some device which is super expensive and new, and I tried to find out where you could buy it. I don't even think you could buy it, but it's like an infrared camera, and it sees radiation and like an infrared camera would, but it tells you this is radon, this is from uranium. It even tells you what it is, what the source is. It could be radiation, and it shows you radiation in the air, radiation on the ground, whatever. Like you have a camera, and it's showing you all these things.
So there's a field of science surrounding, like there's companies that drill for oil or like other valuable resources, right? So they've developed this system of using gravity and shooting the same way they measure the epicenter of an earthquake by the primary waves, the secondary waves, and stuff, a similar effect, but it's an exact science. These people spend a lot of money to have these researchers show them exactly where to drill to find
I understand.
whatever, if it's whatever it is they're looking for. So
they use all kinds of instruments at Skinwalker Ranch and and cameras and so on, and at and the Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and they even they have a person go out there who used to live on, I think it was Bradshaw Ranch, and they're listening to looking at these radio waves, and she talks to whatever the entity, whatever the thing is, the higher intelligence, and then they start receiving these radio waves. I think you see it, and then she stops, and they stop. There's a communication. Some kind of communication between whatever it is and her in that area. Speaking of that, when they went out to these crop circles, there was one crop circle. They went out there in England, and so this person had this premonition to go look in this area and that there would be a crop circle made that night. He went out to the top of this hill, and there was another person out there from New Zealand who had had a dream that a crop circle would be made in that area that night. So they're both out there, and a crop circle is made that night, and there it is the next day, and researchers go out there, etc. So there's a
It happens.
conscious
It
connection.
definitely happens.
Yeah.
And
And
they, if
initially-
you intentionally communicate with like whatever's making the crop circle, whomever, they will let you know. And they'll communicate through dream time.
Say that they say that one more time. Sorry.
If you put out the intention, so you were telling that story before, how even just the thoughts
Yeah.
were being created.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they didn't even need to write it down. So if you like intentionally just say, okay, crop circles. I don't know if you in America could do that. Because I've never tried that before, but I live here and
Yes.
the closest one has been like 20 minutes from me. So
Awesome.
I just literally said, hey, will you make me one? Because I want my own personal temporary temple. Thanks. Let me know. And then, and then sort of mid-season 2 years ago, during the lockdowns, I kind of woke up at a weird time. I was like, there's a crop circle. And I like looked it up on Crop Circle Connector. And sure enough, there was, and it was 23 minutes away. And I drove to it and had a whole strange experience where it was without going into too much personal stuff, there was a man who had the same name as my ex-husband, who was the same height and the same color. We went into this whole forgiveness practice because I looked like one of his exes. And so we had like this whole very spiritual ceremony thing where we kind of forgave the people we looked like, and we arrived at the same time. And it was, you couldn't make it up.
No, you can't make that up. Amazing.
And then when we were finished, I kid you not, when we were finished, a rainbow appeared in the sky, and the cloud next to it looked like a face. I could probably find that one because I keep it as a thingy, a screensaver.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It looks like a dog face. I don't know if you could wait. Sorry, the picture went out. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the picture so it's easier to see. But anyway, it's really cool. I love it.
Thank you for telling us.
Yeah. So I was looking up the history of ley lines. It was actually there was this self-taught kind of like crackpot archaeologist from 1921 that first proposed it. But I guess like it's really common throughout Britain because there are so many different like Neolithic like sites there that like it's really easy to just like draw like lines and call them like spiritual centers, and then just say like, oh, they must have been gravitated there by some electromagnetic phenomenon. It's all just like yeah, I'd be highly skeptical of it.
I think Ibiza, the party island, also very spiritual island in the Balearic Islands in the Mediterranean, isn't that? It's got more than anywhere else, right?
Well, Esvedra down.
A theory lost steam. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct. They've recorded some really incredible anomalies at Esvedra, which is they call it the Dragon, off the coast of Ibiza. And it's one of the most anomalous, easy to record places in Europe.
And what would you call it again? So I'm going to look it up. So I was thinking.
Yes.
Oddly, if I'm not, I know we've all been kind of like chopping it up, but I think your official hour like starts right now. If you got,
cool.
You can continue talking about what we're talking about. I'm just letting you know.
I'll see if I can flow it into more things. Stay in the flow. Yeah, so it's ESVEDRA. You can look it up on Google Maps.
Yeah,
And
Esvedra, that's what I was thinking. It's where they think the sirens, where Odysseus found the sirens, supposedly, and lots of other as well.
there's some weird anomalous stuff. I'm telling you what. There's and actually anyway, I have some crazy. I have crazy stories.
Don't because you can't actually get on on top of the rock.
You can kayak out there or take a boat out there. You're not legally allowed to. They tell you not to, but you can. People do. They
Actually get onto the rock though, without is it actually mountable as opposed to surmountable?
It is, but the saying goes, only if she invites you, because if she doesn't, she'll make the sea impossible to reach. But if she wants you to come and commune with her, the sea will be still and she'll allow you to go to her.
Hey, imagine if you did try and swim out and it was just getting choppier and choppier and it was obvious you didn't.
No, people have drowned. No, it's a very intense short body of water, a bit like the English Channel, or that little bit of sea between the Isle of Wight and the South Coast.
Greek island.
Right. Thank you. Please take it away.
Craig, I just want to say how much I enjoyed your presentation, and thank you so much for sharing all of your wisdom about crop circles and anomalous orbs and weird time space, strange oddities, and all of it. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. In Greece, they're the summoners. George Knapp interviewed on YouTube the summoners, and one of the summoners, they meditate, and then they asked to see the UFOs, and then they photograph and film them, and apparently it works. And they're one of them's in Greece. He does it for USOs, underwater UFOs, and it comes up to him, and he takes pictures and stuff. And he was spending a year in Greece doing this. He was saying,
"Wow, I really like swimming in the Aegean Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. It's like really nice. The water's warm. It's like the ocean is hugging you. Unlike the English Sea, which is very cold." I did find, while I was looking for a different picture, a picture I'd never seen before, where I believe I'm standing. I was looking for a crop circle, and there's a strange pillar of light either coming up or going down from the earth to the sky next to a white horse carved into the ground. I don't know which of the white horses, because there's a number of them. I don't know if it will translate with the reflection, but do you see this strange light?
Yeah, sort of. Is it to the right of the White House and the Black House?
It's
I see it.
Yeah, those are trees and bushes, not houses. And then this white thing there is actually a horse carved into the ground. I know it looks tiny on my phone.
No,
Wait, this
huge. It's huge. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I never saw that picture before. So I just found an anomalous picture while we were talking about this. Thank you.
Well, I live in Alabama, Dothan, Alabama, and somebody told me that they were in a field beyond the trees. There was this huge light beam going straight up into the sky for half an hour, and a green light beam going straight up. I don't know. And I asked him if he walked out there. He said no, he had a feeling he shouldn't walk out there.
Yeah, you should listen to those feelings when you get them. I've always had a irrational fear of being kidnapped by fairies or otherworldly beings. And I just like, whenever I get what I call the spookies, I go, nope. But then sometimes I get the spookies that I'm kind of like, oh, it's kind of a sexy spooky. Anyway, let's not go there. Actually, I feel like that's a perfect transition because I live in an ancient woodland that's now called the New Forest National Park. But once upon a time, before the Anglo-Saxons took over everything, the Utes, so pro-Nordic peoples, lived here in this woodland, and they called it Etten Wood, Ytene, Etten Wood. Now, Ettens is the same as the Norse Jotun, right? The fairies, the goblins, the gnomes, the Etten. Yeah. And here in this forest, there's a story about this rammed horn god who is the king of Etten Wood. He's the king of the Etten of this wood. And his realm used to extend down into Dorset all the way to Devon, where sort of there's this area where the sort of Dartmoor is, where Steve lives, and that was really the realm of the Pixies. So that was a different tribe of strange people who still live there. So if you ever go get lost in Dartmoor, be careful because they will kidnap you. I'm fairly certain of it. Anyway, or I just have an irrational fear of being kidnapped by fairies. Both are true. And there's good fairies, and then there's fairies. I'm fairly sure that mean us mischief. So here in the woods, where I forage for medicines that heal me and the various people I work with, there's this king. Let's call him a forest king. But instead of being like Cernunnos, the antler-horned god, he is a rammed-horned deity. And I was walking last October because my daughter and her friend went and got lost in the woods, and it was getting dark, and her mother came to pick her up, my daughter's friend, and they weren't back yet. So we decided we needed to go find the girls. So off myself, the mother, and my son went into the woods as the light was slowly fading from the sky. And we're trying to find Lyra, and I'm using my phone to track her phone to see if I can like coordinate where she is on the paths in the woods. Anyway, we find them and we're walking back, and we come to this crossroads, which is, as the crow flies, maybe just under a mile from my back door. And this is an interesting crossroads because there's the this way, and then there's this way. For me to go home, the path goes this way. But if you were to follow the path continuing on, it's just grass in the woods, and yet it still looks like a path. So we're at this strange crossroads, one that leads back to my house and the other that leads into the woods. And I see something reflective under an ancient hawthorn tree. And I go, hey, do you see that there? And it's quite dim because we're in a dusk period. So it's, you know how it's not quite light and it's not quite dark. It's somewhere in between. And the friend's mom goes, yeah, I do. Is it a deer? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you think it is? And so I'm standing there and she's standing there, and we're looking at this eye-sized reflective thing that seems to be staring at us. And we're all quite convinced it's an eye. And my daughter and her friend and my son kind of all come up and like, hey, what are you guys looking at? And then we're all looking at it. And then my daughter sees it and goes, nope, because she knows, because she's my daughter, and runs. And like her friend is like, what? And my daughter doesn't explain. She just grabs her friend's arm and just like yanks her. And so they take off running towards home. And the mom and I are just kind of like, oh, silly children. And then my son looks, makes eye contact, goes, nope, they got it right. And he takes after that. And the mom and I are standing there going, oh, silly kids. what do you think it is? Do you think it's like a big deer, like a red deer? And I go, well, if it's a deer and those are its eyes and they're shiny because something's reflecting off of it, where's the point of light that is creating the reflection? And then all of her hairs stood up on end. And then she was like, and I'm like, I'm standing there and she like grabs my arm and she's like pulling me and I'm like letting her pull me home. And I'm like, hi. So I'm convinced that we all saw this rammed horn god because I've seen him before a few times. And I actually had a insane idea that he was stalking me for a bit because I'm quite shiny and it's like, who is this anomalous witch in my woods? I must know her. Anyway, that is the closest he has gotten since I first moved here, but I found him quite creepy when I first moved here. So I ran into a wizard when walking across the heathlands, as a good witch does. You run into wizards, and the wizard advised me to talk to Epona, the ancient horse goddess who is very similar to the Welsh goddess Rhiannon. So I did. I called forth Epona and I said, there's something stalking me. Epona, please help me. Please protect me. And after I made that prayer, I could feel the safety and he could no longer get into my backyard, which is about a mile radius in the woods. I live in the middle of the woods inside a fence. That's about a mile. I'm not the only one. It's a small community. So I can't tell you 100% that yes, this being lives here and I have seen it, but I have seen something and it was not human. And the energy was very intense. I'm not the only one who's seen it or him. Don't want to offend him. It's very important we don't offend beings that can drag you into hell or the other world. Yeah, we don't want to offend them. So we want to keep them on side. We want to stay friends, and especially during foraging season. Because if you befriend the beings of the forest and of the natural realms, and you ask them to help you find your medicines, they will. To the point where I was foraging last year with somebody. So every year I forage. And the main mushroom that I work with is Amanita muscaria, the toadstool, the fly agaric. And I make a number of medicines, topical, internal both ways, for all sorts of purpose, both for healing physically, emotionally, and mentally. And really, the mushroom and the beings of the forest are the ones who told me what to look for. And then I looked up the science. So I can go very deeply into all of the molecules and all of the neurotransmitters and tell you what they do. And I've, of course, contacted the PhDs because I have no shame. And I'm like, hi, so I'm an enthusiast and you're going to answer all of my questions and you're going to love it. And they do. And we get on like a house on fire. Because when we meet people who share our passions, we have wonderful conversations, right? So I've allowed the forest and the beings of the forest to show me the ancient ways. And then I use modern science to understand how to translate that into recognizable ways to heal a variety of ailments. Yeah, and I have a small library with a number of books that go into the remediative and healing effects of not just the fly agaric, but a number of other mushrooms and herbs that grow in the forest. So last year when I was foraging, and I forage a few kilos of mushrooms every fruiting season, as long as there's a good fruiting season.
Yeah, those amanitas grow in like big patches and some of them are freaking huge. Like
They can, but sometimes they grow like one here and one there, and you can follow the toadstool trail, and then like you find like you're cropping, and you're like, yes! And you always leave some to spore, otherwise you hurt your forest, and I would
Oh
never
yeah,
hurt
yeah,
your
yeah.
forest.
No, and I'm
Yeah.
hunting like depending on the species, like yeah, like say with like azarescens on the coast, like I won't pick anything smaller than a quarter. And the mushrooms I do pick, I make sure to like tap the cap around a little bit to like drop as many spores as I can in that area before
Yeah,
I
yeah.
pocket it
And you
off.
have a basket or a porous bag so the spores can fall through. Yeah. You have azurescences growing wild with you?
No, they grow out on the coast here. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. So a lot of the spots are blown up, like, you know, the cat's out of the bag. Like you just see like dudes in like tie-dye, like out in the dune grass with like big old waving around like big white trash bags. And like all the rangers patrol all the beaches now, and they just wait for, you know, it's just, yeah, it's a bust. I do have a freaking secret spot that's way further south that I'm taking to my grave because it's like the only place I went that it wasn't a bust. But yeah, no, I've gone out picking Azzies before.
Cool. I know where the libbies grow here, and I've been hunting for the wavies, but the wavies are hard to find.
At the Psilocybe cyanescens, the wavy caps,
Yes, the cyanescens, not the Similacea, which are the libbies.
No, okay, yeah, no, that's the
Yeah.
Liberty caps, right? So the Liberty caps,
The libbies are the Similacea.
those are the ones most
The
commonly grown, like,
wavies are very close to the azurescences.
yeah, they're in the same.
Yeah.
Wood lovers. They're the wood lovers.
Yeah, exactly.
I would think in
I'm
the
sure
UK,
like
it's
half the
probably
people
more
that have
Liberty
not followed
caps.
this conversation. Like, we just went deep into
Sorry.
like the whole.
This is my
like-
time of year too. Like I live for this time of year. Anyway, okay, I'll let you go back to it. Sorry.
Yeah. Wait, our fruiting season hasn't started yet because it got warm. So we had an early fruiting, not of the toadstools, but we had boletes, and we had of course chicken and
Right.
and anyway, all of these different mushrooms that we've been naming back and forth like a beautiful game of ping pong are you know, part of the medicinal cornucopia. And what I've found is anywhere you get the psilocybes, you also get the sort of non-hallucinogenic medicinal herbs and mushrooms which grow around the same time, and berries actually as well. Like here we've got the hawthorn berries and the elderberries, which are both medicinal, but different kinds of medicinal. Well, actually, there's a number of different berries here, but I'm not going to bore you all and go through all the different berries. Needless to say that you can create recipes for certain intent and certain purpose. And that can include the right level or dosing of the entheogenic ones for detoxification and anti-inflammatory purpose, with say like a turkey tail mushroom, which is incredible for healing the gut and creating a prebiotic environment so that the probiotics that you consume have a stronghold within your gut. And essentially by doing that, you create an environment that is pro the good bacteria and anti the bad bacteria. And then you throw in, say, like a birch bracket, and that's an antiviral, antimicrobial. So that'll help boost your immune system and fight off any kind of virus that's going on inside you. And then let's say you add in hawthorn leaf and or berry, which helps with circulation of the heart. There are some contraindications with that one, so you do have to make sure that you know, at least have a good book to look up any kind of contraindications if you're on any specific medications. But that's all quite easy to find and Googleable now. But these interesting combinations that exist within all environments will tend to have the medicine that you need for whatever you need. And actually, the closer it is to your home, to the land where your resonance is embedded, the more likely that it is actually your medicine. And I have a theory, and I did sort of, again, no shame, walk up to people and be like, excuse me, and ask them questions that are probably way too personal, but nobody took me any notice. They were like, oh, no, it's fine. I'm like, I'm just conducting a survey. Would you mind answering some questions about your health and well-being? And I'd explain what my theory was, which is simply that the herbs that you need, the medicines that you need, will grow in front of your home, and that you can actually diagnose the conditions of what's going on inside the home based on the weeds that grow in their garden. And so I started by first assessing the different weeds, whether that was white clover or red clover or dandelions or chamomile or different kinds of clover. I just named like 2 clover. I don't know why I kept naming clover because I've been overrun with black clover for the first time ever. And black clover is like the least medicinal. So basically I've been arguing with a plant this summer, which I'm hearing myself and makes me sound like I'm judging myself right now for arguing with the abundance of black clover. But anyway, so I went around and I would assess people's yards, and then I would guess at what like their hormone balances were, or their mineral deficiencies, or just I would like assess based on what was growing in the most, right? So if in somebody's yard, we'll pick a really easy one. If in somebody's yard there was like a huge amount of dandelions, I would say, do you drink a lot or have any liver issues? And they would say, yes. And then I would say, maybe you should eat your dandelions, or at least juice them, or, make a tea, because your medicine's growing. Let's say there was an abundance of red clover growing outside of somebody's home. I'd say, are you struggling with your hormones? And you're finding that your estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone are off? And they would go, well, I am going through the menopause. And I'd be like, there's your medicine. And that's that goes on and on and on. And then here where I live, even though we have a communal backyard, so technically it's all the same land, different weeds will grow in front of our different doors. So because I now have this relationship where not only do I forage the medicines for myself, I also forage for others. I can now request things and they come straight to my back door. It's so cool. So this year I was like, hey, could I get a bunch of self-heal? Because that's a really good cure-all. It's just really good for everything. And so I have had the hugest amount of self-heal grow this year than ever before. And all I had to do was ask for it. And then what happens is then I start noticing what is growing that I don't know to ask for. And sometimes there'll be things that have never grown before, that like spontaneous fennel decided to grow. Like I could like literally pick my thing up and show you. I didn't plant it, but spontaneous fennel, and actually a very rare genus of fennel, decided to grow between the cracks, like directly in front of my back door. And it's like huge. And I was like, okay, I need some help with calm and digesting things. I hear you. Geez, you don't have to talk so loud. Not that it stops talking loudly. But there are these sort of intrinsic connections when we learn to listen between the sort of talking to the earth and the personification of that through these different kinds of creatures and mythologies. And whether it's this idea of, okay, I'm talking to the fairies or I'm talking to the trees or whatever nature spirits we're talking to, all of the mythologies across the globe tell us that it's the fairies or the jinn or I can't remember the Chinese word for fairy.
Yeah, I do a lot of tripping down the park. Like we got amazing parks out here in Seattle. Like you don't have to, you're just like a few yards in and you forget you're smack dab in the middle of like a major city and stuff. But one of the experiences I did have, I was out in the park and I kept hearing like giggling children, like a playground of children playing in a sandbox, right? And it was just on the other side of like some bushes or around the next trees. So I would like run over to that spot to like find where the voice had been coming from, and it wouldn't be there anymore. I'd like hear him giggling like somewhere else. But like I kept following the just laughing children through the woods and never found them, of course. But like in that moment, I was pretty sure like that's where like some of the stories about like, I don't know, gnomes and fairies and pixies and stuff come from. And I was like on mushrooms, of course, like that's the whole thing. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm mainly sober, and not tripping and still see and hear these things. And the mythologies all say not just that these things exist, but actually they're the ones who gave us medicine. They're the ones who gave us herbalism and the alchemies that we can derive from our nature kingdoms is what led to modern day Western medicine. And actually in Wales, there's a medical society called the Physicians of Medafi. And the story goes essentially that there is the Lady of a Lake, of course, a fairy princess, and a shepherd falls in love with her and does his tests, and they get married and they have children. And long story short, he ends up striking her 3 times and she's like, fuck you, peace out, and goes back to the fairy world. And he never saw her again, but she would come back to visit her 3 sons and teach them the healing ways of the Fae. The cool thing about that story is that the crown acknowledges this origin story. And so it's a registered medical society of doctors. And it's not a unique story, like in terms of it's only here and that's the only story, but actually there's a number of these kind of otherworldly or mystic beings giving to man the knowledge of medicine, the knowledge of science.
I'm a little bit different. Like for me, like how I experience like mushrooms, it's not like I'm connecting with gods and goddesses. It's more like I'm connecting with a region of my brain that seems to have been put there to connect with gods and goddesses. And like there's definitely something about like psilocybin that just like takes me back to that really like ancient ceremonial like kind of like place. But it's like, I don't know, that's anyway, sorry.
Well, historically speaking, anthropologically speaking, psilocybin was used in ceremonial revelries. And it was an initiatory friend that would induce vision and celebration, but also make you look at whatever it was that needs to be looked at and come up, whatever kind of vision questing that you were doing as a collective,
right,
at that specific time of the year, connected to the stories and mythologies and astrology of that specific celebration. And then Amanita muscaria would be for only those who were on a mystic path of leadership, divination, or bardic rituals. So in the different mystery schools where these leaders of the ancient communities would go, it's there's very strong evidence in both reliefs, so art that depicts the use of both psilocybin and Amanita muscaria, but also metaphors within the mythologies, literally across the globe of the northern hemispheres, which show how this mushroom was used. And really only in these sort of far regions of Siberia is it used more amongst the common people rather than kept for the mystic class of social leadership. And so within the Celtic traditions, and you have to remember that the Celts aren't just British or Irish, that's a whole proto Indo-European collective of people that come from the Russian steppes. I fall asleep to lectures because it's enjoyable. I learn, and it's boring enough that I can fall asleep.
You're not watching any Robert Zephyr, are you?
What?
Okay, never mind. Good. Because there's this dude that I know that even makes a lot of YouTubes about kind of what you're saying, like the Scythians, like the ancient horse masters that came from that part of the steppes, but immediately veers off into Atlantis and then gets really weird with a Nazi super
No, I don't go into that kind of thing. No, I listen to people who do, for example, last night it was somebody reading pieces from the Eddas, so the Norse books, the poetic Eddas, and there's 3 different Eddas, which are these like long form stories, and some are in poetic verse and others are in less poetic verse and like more like a almost like a story or a play. And so basically what I like to listen to are the actual findings of stories, whether that's the Nag Hammadi or the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Eddas, or, you know, again, that's a really long list of stories that we have been able to find and keep. And so then what I do is I hear them reading passages based on themes. So last night, it was really about understanding the context of Freya within the Norse mythologies and how she fits in, not like New Age, oh my God, like, you know, I know this thing and like I'm just gonna like mix Mary Magdalene stuff with Freya and then like throw some Rhiannon in there. I'm not really interested in that. I want to know, like, what does it say? Where are the motifs? How can I see how the stories and the energy and the sort of overarching themes that we can find through what's left behind in art and literature.
You have a question here on the chat. Somebody was asking about an African tradition of herbalism and healing, and was if you had known anything about that. Do you see the message?
Oh, yes. Okay. So you mentioned fairies and their teachings in herbalism and Western medicine. Do you know of any stories of the Fae or other beings who are bringing this knowledge and wisdom from Africa? Well, there's quite a lot. There's actually a lot of stories, but they say that the Star People, which is, again, not just in Africa, but also in the Americas, there are stories of the Star People, different kinds of Star People who have brought these wisdoms of astrology and medicines to these different tribes. So the Dogon are one of the most famous. And then there's one of the Great Lake tribes in the Americas talk of the Star Lynx woman. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I don't make it stop. Do not disturb. I do apologize.
No, we couldn't hear it. It's fine.
Oh, wonderful. What was it? So Yeah, so in the Great Lakes area, because I'm weirdly obsessed with prehistoric places like megaliths, mounds, mound structures, ancient drawings in the earth, like the Nassau lions, like the Uffington horse, like the Dragon Hill, things like this. I'm weirdly obsessed with it. So I go and I look and I find those places, and then I look for the indigenous stories around those areas. Just because I do. And so around the Great Lakes, where there's a lot of anomalous things, including megalithic stones under the Great Lakes with a mastodon carved into it, which is really cool. There's a story of the Star Woman who was a lynx human, like a cat, like a lynx, who brought knowledge of the stars and of medicines and social structure and agriculture. And for the Doggin, they were dolphin people, according to them, that brought all the same stuff.
Do you mean at the bottom of the Great Lakes, or
Yeah.
Okay.
You can look it up. Give it a Google. You'll see a picture. Does that?
So this, excuse me, that brings up an interesting question then. So are there aquatic versions of these things? Like, plants and or herbal?
Yeah, like sea moss, amazing.
Yeah,
for you,
right. Stuff that you can get out of the,
like and this is, whatever. The cuttlefish bones, for example. Cuttlefish bones, if you put them into your garden, not only do they remineralize your soil, but then your plants grow you the medicines of the cuttlefish. And I mean, I believe anyway, that part of that medicine of the cuttlefish, because cuttlefish are incredible cephalopods, right? And the way that they can change their skin is just remarkable. And there's something in the energy of that then my garden metabolizes and gives to me. And then my skin just heals faster. And there's something stronger within the communication between my feelings and my thoughts and my skin. And then you can apply this to anything, right? So the seaweeds, what do the seaweeds give you? The sea mosses, these different nutrients from the sea. And actually, if you really think about it, like you have the salmon runs, because you get the salmon run here too. Salmon are such cool fish. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the salmon, but here in the River Avon, we get salmon and trout. And the salmon with their like super long jaws that like have this like crazy underbite, they're like, salmon, I look kind of evil. I'm gonna jump up the little waterfall. And so the salmon, not only are they important for the ocean, but the predators then put them into the forest. So not only do the salmon feed the animals, the salmon feed the forest. The forest wouldn't be as regenerative as it is without the salmon. And they're like a bridge animal between the open sea, rivers, and the forest.
There's
that
like
way
some
they're
places
deeply
where like
connected.
like the soil content has like ancient ground up like seashells in it, right? Like it has
Yeah.
like calcium and stuff to like the soil or
Well, here on the heathland where I live, we have sand dunes in the middle of heathland. So you're like walking through the forest, and then you're out on the moors, and you have heather growing everywhere and ferns as taller than me during the summer. And then you keep going and you kind of go over a hill, and then it's just like sand dunes. It's like, what?
Yeah, this geology is amazing. Your knowledge is amazing. I think the insights you receive could be very useful to people for healing and medicines and things.
Thank you.
I would love to know more, and be able to ask more questions about healing plants and so many questions. Anyway,
Well, feel free to ask. I'm trying to just because Mirelia, is that how I say your name?
I meant ask questions after the your talk, actually.
So it's not just me yabbering on. I'm really happy to engage in discourse because I love it. It's so much fun. And yeah, go on.
Well, I don't know. You're walking through along and you
Second.
see a male witch or something, and I don't know how you know they're a male witch.
Because they look like
you're like conscious, you're awake, and you're receiving information. Some people, they dream and they receive information, or they do lucid dreaming and they receive information. Like Mendeleev got the periodic table in a lucid dream, and Crick got DNA in a lucid dream, right? So I don't know the whole consciousness thing and how I would love to get get information like you get information, but the whole thing is very interesting and useful, I think.
Well, lucid dreaming is what's strengthened my awake lucidity. It's a bit of a tricky one to say in a succinct sentence. But I've noticed that Mirelia was trying to say something, but you were muted, so we didn't hear you.
Are you logged in twice, Aurelia? I've got your name up here 2 times. No.
I still can't.
No, that's not it.
Last
Can you
time
hear
I
us?
saw her on screen, I believe it was under the Olivia one.
Is there?
Oh, she is here twice. Yeah, because it's Mirelia, and then
one of them
Mirelia.
needs to be probably disconnect one and
Sorry, I heard someone making noise in the background, so I went through and muted a couple.
Yeah, go ahead and unmute both of them, I guess.
Okay, this might be better. Is this
Yeah,
better?
that's better.
Okay.
We can hear you.
I wanted to reflect to what Craig said, just being amazed by your knowledge and your intuition with working with these plants, Abby. And I'm curious because I'm really inspired and love working with plants long term, kind of in the form of dieta, often done in the Amazon. And I'm wondering if you have worked with these plants in this way, where it's more so a strict diet with them over, 3 to 4 days. And I'm not sure. I have a feeling you're probably really familiar with it, but I guess I shouldn't assume. But if you are, I'm wondering if you've worked with these more residential plants that you speak of, or plants that are native to the area, or plants that are showing up for you on your lands, and what that looks like. I've heard of many people creating dieta with plants that are native to the land that they live on. And I'm wondering if you've experimented with that, if you've tried that, or have created any regimens for people.
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you. And I noticed also in the chat that you named a bunch of wonderful indigenous herbs of Africa and of the Amazonian basin. And I do. Oh, wow, there's 2 of you.
Yeah.
Totally, just it's really funny. It's like, oh no, I'm not okay. No, it's fine. Yeah. So I was inspired in a confirming way by the way that the jungle medicine people work with dietas, because for healing, essentially it's a very simple liquid fast using local things for tea. that just for me, it just stays in the slow cooker. So it just is constant. I just keep topping it up with water. And that healing brew is a mixture of turkey tail, and sometimes it's just turkey tail. And I've done dietas with just turkey tail because I was sick and I needed healing. And that's what felt good. And then I've done one with, I call it Mushroom Trinities, where I don't know, there's just something really powerful about these kind of Trinity aspects. So I'll use like a mushroom trinity and a herb trinity. And the intention is a maternal energy, a paternal energy, and a child energy. And then there'll be in that same capacity a body tonic or a body mushroom, emotional support mushroom, and cognitive support mushroom. And then it's the same thing with the herbs. And then I create these symbiotic recipes, which are unique to the individual. It's not like one size fits all. Like some people love chaga. Chaga and we don't get along. Fine. It's not like I'm going to be like, oh my God, you like chaga? Oh, like, no, cool. You like chaga? You like chaga. Awesome. I'm more of like a turkey tail birch bracket gal. It's more my thing. So, I know, but for people who like chaga is their medicine, if they're really unwell or they're struggling with something, it's like, cool, go on a chaga dieta. But then I also, I will also go, I'll just have like bone broths and just have bone broths. And that's been hugely healing for me as well. Yeah. Just trying to think if there's anything else.
Do you practice therapeutic fasting at all?
Yes. Yeah. I don't really like dry fasting, typically because I don't drink enough water anyway. And so when my body is deeply dehydrated, because I'm a silly goose, I take a 4-hour bath. And that begins the bottom-up rehydration process. And then I'll do a wet fast. And I'll combine that, if I'm honest, with like things like chlorella, sea moss. It's not like every time, but it's like, okay, what does my body need? And then I'll assess the symptoms to understand the underlying causation within my organs, within like my neurochemistry. I can tell by my mood what's going on in my gut, because your gut is where your serotonin and your dopamine is created. So it's, instead of it being like a neurological like uptake issue, it's typically actually a gut production issue, and then needing to find the right remineralization so that your autonomic nervous system can deliver those hormones to your brain. Did that make sense too?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
You say that the herbs are individual, like some individuals have different reactions. Different individuals have different reactions. Anyway, some kind of genetic study and with the herbs, they are doing a genetic study here for medicines, trying to match the medicines to different genotypes. Yeah. So maybe with herbs, that would be the same thing.
It just depends on our biochemistry.
They could do that in this study also. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so in my analysis, having worked with people in this capacity for, I keep forgetting what year it is. five years now. The same person at a different time of the year will have a different biochemistry and different, like the same herb will not work or will work depending on their biochemistry. And, you know, honestly, and I call Amanita muscaria my teacher because it really does teach me when I create the tinctures and the oils and the medicines that I make, I go into an altered state just naturally. Like I sing and I sort of bring myself into a natural ecstatic altered state where the mushroom spirit just creates these recipes and is explaining to me what it is. And I have to write down what's gone in so that otherwise, because when I come out of the trance, then I can forget. So I have to write it down while I'm still in the trance. And then afterwards, I go and I do my due diligence and I look up all of the molecules, the interactions, what the symbiotic effect of those different herbs and mushrooms are, what neurotransmitters they're affecting, what hormones they're affecting. Like I do my diligence to understand what the recipe is doing. And like incredible effect, like things I couldn't even make up, like happen. So I had one recipe that healed 2 people who had endometriosis and created spontaneous motility of somebody who had azoospermia for 20 years. Mm. And then I was like, well, how did that happen? And then I do the research and it's like, okay, well, we have essentially a nicotinic and a muscarinic acetylcholine receptor on everything. Mm. Everything, our muscles, our skin, our sperm, our ovums, everything, all of our organs. It's the turn off and turn on switches. Mm-hmm. And so within the fly agaric, essentially you have within it both choline, acetylcholine, muscarinic acetylcholine, and as well as small amounts of atropine, which is the sort of counterbalance to muscarine. There's more than that in it, but just to keep it simple, and I'm not just listing long Latin words because nobody wants that, even me.
Have you? I'm sorry. Have you seen like turmeric and other kinds of or turmeric, I guess, and other kinds of spices, I suppose, that help you with like peppers and stuff like that?
Oh man. So like there's a recipe I have for the metabolism, because what I've found is Amanita muscaria when combined, because it's a medicine that acts the same way that it grows in the forest. Hmm. It's a symbiotic mushroom. It's a mycorrhizal mushroom, which means it can only grow with trees. You cannot cultivate this wild mushroom. It grows where it wants to, when it wants to. I love it. And so because it has this loving symbiotic relationship with the forest, it works the same way medicinally. So basically whatever you're putting with Amanita muscaria becomes amplified, because essentially it's giving sort of neurotransmitter thumbs up in an adaptogenic way. So when you mix cinnamon, turmeric, ginger, I put clove in there because it's antiparasitic, antimicrobial, cardamom. What else do I put in my spice mix? Black pepper, sometimes pink pepper, because it's pink. Various different salts depending on my mood. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I'm in a salty mood. Thank you for laughing. And then I put that together with Amanita muscaria with that as well, just to keep me calm. I'll add some Damiana and maybe a little bit of chamomile, because that's just a nice like. And if I'm feeling a bit brain foggy, I'll add lion's mane. And then this sort of funny recipe boosts my metabolism in a way that just like, if I have it every day for moon cycle, oh my God, like it's really incredible. Like, I'm like, wow, look what you've done to my body. Thank you. And then I feel motivated and I feel quite happy and good. And there's this nice symbiotic relationship happening that is boosted by the working together. And if I were to actually correlate that to how that then plays out in my social life, I would say that it's also taught me how to be more symbiotically in relationship professionally and within my family and all these other ways too. So it's sort of endlessly teaching these different kinds of mutual ways of giving and taking from our overflow, both internally and externally.
Can I jump in with a question?
Yeah, please.
See, this is, I mean, it's like your methods are, it's echoes the shamanic methods of the Amazon. You know, say, how did you discover this MAO inhibitor? And they say, oh, the spirits told us. And is there a sort of a heritage of that in European countries or outside of the Amazon? Somebody mentioned Africa earlier. And I don't want to put you on the spot too much because I mean, you can't have an encyclopedic knowledge of, well, maybe, okay, all right, brilliant. Hope if you do, fantastic. But yeah, did you know much about what's the heritage of it in Europe? Because obviously in the Amazon, they can say, well, yeah, you know, we discovered all these things and it's kind of set in stone. Is there any sort of heritage of that in Europe?
Yeah. Are you specifically talking about what's coined today as somawaska, or are you talking about like psilocybins, or like which aspect of a European recipe are you inquiring about?
I'm just which is the anesthetic? Is it? I never know how to pronounce it. Is it curare? Curare.
Curare.
Yeah, that was developed in the Amazon, wasn't it? It was found by the Spanish colonizers because they used it to hunt, and it would stun the animals rather than put poison in the bloodstream, therefore make the meat inedible. So that's in medicine.
I thought that was derived from frogs, though.
I thought so as well.
Yeah.
Well, frogs, plants, I think the idea is they get it from the forest, the jungle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have tons of that here, not just in the British Isle, but across.
Yeah, I imagine there is kinds of like established things that were developed herbally initially. Do we know them? Or do you know them?
Yeah. You mean beyond like psilocybin and fly agaric, like what other plants?
I mean, not necessarily psychedelics, just like remedies that have come to medicinal use via a folkloric route.
Well, like for example, birch bracket, which I already named. If you ever cut yourself and you're in the woods, the porous side of the birch bracket is a Band-Aid. It's an antiseptic. It's antimicrobial. You literally put it on the cut. It staunches the bleeding while also getting rid of any harmful microbial action. And that's known because that's been passed down through teaching, through forestry, through telling for a long time. And of course it's written down now, and it's I'm not sure if it's actually taught, because I found out when I was sort of doing my deep dives, because I enjoy that because I'm strange. I get brain itches and I'm like, oh, I gotta go look that up.
Yeah, presumably there's like a coagulating enzyme in there or something like.
And it's literally
Gretchen is up. It's 5 a.m. Avi, sorry, I just got kind of lost in listening for a second there, but I think we're gonna hand it after you.
Well, I'll hand it over in just 2 seconds because I just want to finish this thought. Now these are dried, but you can see this bit of the porous area. So when it's a fresh mushroom, that bit that looks a little bit whiter than this bit, that's the pore. So you literally can just like cut a strip off or rip that top bit, pore side off. And the space between the porous side of the mushroom and the actual mushroom is the antimicrobial action with a coagulant in it. So it staunches the bleeding and it disinfects it at the same time. And you have all sorts of stuff like that throughout the forest and throughout Europe that's just medicinally handed down. I you know, a number of books on my shelves that go into this and go into the sort of where that comes from. But I do realize that it's no longer, and it's a minute past my turn. And I want to thank everybody for such a beautiful space. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, that was awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Avi.
Yeah, make sure
very
you
much.
try what we did.